you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. You're the sea. And for your love, baby, the future is waiting for you. And show your eyes.
What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, the 31st of... Gosh, I'm so screwed up here. I want to say April, but I believe it's actually March. I don't think April has a 31st. Right, as far as the thingies go, you know how you remember how many days each thing has, each month has. Anyway, it is, March 31st, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. If we can get to it here. There we go. Something like that. Oh, so much better. All right. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Wow, free butterfly. That's right. We're freeing the butterfly today. Okay, chat. I don't like not wearing the butterfly. I just decided, right? YouTube gave me this tool called the super chat goal and told me to do something with it. And I'm like, what do I do? And like, I don't know. I feel like the worst thing that you can do if you're a video game or an app or whatever is you solve an issue by like taking away something that's like already, you know what I mean? Charging for something that was, that's just like, it reeks of enshittification, chat. And if there's one thing I can do is maybe keep my online space a little cleaner than most when it comes to enshittification, because God knows you got enough of that already without unintentionally enshittifying the stream by not wearing the butterfly. I mean, it's weird. It's like, it's my brand. I think it was just that, like, I was like, all right, look, we get this many super chats anyway. Let me just make it so that it feels like the butterfly is earned or something. I don't know. It's silly. It feels like bootstraps culture. And we're not bootstrapping our butterflies anymore, right? The butterfly must be free. We'll figure out something else maybe for the chat. What do you think? What do you think? Any ideas out there? Any ideas out there in chat, out there in Dream Character Land for a like a new super chat goal? Like, what would it be cool if, like, in the middle of the stream, like, somebody like super chatted, hit the goal, and then like I do, because I feel like that could be appealing to, like, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that are like, I love you, girl, that you do the deep dives. I appreciate that. We get anything that you see a little clip of on the Majority Report, you're going to see like a little bit of a longer, juicier segment here. But at the same time, like, somebody accused me yesterday of streaming. In fact, I think it was an Ethan Klein fan. Accused me of streaming about Ethan for 13 hours. Now, chat, maybe I did something like that when I was like reacting to the debate with Sam Cedar or the debate with Hassan, right? Do a kickflip. Oh my God, what? You want me to skateboard in my house? I don't know if my landlord would be cool with that. But yeah, chat, it is very smoky where I am. It is the smoky season, the season that the smoke rolls in. I don't know. I feel like I heard somebody say that like Thailand had banned the agricultural practice of burning one's crops, and so that it would be like less smoky this year. No, it's like, it's more smoky. It's the smokiest, it's like it's super smoky. So yeah, I've been like unable to go outside without an N95 And even then, wait, is it an N95 chat? I get them mixed up. Mine's one of the ones that it's not like the duck style. It's like the vertical duck, Bill. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, good idea, Ghost, ATW. Do a kickflip. No, we gotta find more things to do, because like that could be fun, right? You're in the middle of a stream and you're bored and you see it says 9 out of 10 super chats and you're like, with this little power in my finger, I could make her do something different. And I think, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, I could teach you a Thai word or phrase. Okay. Interesting. Free Thai content? No, what am I thinking? What would it be called? Thai, like, oh my god, chat. The other thing I need to do is like hydrate myself, because I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm not dealing with this too well. I don't even think it's that like great breathing the air in my apartment. Like when I, you can sort of smell the smokiness like inside sometimes. It's like that bad. Or show us Thai food, huh? Okay. Well, we got some Thai food right now. Right, these are rose apples. It looks like, if you look at it, it kind of looks like it's the color of an apple. It's about the shape of a pear, and it's strangely got like the center cut out, because the centers are actually like, it's the center is like where the flower grows. So this thing grows. There's a big fibrous flower in the center that dries out, and like, when it ripens, and so you don't really want to eat that part, so they cut it out for you. So you always get them, in fact, wherever I've seen, I mean, I'm sure you could buy them like whole, but I always get them like that. Skater stuff not meant to be taken seriously. Can you get an air filter? I can. Possibly. So I haven't been using Roan for anything other than, stuff like when I need to re-up my visa, or, for the Vietnam trip, or, things like that, right? And there's a reason for that, because Roan delivers to the US no problem, but I don't think most of the brands like deliver to Thailand. So, I would kind of be SOL, or like there's no real way to like put an item on Throne. At least I thought. Now I think I found a way to do it, right? And it's a little bit of a pain in the ass. Like I have to like put the payment through on Lazada myself, but I did put a cheap air filter. I think it's $23 is how much that costs, assuming that the sale stays on, because it's on sale right now, right? It's usually what would it be? 2000. Okay, so 30. It's usually $90 or more. I think it's like slightly more than $90. Is what the supposedly. I mean, you know how that works, though. Sale prices. What's going on, chat? Do we own this rights to this music? Oh my god, that's kind of epic, though. Right? What is this SMT? Oh, SMT. Wait, is this Vengeance or? No, I think this is like 4 years ago. Okay, so it must be like from the original SMT5. That's way different than the Persona music. What am I looking for? Something that's a little bit. Okay, I want it to be chill, but I don't want it to be sleepy. I mean, that's not exactly chill. Okay, no. Now I'm having trouble with the music, chat, right? As soon as... It's just supposed to be like an afterthought. I do not want to struggle with music, especially when I'm trying to figure out stuff. Okay, there we go. Perfect. That's what we needed in the first place. All right, we're better. We're better. We're better. As everything's good now. I just needed some music. No jazz? Huh. Oh my god. I'm trying to think if there's any jazz on the Persona 2 soundtrack. I would be surprised if there wasn't. But I know it's like maybe a different group of people that worked on like the old ones versus the new ones. Like obviously Persona 5 is the soundtrack that everybody knows as being heavily jazz fusion influenced. And I think that's an effect of Shoji, am I saying his right name right? Shoji Meguri, I think is the composer's name. Getting into jazz and kind of trying to do some different things with it. But yeah, you know, for a while, Persona 5 was like the go-to music for people for streaming and stuff like that, right? In that it's not going to get copyright claimed because Atlas wants people to do Let's Plays. And, you know, if the music shows up on your stream, it's kind of assumed that, oh, you were playing some Persona, weren't you? But then, I don't know, at some point they started copyright claiming for Persona 5 stuff, so I don't know. But they don't copyright claim their older stuff, so. We found out a streamer is apparently so anti-Hasan and besties without Asmongold, but might go to jail. Are you talking about Tectone? I don't think we've ever really watched Tectone. I'm aware of Tectone. Or Rape Tone, as Hasan always refers to him. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about Hasan today. He has been, if you've noticed, like on your feed on Twitter, there's been a steady stream of centrist Democrats saying, "Come on, guys, I know you might be a left winger, but you can't be doing content with Hasan Piker," right? Like trying to be like, he's like Nick Fuentes, right? Yeah, Nick Fuentes is doing content with Nick Fuentes, super effective. I guess. I guess so. I don't know. Like, supposedly. And that's what they're doing with Hasan. It's some kind of cheat code, right? Is it Tectone you're talking about, Shakespeare? I feel like there could be multiple streamers that are going to jail. There's another streamer that did some, like, was it a Kick streamer, maybe? That was, like, you know, assaulting somebody, I think a partner even, like, on the stream. So, I mean, there's that going on too. Gaming stream was so awesome. I was lurking and sleeping, but the vibes were immaculate. I enjoyed it too. I really want to get back to, you know, I was thinking about like how to go forward with it, because right, the main thing I think that people are interested from the game is going to be the story, like the progression, right? It's the lore, it's the crazy lore. It's like Kingdom Hearts on, you know, I don't know, something I want to say Kingdom Hearts on acid. I don't know. Does that describe it? I feel like I'm still failing to entirely describe the experience, but especially the earlier Persona games. And that's what I don't think people get, like, right? People that like the element of darkness that Persona, like, you know, always adds, so Persona, if you don't know, it is a, you know, JRPG, and you play through it, and yeah, you progress the story, but there are not one or two, you know how like sometimes there's like the good ending, the bad ending, like if you finish the game in under 10 hours, you get the good ending, or if you did, you know, this or something like that, or like, you know, you said something, or like the conversation dialogue options, like you get the good ending, the best ending. There's like, right, it is like that, but with I don't know how many endings. I mean, I'm talking mainly the later games, right? There's a million different ways that the game can end, and most of them are at least unsatisfactory, if not downright dystopian, right? There's some actual really bad places you can leave the characters, you know, if you answer, And sometimes it's just, yeah, answering the dialogue. I think in Persona 5, straight up, answering the dialogue options wrong can take you into like a, you know, not the ending that you want. If you want to see like the way the game's written, right? There's a glorious, epic, triumphant ending, and then maybe there's a few secret endings. I don't know. Hasan is like has a rogues gallery of sex offenders. Oh, the haters. I was thinking about that the other day. Yeah, you know, haters. If the haters say a lot about you, I am good with my haters. I feel like I got the right haters. And like yeah. But yeah, so we got to go through the Hasan thing with Jake Tapper. I mean, that's the main. I guess that's like the culmination, because what this is, right, is, you know, the ADL coming back, and the third way, you know, the organization that tries to get Democrats to be more centrist. That's like, yo, you know what? If the Democrats could be a little bit more like Ronald Reagan, that's really what people want. The people loved Ronald Reagan. We had no answer to that. He just speeded at us, and then he died, right? So if the Republicans go further to the right, then we could go to the sweet spot, which is Ronald Reagan. They're just Reaganites. They're motherfucking Reagan Democrats, and it pisses me off. The way that the boomers, I'm sorry, boomers out there, there's some cool boomers, right? My Tai Chi teacher is a boomer. He's a pretty cool guy, and most of the time. But yeah, it's so fucked up. It is so fucked up how everything just got ruined by the 80s and Ronald Reagan. But anyway, we silly to blame a whole generation for it. Yeah, Clavicular's got charges now, right? What is the deal with Clavicular? I keep on hearing the wildest stuff. Is there another chat window or something? Yeah, we're streaming live on youtube.com and twitch.tv. High risk, high reward. Jellyfish and weasels. You know what I'm saying? That you can choose your adventure in terms of platforms for the stream. So yeah, somehow the money never trickled down. Yeah, these people just got pissed on by the rich and powerful, and they never realized. They somehow thought they were Patrick Bateman. And like, only spoiler chat, only one person can be Patrick Bateman because he's gonna kill everybody else. That's kind of his thing, right? American Psycho, right? It's not called American Awesome Dude, who you should totally respect and emulate. It's called American Psycho. He shot a fucking alligator like a monster? How the fuck? Was he in he lives in Florida, right? So I guess it's not that out of pocket that he is fighting with an alligator. But I just don't know, like, you know, Florida's not, it's not like everybody's got a, you know, what do you call those boats with the fan on them? It's not like everybody's like hanging out in the swamp. You kind of, don't you usually have to sort of, don't you have to go on a, like, don't you have to go on like a tour or something normally to get into like the swamp, or, I don't know, like own, you know, you'd have to like own one of those boats and then like find a place like I don't know. Does anybody know? Has anybody got experience in the Everglades? He shot an alligator a dozen times. I was nowhere near him, and another jackass, he was on a bridge and the gator was in the water. Jesus Christ. An airboat. Okay, it's called an airboat. Gators roam almost like stray cats. It's wild. Oh yeah, good point. Good point. I forgot about that. Yeah. And the whole thing is you just kind of stay away from them, right? You're not like, but what is Florida one of those states? Florida is, what do you call it? The castle doctrine? The thing where you can stand your ground. Like, you're not expected to try to avoid a violent confrontation. and you're not like responsible for the results of one. Like the way that people just like they have guns and they're like, yeah, you know, if I feel threatened, I can basically shoot somebody. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about alligators here, but it sounds like he did get some consequences for this one, because yeah, there's been some wild stuff that happens with clavicular, and that what's the other channel's name? It's just the same thing without the CC. You went a couple times when you were younger to Florida or to the swamp? Because I've never even been to the swamp, but I know when I went to Florida, there was all these attractions that were like, you want to see a guy wrestle an alligator? You want to see you know, it was like a show. They would have an alligator, and the guy would, I don't know, somehow pry its mouth open and fuck with it. I never went, so I don't know. My you know, like our vacations, you know, when we went to Florida, it was more about like the beach and stuff, you know. I think we're trying to avoid alligators, like, right? I would think that you'd want to. In general, Florida has hardcore, is hardcore about their wildlife, especially water life. Which is crazy when you think about what Florida has become. The Everglades, so you've been to the Everglades. Yeah, okay, I see. But it's like a whole nother, like, you gotta know what you're doing. Like, you can't just have like a regular person. So, but Narwhal's saying that he was on a bridge or something. He's like on a bridge overlooking some kind of water, and then he sees an alligator, and he's like, oh, let me get my gun and do the... What do you do with a wild creature that you've never seen before in real life? Shoot it, obviously. Shoot it. I don't know. God, that's not good. But yeah, I think the wild creature that the centrist establishment is going after right now is actually a man named Hasananbi Piker, right? This is the man that the target of the day. And we're going to cover that. I thought about maybe doing, I don't know, there's a lot going on, and I haven't really talked about, I mean, Iran, but I feel like I would be somewhat, you know, preaching to the choir, you know, saying stuff that you've already heard, you know, as long as you understand that the United States is not doing well against Iran, right? It's not going well. And you know, I saw a poll yesterday on Twitter that was, you know, seemed to check out. Like, it didn't seem like it was a bullshit poll, but it basically said 75% of Americans think that the United States is winning in Iraq, which tells me that people know that we're at war with Iraq, even though Iraq, goddamn it, Iran, I do know the difference. Goddamn. Yeah, the people know that we're, you know, the United States is at war with Iran, and maybe they just checked out, right? Because I guess if you are sleepwalking through history, maybe you think that, you know, it's like saying the, what is a really good sports team, chat? What is like the best, was it Seattle Seahawks? Okay, take on a junior high football team, right? You know the result. You're not like, oh, did the Seahawks win? You're like, was the score over 1,000 is what you're asking at that point, right? Did the middle school team have to forfeit from getting run over by, you know, professional football players over and over and over again, right? It's what you're asking, not like who won. But in the case of the United States and Iran, any way that you slice it, and the most important way to slice it is strategically, right? There's also, you know, a international, you know, politics that goes on. Like, countries, when they do things, they generally, they generally don't rush into an illegal war without any real justification. The most protean, you know, explanation for what the fuck they're doing. And then referring back to the 1970s as like, this is the, you know, we really, like, you know, we had to get our revenge, right? Blaming Iran for the United States misadventures in Iraq, you know, which, you know, they were able to It's what, not even Iran, right? They're talking about the militias in Iraq were the ones that were doing roadside bombs to the U.S. But yeah, they will try to. But so yeah, it's the most ridiculous thing, the most amount of cope that you've ever heard. You know, if you look at, like, you know, how does Trump look on an international stage? He looks foolish. He looks like a man who confidently came in to fucking bully a smaller country and then bit off more than he can chew and tried to declare victory despite not having anything that he could point to that was like, this was the objective and here's where we accomplished it, right? He anti-accomplished objectives. He got the United States and the world to a place where a very important corridor of trade is just unusable right now unless you want to undermine the petrodollar, right? If you got 2 million in yuan that you want to spend, you can get through there. But every single time that they do that, right, it undermines the United States' main financial underpinning. I don't think people really understand how important. I don't think people know what the concept of the petrodollar is, to be completely honest with you. But they certainly don't understand its importance in terms of the United States' position as a global hegemon. But yeah, and it's like embarrassing. Like they're beating them in AI slop. Iran is destroying MAGA in their that's like their fucking brand is AI slop, right? MAGA's made for AI slop. This is their home field advantage. And the Iranians are like, LOSER, boom, just fucking Legoing them to death with fucking AI ICBMs, or I don't know, I guess it wasn't I mean, ICBM implies a nuclear payload, but they did blow up a Statue of Liberty kind of effigy in the video. Yeah, even the Nazis, wait. Oh, used a false Polish attack to justify their invasion of Poland. The petrodollar is the official currency of Saudi Arabia. Well, it's not going to be Saudi Arabia, like if they keep on pushing this shit. But chat, luckily, I guess, right? The least bad of all outcomes seems to be maybe happening. The latest indications is that Donald Trump wants out of this war, right? He does not want to continue. He had a timetable, chat. Motherfucker looks at war the way that people look at programming, right? We got to have something interesting for this period of time, but if it's going badly, it's going to hurt the midterms, which are already pretty much covered. Oh my God, but yeah, it's not going well for the United States. And it's hard to believe because you look at Iran on the map and you know you look at how many times, like you could even look at, if you have been paying attention, right? You might even know that multiple Iran, in terms of the grand game in the Middle East, right? Iran is they'll call it the axis. I really wish they wouldn't do that. I get what they're saying, right? Axis of resistance. They're talking about Iran. The Houthis, right? And you know, various organizations around the Middle East that are allied with them versus Saudi Arabia, Israel, UAE, more or less, right? And so people look at Iran and that axis, as they're calling it, the axis of, I mean, the reason I don't like Axis is, like, if you want to make a parallel to World War II, Iran and its allies are not the Axis, right? They definitely did not start this fire. And you could say what you will about the, you know, theocratic government that Iran has, but like a lot of the shit that you would say about them, they're killing their own people, really. Should we invade every country that's killing their own people? Is that a thing that you want to live by? Is that a sword you want to live by? Is that a sword you want to die by? Because seriously, every single thing, they're spending the money. Oh, this is rich, chat. They're spending the money on arms, not their people. I just saw my healthcare exploded on a runway in a giant fucking multi-million-dollar radar on an AWAC that was taken out with a $10,000 or probably less dollar drone, okay? And it's not the only example of this. We've got so much of the US's like high-tier technology just getting fucking wrecked, right? So even if you want to say like who's destroying, you know, more, if you were like look at it as, I don't know, military assets as hit points somehow, you know, you'd even say there the United States is certainly not, you know, is certainly punching below its weight, is certainly not doing, you know, as well as expected, and is losing like a lot of military resources that are important, right? Things like radars are important right now, right? There's other things that can be replaced. There's other things that the United States has got a lot of, but AWACS, it's kind of limited. Radars, it's even more limited. And then when the radar installations get taken out the way they do, you need those AWACS even more. And Iran, you know, just got one of them without really trying. Although, you know, people say that maybe the Russians were helping them out with intelligence, a little payback in their minds for the United States helping Ukraine out. Some people are saying it could be, you know, that's helping them out. But yeah, either way, you know, Thailand has, I guess, negotiated the Switzerland of Southeast Asia, as they call it, has negotiated a little deal with Iran to get, hopefully, you know, enough oil to kind of, because, you know, people have been dealing with just all kinds of craziness, right? Gas stations being out of gas. It shouldn't be that way. It's not that Thailand doesn't have enough oil right now. It's the logistics of getting the oil that it does have into the places that it needs to be to make sure that you're not like, you know, gas stations with like no gas signs, because that really shuts down like the whole city. Like everybody rides, you know, scooters, motorcycles, you know, hardly anyone walks, or, you know, there's not, at least where I am, there's not great. Oh my God, public transportation. All the money could have been used. Yeah, it could have been spent on healthcare, free college, all the stuff that they tell you can't have. Like, right, chat, just a minuscule, like maybe like one of the planes that got destroyed in this conflict, you know, could probably cover student loan forgiveness, which people don't realize. It's not just, you know, it's not just like, yeah, some fucking college student, some rich college student doesn't want to pay back their student loans or whatever, right? Believe me, it's cheaper to pay it back. It's cheaper to not take the loans in the first place, right? But the, you know, the resentment against the educated, I guess, you know, kind of cuts against the numbers when it comes to when you run the poll numbers on something like student loans. But it is a major obstacle to the economy. It is holding back the economy. It is not just hurting those with loans, it's hurting everyone. And dealing with that in the same way that they deal with, you know, like for instance, the financial crisis in 2008. It was just like, we will print some money is what we will do, right? And they will print the money, you know, for the companies. They will print the money for the capitalists, but they never really want to put those resources where you would think that they, you know, would be the first priority, which is the people. Hexus still wants his crusade. God damn. Like that guy, what's the stuff, chat? Can somebody help me out with Hexeth, right? What is the stuff that people inject into their muscles? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? That is like, it's like, it's really bad for them, but it like makes it look sculpted. I feel like he's got, do you know what I'm saying? Like there's something really messed up with that guy's physique. I mean, I'm sure he's roided to the gills, right? But I think it's more than just that. Like Hexeth does not look natural. But yeah, we got some pretty cool bonus content. In fact, I feel like I might have kept the best stuff on the bonus content today, right? We got Anna Kasparian. Has anybody seen this? Anna Kasparian went after AOC on... Wait, just randomly, too. Like, there's definitely some times when AOC, you know, it seems like she's been lacking, right? But, yeah, Anna lashed out at her in a way that I don't think is... Synthol. Is it called synthol? Yeah, they're steroids. Yeah, definitely, John. I think you're right. If you think that Pete Hegseth is not full natty, I agree with you 100%. He's definitely on steroids. But I'm wondering, yeah, is it synthol? Is that what it's called? You can inject silicone. Do bodybuilders do the silicone thing? I know that, like, I've heard of, like, you know, it's not healthy and it's not good. And none of what I talk about here is medical advice, chat, because all this stuff seems very bad and sus to me. Yeah, it's like, don't people usually inject into like the boob or the butt? It's like what the silicone inject, which is a bad thing. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it. It's really, you know, you see a doctor, talk to a doctor. If you want to do some kind of, so what is it? Oil? What is it? Synthol? What exactly are they doing then? Does it harden inside of them? Is it just giving them like striations that aren't really there because it's like it's kind of just goes in between the muscles and like hardens? Because I mean, people can get some pretty crazy physiques on steroids. Synthol is insoluble and becomes tumors. Wait, but what are they using it for, Narwhal? Is it used to like try to shape their muscle? Try to make their muscle look more ripply and stuff? Is that the idea? It's very, very dangerous. Yeah, definitely. It's like all this stuff is like, I mean, this is the worst of the worst as far as like body modification for bodybuilder aesthetic, right? Synthol is probably one of the least like justifiable like things that you can do to yourself, or things that people do that to yourself that you shouldn't do to yourself. It's for mass? So synthol is not for shape then. It is strictly for like just kind of making it look more. Yeah, okay, I could see that, right? Because it does seem like he's got mass that's not real. Creatine is the most effective research-backed muscle for supplement for increasing muscle mass, strength, and power by enhancing energy ATP production in muscles. Yeah, especially those fast twitch fibers, right? So yeah, it's really good if you're into something like sprinting, something that's like a full-on 100% effort. You know, but yeah, obviously bodybuilding too. It's pure aesthetic to make them look bigger. Most people who use it don't even work out. They're petite and fake muscles. Oh no. Now I'm wondering about like Kennedy. Now yeah, because Hex's muscles do look fake, right? It disturbs me actually. He's an alcoholic. I can't imagine his liver handling that much steroids and the alcohol. Oh my god. These apples are so good. Or it's not actually an apple, it's a rose apple. What is it? My name for... I feel like I should know what this is called. Shampoo. Yeah, so chat, this is called shampoo. And it is a fruit or konlamai. It tastes like an apple, but if you imagine if an apple is like less sweet and more watery. It's not sour. It's not like a green apple where it's less sweet and it's sour, right? It is watery and crunchy and yeah, kind of light, right? It's like, that's what I like about it. You could also call it a melee apple. I thought champu meant like, I thought it meant purple or like oh no, pink. Champu. Yeah. Okay, wait. That's crazy. Okay, it's spelled differently, right? Wow, it's spelled. Wait, what? Okay, I see. Champu. Wow. Like, yeah, C. Oh, there it is. C shampoo is color. Yeah, so there's this weird thing. I found this out today, actually, chat, when I was updating my throne, right? When I was adding the I put an air filter on there that is fairly cheap that I could get from Lazada. I mean, I have to make the order. It's a little bit weird how it works in like Throne doesn't usually work with Lazada, but they will allow you to like fund an item from Lazada. It's just that you have to go over and order it. But yeah, I think that it said it delivers within like 24 hours. So, I mean, that would be awesome. But yeah, the thing about that one is like, so champu, let me put the way that you say this, right? Oh yeah, here's your first little bit of Thai, right? So yeah, this word right here is oh yeah, chat, we also have to figure out something else to put on. That word right there is champu, and it means pink. It means pink or light pink in you also say like C champu. C just means color. And then this one, it sounds like the same word, right? In fact, it sounds exactly the same to me. Wait, is it? Wait, it is the same word. Okay, it just, the difference is like, if you want to denote the color, you say si champu. Like som. Som is means orange, but it also means the color orange. So if you want to specify that you're talking about the color orange, not a orange, you say si som. And then this one is si champu for light pink. Yeah, the other, wait, here, yeah, so it's like the same word, huh, interesting. Okay, so yeah, it's almost like if you had a fruit that you know how we have a fruit that we call it orange, and nobody really questions it, they're like, yeah, it's orange, right? It's the name of the color, right? What if you had a fruit called a pink, and you were like, yeah, I was just eating a pink the other day, and it's like, this is what you're eating, you're eating a pink, right? Instead of orange. Anyway, it makes sense. Thai logic always makes sense. That like Thai language logic like makes a lot of sense to me. Let me try to find this other word that I was looking at. This is the word for air filter, right? Kruang full Kruang folk agat, right? And it means like, so Kruang is a machine, and any kind of machine you're talking about, like it's gonna start like with Kruang, right? Because in Thai, generally, when something has a classifier noun, like you say it with it. It would be like if you were like, I got a machine air purifier here, right? You don't just say like you gotta say machine, because otherwise I don't know. Is it something else that purifies the air? So yeah, krueng folk aga. Um, let me see. Let me grab the let me grab the word. All right, so here it is. It's like I mean, chat's gonna have fun with this one. But yeah, Kuang O Aga, and you're saying, let me separate it out. It's like, Kuang, O Aga. So the literal, let's put this, I'll put this in parentheses, like each part of the word and what it means. Machine. All right. Folk. So Kruang, machine. Folk, cleans. And then Agat, air. Machine cleans air. Oh no. It translates. Wait, chat. When did they start doing this? When did YouTube start auto translating? Anybody know? Anybody else get that? When you look at your YouTube chat, when I type that in, it just like automatically, it had this little symbol and it automatically translated it for me. But I don't know. Did it show up for you as? I know it works on. I mean, like Twitch will be able to see it, right? Here, let me do it for Twitch. Pruang machine. Folk. Oh, no, it's not. Folk. I gotta stop saying it like that. It's not. You don't really pronounce the K. Folk. Cleans. Like the K, you'll pronounce hard. Or wait, no. When it's in the beginning, it's like gen, like gen cow. I eat a meal. And it sounds like a G. But when it's at the end of a sentence, you kind of like don't pronounce it. Like ka. Yeah, Kap Mun Ka is kind of how you say it. Looks like Kap Kun. That's how most people will pronounce thank you, Kap Kun. But it's actually more like Kap Mun, because it's somehow it's smashed up in that word, and so it doesn't get pronounced. And then yeah, at the end of a sentence. Anyway, it is wild. It is fancy, and I don't even know if people on YouTube can actually see the tie, so it might have messed up the whole process of me trying to show you. But yeah, I was looking at this machine, and you know, a lot of the stuff when you buy it like there's some English in there too, right? You know, it's just kind of like mixed English and Thai, and I was like trying to read the Thai, and I was like, wait a minute, is that Kruang? Because I've seen this before, right? When something is a machine, and yeah, that part I got, and the rest I was able to understand pretty easily. But yeah, there we go. Machine that cleans the air. That is what I need. And apparently Lazada's got it for $23. So if you want to help me out with that, that's on throne.com/nocommentchick. Again, I usually don't put like items, or I have not put items up there for exactly the reason that I said that, you know, in fact, I think right now, like maybe my, you know, old address is still on there. So it would absolutely send the item to a place I could not access it. But there is a way to kind of put a Lazada item on there, and this one I really need. So if anybody wants to help me out with that, I would be massively appreciative. Again, bonus content, right? We got to do something else, chat. I haven't. I need your input. All right, what would you like me to do? That people have had the ideas that I teach a little bit of Thai. When we hit the bonus, super chat bonus. Somebody else said do a kickflip. I don't know if I can do that, but what was the other idea? Or eat some, or show off some food that you might not have. And there's no poll. That's true. We should fix that. But I do want some input on people. I'm not doing the butterfly goal anymore, okay? It's not because I don't like the butterfly goal or I don't appreciate people putting a butterfly in my hair. It's that it just seems silly to be like, to make it a goal. But yeah, let's make that poll. Okay, so bonus content. Every day, whoa! Every day I do one topic for free, and I do one topic in the fun half, right? And if we can fund our way to the fun half, which is we're at 0 now, we're trying to get to 100 by the end of the stream. If we can find our way to fund the fun half, then I will stick around instead of turning into a pumpkin. I will stick around and I will cover more topics, right? One more topic if we get to 100, 2 more topics if we get to 200, etc., etc. You see how this works. So I give you 4 options, right? And the first option is Anna Kasparian goes after AOC. Anybody seen this one? It was mostly on Twitter. This mostly happened on Twitter. And look, like the thing that makes it kind of complicated is like AOC is in no way perfect, all right? And I do want people pushing AOC from the left. However, I don't think that what Anna's doing is pushing her from the left. I think what she's doing is she's like low-key taking out one of the better Democrats in the fucking caucus, right? And she doesn't fucking care. She's clout chasing is what she's doing, basically. And you got to understand, remember what Anna's new viewership, what her new audience is like, right? They are gooners. They are guys typing in her Twitter replies with one fucking hand. Because they are doing something nasty in their other hand, right? And then they got Mein Kampf right next to the computer too, right? That's who Anna is like broadcasting to these days, right? So of course they love it when Anna shits on AOC, and then you got people coming along being like, well, actually, yeah, I was disappointed in AOC too. And what's weird is the amount of smoke that somebody gets when they are, like somebody that disappointed you, like AOC. Versus somebody that you never really had any hopes for in the first place, right? You don't even notice them, but yeah, you do notice, and it makes you mad because like you feel like if you were part of, the Justice, Dims, the Squad, any of those, elections, if those were your districts, if you were even supportive of the candidate and kind of rode with them or knocked on doors for them or anything. Like, yeah, you have every right to feel burned. You have every right to feel burned. AOC is pursuing a strategy which does seem to be, in some ways, like, playing ball with the party establishment. And that must mean that she feels that she needs to do that. Some people think that she doesn't need to do that much. And, she should feel pressure from her left flank. But anyway, I don't think that Anna's going to give us anything, productive here. And I don't think Anna much cares, right? Here's the deal with AOC, okay? There was a bill, I'm trying to remember, right? There's a bill for, sending weaponry to Israel. AOC like she voted for something within the bill, and then she didn't vote for the bill herself. There was some kind of Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment or something that I think 5 of the Justice Dems voted for that AOC did not vote for. But my understanding is it did not end up mattering in terms of the outcome of the legislation, right? And like there's arguments there on either side. Anyway, so yeah, Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang. I don't know, maybe some people would have rather this be the main topic. Chat, one in chat if you feel that way. Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang. So yeah, I've gone over Professor Jiang at least a couple of times, and showed you kind of what people like the Cavernacle and Hasan think about him, and shown you some of his like worst moments, right? So some of the moments that I think people resonate with, and the reason that he's got some degree of a leftist presence in his audience, and then some stuff that is just like unexcusable, where he's basically doing Hitler apologia. He's basically, they've just left Hitler alone. Also, I gotta go check on something because I heard a sound, and it was not coming from inside the house. It was coming, I think, from Throne. So, all right, look at that. Somebody already contributed 15 towards the filter. Yeah, it's like a HEPA filter. It's $23 altogether. So I think we're $8 away from fully funding the filter. And you can go over to Throne if you want to do that, right? So like I said, the way that we make this the bonus half happen is we get to 100, right? Or beyond, right? Depending on how much bonus content people are hungry for, right? Again, it can scale up to as many as 4 topics, and believe me, I'm ready if that's where we're going. What if alt hiss type shit? Oh, Professor Jiang. Wait, let me see the person, if the person is anonymous or if the person is looks like, yeah, I don't see a name. So thank you, anonymous. Or it looks like the message is in Thai. Would you like to translate to English? Why, thank you. No, I just noticed the Thai on the item, but yeah. So we're at 15 out of 100 right now. If we get to 100 out of 100, I'll stick around to do one of these topics. If we get to 200, I'll do 2 topics, etc., etc. So what are the other topics, right? Oh yeah, I'm actually writing them into the poll as we speak. So yeah, Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang. I got one person is like, I would rather see Jiang than this Jake Tapper, Hasan Piker nonsense. It's more than just Jake Tapper. I swear to God, chat. You ever see the Network, right? This is the movie with Howard Beale, a news anchor that gets frustrated over something, and he gets all of America to yell, "I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore." Whoa. And I'm not going to take it anymore out of their window, right? So anyway, he is saying things that the powers that be, the corporations that own the network do not want him to be saying. They bring him into a big board meeting, and this great big, capitalist is like, "Mr. Beale, you have meddled with the forces of nature." That's what's going on right now. That's Hasan, right? They're like, "Listen, Hasan, this is fucking serious. Like, this is our game. We control it, and you're getting in the way of it. All right? So you better play ball, buddy, or else we're gonna fucking crush you. You got no chance. All right? You got no chance." But anyway, so yeah, that's what's going on with Hasan. And yeah, I'm kind of curious how many people would rather, see Medhi versus Professor Jiang. We also got Druski versus Erika Kirk. Did I leave this on here? I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I thought about God, there's so many different topics, chat, that we could go over. But I decided to leave this on for one more time, even though it's a little bit, it happened like last week, kind of. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. Druski did a cosplay of an epic cosplay of Erika Kirk, and it is uncanny how much he not just looks like Erika Kirk, how much he like embodies her like fashion sense and her style and her attitude. He is able to capture every fucking like that. I don't know where that came from. Druski, yeah, the primal forces of nature. Thank you. It's the primal forces of nature. Uzoops is reminding me. But yeah, we got that going on. Then we got Destiny Squeezed Dry. This is about the Pixie trial, okay? Do people know about the Pixie trial? This is, you know, this was the revelation a few years, or was it 2 years ago now? No, chat, I don't know. It seems like it's been forever ago, right? But the here, let me get this poll up, because there we go. Anna Kasparian goes after AOC, Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang, Druski as Erika, Kirk, and Destiny Squeezed Dry. Okay, as he should be. But anyway, there was a 17-year-old that Destiny was in contact with, and through some leaks of this person's messages, it was revealed that Destiny was sharing NSFW with this person. Now, not only was it NSFW, some of the NSFW came from videos Destiny had taken with himself and other people, including his orbiters, chat. In fact, mainly his orbiters. Like, the feeling that I get now, looking, I never really knew, nobody explained this to me going back in. People would refer to stuff like blue chips, and I didn't quite get it. I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? I'm not like savvy enough to understand like what calling somebody a blue chip means. But yeah, no, he was running a casting couch, right? That was, you know, how it went. If you're a woman and you want a your career to get, you know, some rocket you know, fuel boost to it, right? You know, Destiny is like, yeah, fine, you know. But you know, it seemed like there were a lot of these women that he was, you know, pursuing a relationship with. So, you know, it kind of feels like a Harvey Weinstein type deal. And one of those people realized that her nudes, or images of her, you know, in an intimate encounter with Destiny, unfortunately, had gotten leaked all over the internet, and is now suing Destiny. So apparently he is saying that I don't know how you run out of money. Apparently he's got like a $7,000 a month apartment. You know, there's all kinds of studio costs. Like, he really invested big right before this whole Pixie thing went down, right? He put down some major money, basically installing a studio in his house, turning his house into a hype house where people could stay over and do content with him. Like, more so, you know how Hasan will sometimes have Noah or Felix on stream with him, but they're just sitting on the chair next to him, right? Or maybe they're on the podcast, but this is as if Hasan filmed all over the house and like had people sleep over, you know, like all the time, and was like, hey, let's go talk to Carolyn Kwan. Let's go talk to, I mean, sometimes they're on, right, as guests, but he doesn't really, anyway. Destiny's kind of doing more of an influencer style, and he spent a lot of money to do that, and then he lost his freaking income. I have got to, okay, so I set the bonus content, right? The next thing I need to do is pop this out and thank some sponsors. It's time to thank our sponsors, all right? And the sponsors for the Corporation for Public Bitching is you yourselves, the viewers, right? And you can support me in a number of different ways, and all of which I appreciate, whether it's super chat, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, which I'm gonna have to put up another goal now at this point, because I think that two chatters just cleaned out that the air cleaner, the air purifier. So yeah, I'm gonna get that ordered. And I've never ordered anything from Lazada before. I've heard various things about that you got to be there like all day to receive it. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Maybe they can leave it with the like the front door or something. Like, but anyway, is the Israel tap off? Wait, what? Yeah, clean. Well, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna clear the air thanks to viewers like you. So anyway, if you can support me on Throne.com. Normally, I actually don't have anything on there at the moment because Chatter's already, it's already on its way basically, or on Patreon, or on Twitch, which you can do for free using a Twitch Prime sub. If you've got Prime, you can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account, and it'll give you a free what's called a Twitch Prime sub, which means that you don't have to pay for a sub. You just kind of get one, right? You get all the benefits, you get to rewind, and you get to use the emotes and everything that subs get, you get, but you pay nothing. And you actually put a little bit of money in my pocket. So thank you, fist bump. Look at that. Look at who loses out on that deal? A big evil corporation. And I bet you can guess which one. I bet if you do a little bit of deduction, you can guess where the money comes from, right? Because it doesn't come from you, and it goes to me, right? So who's losing out on this deal? It might be Jeff Bezos. I don't know, chat. I can't say. I can neither confirm nor deny whether that's true. But anyway, yeah, that's a cool way to support the stream, and it costs you nothing, right? Just like liking the stream on YouTube costs you nothing, and actually it does help me out a lot. So don't think that just because you are, struggling like most of America, that you can't help and contribute to the stream. There's a few ways you can do it for free even, and I do appreciate all the support, believe me. So yeah, you can also get yourself a sub. It does cost. Are the subs on sale still? There's a sale on subs, right? There was last time. I don't know if it's like a month-long thing or what the deal is, but yeah, I think they're 35% off. So what does that equate to? Like $4.50 or something like that? I don't know. There is a discount on the subs on Twitch if you want to get yourself one. It does cost more than a membership on YouTube, but maybe it gives you, you got the animated emotes. That's one thing that YouTube doesn't have yet, right? So their membership does have its benefits. And hey, if you watch on Twitch, it makes sense to be a sub. You could also possibly, even if you cannot possibly afford a sub, you could be given one. That's the other way you can get one for free. That don't beg for them, but like that can happen. That does happen, and it's a very generous thing for people to do. But if you want to be the beneficiary of that generosity, your best bet is to be active in the chat, because then somebody will notice you and they'll be like, hey, I'm going to send my gift sub that way. So that's how all of that works. I think I've explained it. Now I next need to see who I need to thank. There's a few people. Okay, so thank you to, yeah, it looks like Anonymous. Anonymous has, finished up, completely funded the rest of the air purifier. So there's a little tag team in there. It looks like two chatters got in there on Throne, and now I've got an air purifier coming to me, which, I could not get my, a lot of people, they get them, like, if you get an apartment, right, because of where we live, sometimes it'll come with an air purifier because you low-key need one, right? Just the same way as, like, my apartment came with, like a toaster oven. I got a toaster oven. I got some dishes. These books back here, although I think the books come from the library for the building. But yeah, you know how you sort of, stuff comes with your apartment. Sometimes people include an air filter because it's really nice. Not my landlord, sadly. And even though I was like, you got any advice for the smoky season? He's like, yeah, stay inside. Don't breathe the air. I'm like, God damn it. But anyway, chat has got my back. Nonetheless, even if my landlord does not have my back on this one, and thank you, I greatly appreciate that. We're at 20. No, we're at 33. Let me. So I've got somebody else to thank, don't I? Yes, it's Davi. Davi, I have ignored you too long. Let's this browser going. But yeah, it's so weird. I don't even know. Like I'm getting like all these, like I haven't been feeling great. I don't know how much of it is from the smoke. I have been trying to stay inside and wear an N95 as much as I possibly can, but it is, I don't know. I get like nauseous randomly and like, ugh. And then sometimes I'll wake up and just start like dripping with and just like, and you got to sit there and like blow your nose for like, I don't know, 5-7 minutes to be able to breathe again. But yeah, it seems like allergies, that part at least. I kind of know what it is. The nausea, I don't fucking know. It's a little, it's not great. Anyway, what do we got here? Okay, there we go. That is there. And Davi Cliff with the super chat. Wow, Professor Jiang predicted something. Every credible geopolitical and military analysis. So, Davi, low-key, I think that Professor Jiang is like a military head. Like, right? I feel like he just watches like the content, like lines on a map, like channels like, you know what I'm talking about? Like those kind of YouTube channels where they're like, let's take you into what's going on in Ukraine this year. So the Russian, campaign to try to like it's to try to take more land, and the Donetsk has mostly failed, and they'll go in and sort of analyze wars, geopolitics, rumors of wars. They're always talking about like, what if the Chinese try to invade Taiwan? Here's how that scenario would go, right? And you've got ones that are like, China simps, that are US simps, right? There's all kinds of people making that content out. But I feel like Jiang is an unk, right? He's just an unk that listens to this stuff. He's interested in it. He's read some, great books. He appreciates the humanity. I'm not sure how great his interpretation. I actually have, that's the one part of his content. Apparently, chat, his favorite thing is like Milton, Dante, the great works, right? That's what Jiang is. That's what his degree is in. It's an undergrad in literature from Yale, not anything, not anything in, geopolitics or even politics. And yeah. And the other, yeah, so he seems like a guy that just like watches shit, and like a lot of what you're getting isn't like him, predicting and using game theory to predict, right? It's just him kind of parroting back what he hears online. And like I hear some of the same shit. Yeah, he went to Yale, yeah. He takes I think he takes pleasure secretly storing away money. Oh wait, in different accounts. Oh, Destiny? The guy has got money. Well, yeah, so he's got money, maybe, like, right, still, because he has made a lot of money, but he's, let's just put it this way, he is living maybe beyond his means at the moment. Destiny is so cheap, he made, and thank you for the super chat, Davi, by the way. We're at 33 right now. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around for an extra topic. What topic is winning, I wonder? Oh, Destiny squeezed dry. Wow, people enjoy watching Destiny suffer. Second place, we got 14 votes so far. So get your votes in, chat. Whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Twitch, get your votes in. I want to know what you think. Make your voice heard over on youtube.com/nocommentchick. If anybody's looking for the channel, you got to go to YouTube to vote. Sorry, Twitch people, but until Twitch institutes or makes better polls that don't like close after 10 minutes, I'm gonna have to, it's gonna have to be like the YouTube. The polls are gonna have to be on YouTube. We tried it on Twitch and YouTube, and it just was too messy. So the polls are there right now. Place your vote. While you're over there, make sure to leave a like, because I appreciate that greatly. A lot of you have been liking. I didn't notice, chat. My last video on Ethan Klein, right? Or the last stream, it was on Kaya's Corner's takedown, the presentation of the satisfying downfall of one Ethan Klein, right? And it got normal numbers, right? Just the same kind of numbers that I've been getting. It's not really any worse. It's not any better. But like after the fact, chat, I started getting like just this weird torrent of views that I didn't expect. Because here's the deal. It is a 13-hour video. Why is it a 13-hour video? Because it's not just a stream. It's not just me reacting to Ethan's. It's not just me reacting to Ethan. See this video right here, chat. This is the one I'm talking about, right? This video got a lot of likes. Maybe it's because you left so many likes, right? So it got into the algorithm, and then the H3 fans started finding it, and they crashed out. And they're like, you spent 13 hours talking about Ethan Klein. Talk about Ethan derangement syndrome. Talk about snarker. They're like snarker alert. They're over there right now, chat. If any of you like to argue with H3 fans, they're over there right now, like complaining about the length of the stream and a bunch of other things. But yeah, no, this stream. It is a very small amount that's actually like the Ethan's or the Kaya's basement video, right? Most of the video is like me going over President Sunday versus Alec Gunter, and then me trying to figure out the biggest part of the stream, chat, me trying to figure out Persona 2 and how to actually play it on stream. Zyrtec is the only OTC med that helps my allergies. Yeah, I might have to take something like that. I don't know. Hopefully this filter helps that chat. Thank you to those of you who helped fund it. I do appreciate it. I just found, this is what my friend who, works as an English teacher here. She's got a, she said this is the air filter that she got, and it seemed cheaper than some of the other ones I was looking at. It was anywhere from like $90 to $300, and I don't know what it does that's like so much better. But anyway, yeah, this was the video, right? The Ethan Kaya's Corner dog walks Ethan Klein or whatever I called it, right? And the H3 fans, they're in the comments and they're coping. So go over there and say hi in a nice way to them if you want to, right? But yeah, thank you everybody for liking that video, because I think you actually got it. Like, and I wasn't even trying chat. I have not been like, look, I've been feeling like shit. I have not been streaming as much. I have not been like working as hard as I want to be. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but I am just like needing like massive amounts of rest, it seems. And then I feel, good for a day, and then I do an extra long stream, and then I feel shitty again. But Allegra and Flonase, yeah. The thumbnail is hilarious. Well, apparently, I don't know. I don't think they thought so. Did Ethan just give all his fans a show to co-host with their ad guy, Tom? His fan shows? All of his fans shows to co-host? Oh, wait, I'm not sure about that, girl on Friday, Tuesday. They've given After Dark, like, used to be a version of the H3 podcast. I don't know what the deal was with it. But he gave, I think, the After Dark show to the Epic Mealtime guy, the Bacon guy, and Girl with a Microphone, right? So and like sometimes it does numbers that like rival Ethan's show, which is really crashing. Thailand is the medical tourism capital. I don't know why you don't get seen by somebody to make sure. Oh God, I don't have some mosquito-borne illness. Yeah. What I need to do is get insurance. Maybe I can put that on Throne, like, right? Because like the whole thing is I don't want to, go in and be like, get the some insane rate, because like the first thing I do is like, get a diagnosis of, but I don't have a mosquito, borne illness. I just have like, I don't know. I should get seen about the nausea. Not working hard, then does 12-hour streams. Yeah. So anyway, that's what we got going on today. I think I went over all of it. Yeah, Destiny. So he's squeezed dry, right? Because he's getting sued by Pixies, having to pay for lawyers. And apparently he's not making any money from YouTube. I think he got that, like, cut off. But you're right. It's I also need to have, like, time to see a doctor. Chat, honestly, for the last couple of years, I've been burning it on both ends. And, like, you can do that for a while, but you pay for it, right? I just was not taking care of myself, because I was kind of like, what I really got to take care of is the stream, right? The stream was all that was holding it up for me. And I just like put everything into streaming. And I guess there's only so long you could do that. You gotta do it in a sustainable kind of way. So yeah, you're right. Woody Black, not working hard, does 12-hour streams. Yeah, 12-hour streams is not something I'm trying to do. We're trying to keep it to 6 hours, because that seems sustainable. Do not take Vietnam War era malaria meds. They give you the worst nightmares. Wait, what? Do they have those here? I don't think I have malaria, for the record, right? I have a queasy stomach, and I am like I have trouble like with my sleep, like not sleeping enough, or not getting to bed on time, or like I don't know, like it's shit like that, right? Average H3 fan is probably 30s by now. But anyway, so these are the options that we got for bonus content, right? Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat, whether it's super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, or you support me on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, you can let me know in the chat which one of these topics you want to see, and I will be happy to put your money. I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. I'm trying to remember what they give you for the old, is it quinones or something, Davi? the old malaria remedy that Davi's talking about? I feel like I've heard of that. Anyway, but you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I will put your donation towards the topic of your choice, right? Oh yeah, chat, we did a gaming stream. Davi, did you know that? All the gaming frogs, did you know that? We did a gaming stream. It was that Kaya stream. So look at what I'm doing right now, all right? Since I did one day of gaming, this goes down to 304, meaning I only owe you 3 video game streams now, right? So, but yeah, when you donate, you can support one of these topics, right? Anna Kasparian goes after AOC, Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang, Druski versus, as Erika Kirk, and the right-wing backlash to that. Most of what we got is right-wingers just being out of sorts on the fact that, oh my gosh, he did whiteface, or like, you know, I can't believe you'd make fun of a grieving widow. Yeah, grieving widow, right? And then Destiny squeezed dry. These are your options, right? You can also say Vox Populi, which is, you know, it's a way of saying, hey, look, I am supporting whatever chat is voting for. So when you build up Vox Populi, it makes the donos count less for other things. That's what it does. It makes the vote count more. It makes the donos count less. So if that's your intention, you can say Vox Populi. And if your intention is to encourage me to play more games, which we're doing every Friday, chat, just so everybody knows, Gaming Frogs out there, you want to know when the gaming streams are going to be? They're going to be on Friday. I'm going to try to do short topics on Friday, and then bonus content, and then gaming, right? And it won't be a 13-hour stream, okay? We're not going to do anything crazy like that. But yeah, it'll be Saturday for me, Friday for you. That seems like the best time to do it, and it worked out nicely last time, and I actually got some good progress. We're all the way to the Velvet Room in the mall. We've ordered the banana ramen, which is the secret code for like, hey, spy lady, I want weapons. Because in Persona 2, you can start a rumor and it becomes reality. And if that rumor is that the ramen lady, if you order something weird, will give you weapons, then that is what happens, right? You start a rumor becomes reality. That's one of the, you know, the game mechanics that we're working with so far in Persona 2, and it's been a lot of fun. I forgot how much I enjoyed that game, despite the fact that, yeah, chat, because of people that helped me out in chat, like, I didn't use the Persona. So what I'd played before was a PSP version. In other words, a remake of a game from the 90s is what I played that had maybe a few, I don't know, it seems like they had some quality of life adjustments, maybe. You know, it's like a newer version of the game. And yeah, some of the stuff in the game actually changes. I've read about it now. It's slightly a different story, right? It's slightly a different game from the old version of the PSP. People in chat actually directed me towards the, by accident, towards the original game, right? So we're playing a version of the game that I've never played before. And it's a little bit annoying that you gotta walk. In Persona, in the second sequel, you got an option to run instead of walking. It can be a little less slow. But yeah, it's an old JRPG, right? With, you know, the whole, you know, grinding. And just so you know, in case you're wondering, I'm going to try to keep most of the grinding off stream. I don't think chat is that interested in me fighting the same monsters like 300 times for tarot cards or whatever, right? I'll keep the boring parts off stream. I'll keep the story parts on stream. And that's going to be every Friday, just so you know. Gaming Frogs, that's the place to be. That's where you can finally get your gaming. Because, yeah, we built up this 400 on gaming, and I just did not do streams because I didn't have time for them. But I couldn't figure out how to make it work. But, yeah, I think this is the way to make it work. I think, and, yeah, I'll try to put out a cut of that, like, where it's just the Persona 2, like, on the gaming stream. It'd be nice to have at least one full playthrough of something on the gaming channel, right? It would make sense, because then, you know, somebody's got something to, you know, click on the next one for. Very, very good reason to click on the next one. But anyway, that's what we're doing today. If we get to 100, I'll cover one of these topics. If we get to 200, I'll cover the top 2. Make sure to vote. Make sure to like the stream. And if you donate, you can let me know in the chat. Chat, we still haven't decided. What are we going to substitute? What are we going to substitute for the butterfly goal, right? The butterfly is just going to be, it's just going to be on my head from now on, all right? We're not holding the butterfly back behind a paywall of any kind, okay? But that means that I got to do something else Okay, I don't know, chat. See, I hope this isn't like, I don't want this to like be insulting to you, but I know that some people like to watch their streamer eat a spicy food. And chat, look at what we got today. That is chili paste, right? I got chili paste, I got vegetables, and I'm not afraid to use them. Should we do like a spicy challenge? Irene eats... Anybody got opinions? Oh my god, that rice smells really good. I am hungry. Huh. Wait, we don't see you right now? Oh yeah, because I was talking behind the thumbnail about the previous stream. But yeah, I'm gonna try to cut that out so it's easier for people to catch up with, because that's the whole thing. And the other thing that makes me really worry about video game streams and doing especially a JRPG, a story-based video game, is that you gotta like, I'm concerned that it might be hard to like, if you come in the middle of it, you're just like, what the fuck is happening, right? We're ordering banana ramen from a restaurant and we're getting weapons? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, you come in and it's just like the mass circle. What are you, the Power Rangers now? Why are you kids? Why do you have Power Ranger masks on, right? It'll be confusing. People won't who's the guy? Does this guy know the other guy? Does this Nyarlathotep Cube or whatever his name is? Does this guy know the Philemon guy? Do these guys know each other, chat? That's the question I'm asking myself. Does this guy know the other guy? All right, that's the ultimate question for like a what the fuck is going on in this kind of situation. And I don't want it to be a what the fuck is going on kind of situation, right? So that's why I'm gonna try to make it, you know, if somebody, you know, wants to see from the beginning, I'll put that on the gaming channel. And maybe, you know, here's what I could do too, chat. When I do those grinding streams, it'll be at odd hours, or maybe not for you, maybe it'll be at normal hours. Did I miss Anna's TYT video about AOC? Whoa, I saw that. Crevelo $50. I saw Hassan defending AOC. I did not see Anna's TYT video. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that she made one. Banana Ramen. It sounds like a band. Banana Ramen only fuck and set me free. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know, but that's the whole thing. I mean, like, it's like an urban legend, right? The game's all about urban legends, right? You're in a world where starting an urban legend, if it is the legend that people hear, if you can spread the rumor and people believe, oh yeah, that old lady kind of does look like a spy, I believe that she probably does sell weapons, right? Then it happens, including if somebody makes something up about you, like that you did something bad that you didn't do, chat. Can you imagine that? That sounds like a trope for a comic book or something, doesn't it? Right? Somebody starts a rumor that you did XYZ, and what does that do? Well, if it makes it true, chat, that makes a separate you. It would be another version of yourself doing this fuck shit, and then people being like, hey, why did you do that fuck shit? I thought you were good. I thought you were nice. Why are you doing fuck shit? Right? It's not my fault. It was my shadow. Actually, you should have noticed that she had yellow eyes, not unlike mine. Mine are clearly green. All right. So yeah, that's what's going on in that game. But anyway, we'll get back to that next Friday. Right now, it is Monday, and we got to jump into this, chat. The last, I guess this is the last stream of the year, last stream before April Fools. I wonder if anything funny will happen on April Fools, chat. I'm curious. It was a bonus segment, but it was uploaded on the TYT channel. I mean, if we end up picking that, we'll take a look at that. That's in the bonus. That's in the bonus poll right up here, right? So it's on the menu. You can vote for it. It's on the menu. If we end up covering that, yeah, I'll cover the Hassan thing, and I guess I'll cover the TYT video too, right? You know, this all started on Twitter. This is all about Twitter. You know, AOC, basically Anna kind of clout chasing AOC is what it is. Anna spots a weakness and she makes her move. Like, And it's crazy too, because like, you know, if your problem with AOC is she's not like left enough, is Anna Kasparian your girl? Maybe not. Maybe, unless you just got a very limited, you know, focus on in terms of topics. Unless you literally only care about the few things that Anna's actually good on, right? It doesn't make sense. Words do have power. Elmo is building the Hyperloop in my town. I spent so much time researching the stupid Hyperloops. Oh yeah, it's a scam, absolutely. I think I attracted the Hyperloop towards me, damn. The rumor thing is pretty much how the Fate series works. Wait, like what is that Fate Night Stay? That stuff? I've heard people talk about this series. I've never played the Fate series, right? Isn't this a Davi, is it a video game first and a anime second, or is it the other way around? Red Scare pod type I mean, that honestly, that is somebody that Anna might get along with, right? I don't know, though. I have a feeling it'd be like a Jillian Michaels situation. Remember Jillian Michaels and Anna? Like all they had to have is one thing that they really disagreed on, and it was, you know, it turned into trial by combat. And Jillian Michaels lost. Really agree with Hassan's take on the AOC is bad. How he has bad comms, yeah. And is a pushover, yeah. Tomorrow is also a pink moon. Yeah, I noticed that last night was almost a full moon, so tonight is gonna legit be the full moon. And I didn't know it was a pink. I don't know what color it'll be here, chat. The sky is smoky, right? It's not as bad as it was a few days ago. There's a few days ago where it's just like a haze of fucking smoke, just crawling like a crawling chaos, you know, sort of situation, you know, going on outside. But no, it's you know, it's just kind of hazy, like you can see it in the distance, or you can't see like mountains, you know, for instance, or disappear because of the haze. But yeah, it was really bad a few days ago. But anyway, I still need ideas, chat. Anybody got ideas? What could I do? Now, I don't want to do anything that's like bad for my health, so I'm not gonna like drink. Like, you can't be like pound a fifth of Jack. Okay, that's not gonna happen. You wouldn't like the results if it did happen. I would probably just fall asleep at the chair if I did anything like that. But yeah, or like, you know, excess amounts of caffeine. We can't really do that. Did I hear the news about Miss Thailand? No. Fate is a visual. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like Steins Gate. The way that Steins Gate started as a visual novel, right? And then what was it? Steins Gate visual novel, which was a, you know, it is a like video game technically, I suppose. And then the anime, which is different, I think, than the anime is almost like a different. You can almost think of it as a different universe. I mean, everything's like there's multiple animes, right, of Steins Gate, and they are kind of in different, I guess, timelines. That's probably how I'd explain it. A visual novel that had to add NSFW to market it. This is the thing people don't understand about Japanese, or like you know, certain Japanese media, right? Then it became an anime where NSFW was removed, but then they added an epic CGI dragon. I mean, that's worth it. Wait, works for tipster? Wait, what works for tipster? Tipster gets high for donos or drinks for? Oh, that's not right. I don't think you're allowed to do that. We get high. Is that what? See, I can't do it as I can't do it as a goal. Right, I'm pretty sure most platforms, like, even if they don't crack down on you for, you know, doing it, like, I think it's generally against terms of service. I mean, caffeine they'd allow, or water, or cinnamon, spoonfuls of cinnamon or something, you know what I mean? I'm sure they'd allow stuff like that. Takis. So that's why I think a spicy, make Irene eat spicy food? Is that appealing to anyone? Is that in anyone's wheelhouse? Let's see what we can do here. Okay, and then we'll get into the topic, because we gotta get it, like this whole Hassan Jake Tapper thing. Yeah, we're almost 2 hours into the stream. All right, what do we got here? AOC now winning by 3 points over Destiny Squeezed Dry. Oh, look at that. Tied with Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang. Druski. See, I thought so, Chad. I thought maybe I should leave Druski off. I thought it'd been a few days. And that maybe she's a beautiful lady, but her teeth fell out while she was on stage of Miss Universe. If she plays it right, she can probably get a brand deal from a dentist practice forever in Thailand. Yeah, there are a lot of dental practices in Thailand, and from what I've heard, some really good ones. You know, Thailand has pretty good medical care, especially if you can pay for it, right? But even even the medical care that they do have, it's like way more affordable than in the US. And really what I need to do is just get on find like an expat. Wait, somebody sent me I think I've seen a few. I just need to find out what the good like insurance to get on is, where like I can go and I don't know. If it could take some money off of my glasses too, that would be awesome. I don't know if it'll do that. Anyway, chat. Yeah, AOC and Medhi Hasan tied for first. Now, Destiny Squeezed Dry in second, or it's third. And then Druski as Erika Kirk in fourth place. 29 votes have been counted. Get your vote in if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream. Seriously, like it early, like it often. Not like it often. Like it early, like it once. Because that'll actually bring in more people. And we could use all the help we can get today because I started super late. But anyway, chat, we got to get on to the topic. What am I trying to do? Oh, yeah. Spicy goal. Spicy... We're going to try something new today, chat. I'll see how it works, all right? You got 2 hours. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to make Irene eat spicy food. And in case you don't believe me that I'm talking about some spicy food, let me just give you an idea of what we're dealing with here, chat. This is a full jar of chili paste, right? Of spicy red and vegan chili paste, right? It's kind of hard to come by in Thailand. A lot of times this stuff has fish sauce or something in it, but I was able to find a J alternative. Anyway, we're gonna try this, chat. Make Irene eat spicy food. I showed you the spicy food. I got vegetables. I got these. What is this? A little bit of sausage and a big pile of rice to eat it with. So I have something to make my mouth unspicy, right? I'll dip the vegetables into the spicy, into the chili sauce. That's the spicy part. And then if I need it, I can chill it out with like all this rice. So anyway. There we go. Start goal. Oh, am I still so dehydrated? Okay, so that's our bonus goal for today, chat. So you understand the change that's gone on? The butterfly stays, okay? I might in the future do goals for like extra small butterflies to also go in my hair, but we're just gonna do the butterfly from now on because I need to wear the butterfly. All right, and now the goal that we're trying, right? We could try something different, but again, the rules are it doesn't hurt me. It's not me doing like some kind of self-harm on stream. So it's not gonna be alcohol or any inebriating substance. It's not gonna be caffeine. Either because I get enough caffeine as it is. We don't want a repetition of what happened in Vietnam, right, when I got on that crazy Vietnamese coffee. So yeah, it's gonna be spicy food. That's what we're gonna do. Anyway, chat, we're good. Let's get into. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Since we're near the beginning of the stream, let's do those now. So shouts out go to Neopergos, JMB, Rian, Emily French, Big Al, Direful, Joel Siverud, Sarah, Izymandias, Stephen Sayers, Animus, Infallible Fowl, Oral Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noip, Bunky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gavi, Jules K, Crystal Saphira, and Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out for Rachel K, Omega Star, and for Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I believe it's time to get into this content. There's actually a lot of this Hasan stuff going on. I mean, believe it or not, you'll probably believe it, right? But because this has been happening ever since the Cuba trip, chat, which was like, I think a week ago. I think a week ago is when Hasan went on the Cuba trip. And ever since then, it's been, people have been going after him. It's been it's been intensifying, I would say. Oh God, Medhi Hasan did a Bill Maher video. Nice. Oh my God. But anyway, yeah, so there's been various, like, you know, takedown attempts, I guess, on Hasan since last week when this happened. And, you know, it's just kind of traded, it has come to a point, it's come to like kind of an inflection point where now we got Jake Tapper, like Jake Tapper is interviewing, let's just put it this way, chat. Jake Tapper is auditioning for the new owners of CNN, right? He's showing that he can, you know, go in and take down somebody that's problematic. So yeah, I guess we'll start with this Elisa Slotkin video.
But anyway, let's hear what
we got. Elisa Slotkin, we got Jake Tapper. Donnie O'Sullivan actually posted a cut up of Jake Tapper's segment against Hasan, along with his video interviewing, his very sympathetic interview for Hasan. So I don't know what's going on there. Donnie's kind of like playing it neutral, I guess. Let's switch over and see what, oh yeah, so this is gonna be Hasan reacting to a Blakely. Anybody, one in chat if you know who Blakely is. Anybody know I Am Blakely? YouTube account called I Am Blakely.
Elisa Slotkin had to say about inadequacies within the Democratic Party's approach to creating a bigger tent on the premier Islamophobic show, Bill Maher.
Messaging, that's not going to be ever something that I'm going to defend. That's part of the problem and why we lost the last election. We can have a whole autopsy about that.
If we want to discuss what went bad in the last election, we can have a whole autopsy about that. There was. The Democratic Party.
They wanted to do the autopsy when they thought that what they'd find is that the pathology or the etiology of the pathology that killed the Democrats' chances in 2024 was too much wokeness, too far to the left, too supportive of trans people, right? They were gung-ho about it when that was the but when they got a look at that body chat, it turns out the etiology was Gaza all the way. Like, just, and that's why, you know, it's just like the Trump thing, right? We're gonna look at the Epstein files. We're gonna see what's in there. Oh, is it gonna be uncomfortable for Bill Clinton? Well, that's too bad, because Donald Trump is ready for the truth. Maybe you can't handle the truth, right? And they get ready to bring it out, and he's like, do not bring that forward, and be like, no, nothing to see here, right? It's the same kind of shit with the Democrats. Oh yeah, let's take a look at the autopsy. Oh shit, the autopsy's bad for us? Never mind, we don't need an autopsy. Things are going so much greater since Trump shit the bed. Since Trump has fucked up his own chances, everything's fucking rosy, and we don't even need to worry about our mistakes in the past, right?
They really are such bad fucking liars that like they think that if they just throw a Midwestern accent on someone and they say shit every once in a while, that that's going to make them relatable or make us all forget that there was indeed, in fact, actually an autopsy that you could have had a conversation about, but you chose to hide it.
They buried it. They buried it.
Actually don't really want to have a conversation about what went wrong in the last election.
Okay, so Karina's saying Hasan did his rebuttal on CNN's the issue is the show where Steffi Miller debates right-wing blondes like Tommy Lauren. Hey, so is that does anybody know, is that full thing up? I've seen bits and pieces of it, right? I've seen there's a vertical on Hasan's channel of his conversation on CNN. Yeah, he went on CNN. He ended the stream early last night to go on CNN. And I guess give his take. What I saw him talking about was Cuba, right? I mean, obviously they've criticized him over more than just Cuba. But maybe we can find the entirety of the so there's the Jake Tapper hit piece, and then there's the there's also a lot of sniping at him from like Fox News. Yeah, Fox News is talking about Hasan a lot lately.
Why you lost.
For me, what is important going forward, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, is like the American people, they're telling us something. They want something different out of their government. They want some alpha energy from their leaders. And they certainly, whether you agree with them or not, are getting that from some of the Republicans. And my plea to my own party is like, can we have a little bit more alpha energy?
See,
yeah, but
look, now if you mean by alpha energy, be more like, I don't know, Matt Walsh, be more like, who do they think is alpha? Be more like Sneeko? I don't know what she's fucking saying, right? Who's alpha? What do you think is alpha? I mean, you are ceding the, cultural battle to the Republicans here, saying, look, we got to do what they do, like, right? They're winning and we're not winning, so we got to be like them. But my fear is this, what they don't like is they don't like the actual alpha dog, right? If we really just take what the Republicans are doing and we kind of like...
At DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. Howard being woke shed 15 million voters. I believe Gaza was one of the primary point of discuss. But it also can't be forgotten they puppeteered a corpse for almost 4
God,
years.
yeah. He's got hairy legs, though, Davy. Don't you understand? He eats ice cream double-fisted, right? How can you be against somebody who's so damn relatable? I mean, people say that Joe Biden is boring. People say that Joe Biden is mac and cheese. But what if the American people really like mac and cheese? What if they can't get enough of mac and cheese? And you come here with your Bernie Sanders and all this... When they just want some comfort food, Jack. Having a stack of podcasters reacting is kind of distracting. Wait, what? Yeah. I'll agree with you on principle. I'll agree with you on principle for that. And generally, it's something I try to avoid. I don't think that this is going to strain your, intellectual capacity to lock in, though, since it's really just me watching Hasan watch Blakely. Really, the Blakely thing is a video. I mean, I got that it's like a little TikTok react and stuff, so it feels like a react, but yeah, it's not Blakely doing a react. I think it's Blakely putting together a prepared video.
But God forbid you got a fucking Twitch streamer who does.
But oh my God, Karina, when you say that, like, it makes me think of the days when I was watching Kevin Logan watch me debate. Wait, I'm trying to remember how deep the rabbit hole went, right? Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you've ever watched any commentary content, but sometimes the stack gets deep. So be ready for that. But yeah, also, I get that the screen gets messy. Right, I'm not Chud Logic. I don't know if that, like, have to. Who needs to hear this? But I'm not actually Chud Logic. I am a different person. But yeah, exactly. The corpse that got puppeteered for almost 4 years. I mean, that being said, I do think I think Trump's like own mental incompetence is kind of like underrated, but yeah, Biden, Biden was sold as the safe option in the same way that Hillary was the safe option. And while Biden, yeah, in the wake of Trump fucking everything up, during COVID and like threatening to shoot protesters in the knee, in the wake of that, Biden looked pretty good. But yeah, no, it's not enough to overcome the memory hole that apparently develops after 4 years.
Have a popular base in this demographic who presents himself.
Yeah, okay, so good point. Davi says, I'm sorry, but Biden is objectively alpha. Yeah, he's too old not to be this this archetype. Objectively alpha and not woke, and he got washed. Wait, what is going on? I'm not seeing some chats for some reason.
Self in a vulgar way. God fucking forbid. Yeah, I'm vulgar. I'm uncompromising. It turns out it's also popular, but now you're using that in the same exact way that these guys also yelled at Joe Rogan.
Punch and believe in what we believe in and show people that we give a shit and be simple about addressing the needs that they care about the most. And that has been a struggle, and I'm here to be a part of that change.
They're looking for alpha energy, huh? Well, what's this? What's this? Why are you guys trying to run him out of town? Alyssa Slotkin says she wants to be a part of that change. And so naturally, she put out a statement with other hack Democratic corporatist pro-Israel shills to condemn Abdul al-Sayed, who's running in Michigan for the Senate, for doing a rally with Hasan Piker.
Also, Abdul al-Sayed is that guy as well. I mean, the dude can bench press 3 plates, man. Come on, dude. What Republican is capable of doing that? And you're out here fucking criticizing him because all of this like back and forth is not actually about like trying to figure out who is perfect for the aesthetic and what kind of policies are capable. RFK Jr. Bitch, RFK Jr. can't do 3 plates. He would perish. What are you talking about? RFK has entered the chat. No, it's just all, they don't actually want to identify why they've lost a lot of their base. Okay. They just want a Joe Rogan that they can control. They want not even the Podjons. I would say in the past, I would say like, oh, they want like a Podjon that can bench press, but that's not even what they want because the Podjons are also a little bit more progressive than they like. They want a totally manufactured content creator that is endlessly controllable. Always have to go back to this. You were the only one competing versus the right. Yeah. Like there's a reason. There's a reason why I was the only person on this list, and these guys are botted anyway, but I was the only person on this list who's not a fucking right-wing shithead, dude. Dan Bongino, Steven Crowder, totally fake. It's Rumble, but it doesn't matter, right? Regardless, I'm at 3rd slot by myself. And what were the centrist pro-Israel Democrats doing leading up to the election night? This is when I got blacklisted too. And in spite of getting
Destiny
blacklisted
on there?
by Twitch because of all that pressure on election night, I still had 314,000 live concurrent viewers. Okay? Patrick Bet David.
No, Destiny does not even show up. Look at that chat. Tim Pool beat out Destiny. That's crazy. I remember him being bigger.
Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, Asmongold, Charlie Kirk again. I don't know why he's Charlie Kirk twice. Tucker Carlson, Tim Pool.
Charlie Kirk twice. YouTube and Rumble, I guess. Wait, so oh no, that's sick, chat. Do you know what that means? That means that you got to take these numbers. That's Patrick Bet David. How the fuck is Patrick Bet David in like 4th position? Steven Crowder. Okay, yeah, this is bad. Asmongold. Wait, is that really Asmongold? And then wait. So where's the other? You got Charlie Kirk and wait, where's the other Charlie Kirk? I can't tell. Patrick Bet David. I guess that's Charlie Kirk on the YouTube number. So really, this number, the Charlie Kirk number, it should look like 4th. Yeah, Charlie Kirk should be in 3rd place, right? If they have 2 Charlie Kirks, that's because he was dual streaming, and they didn't add up his numbers. Although to be real, comparing kick numbers to Rumble numbers, to YouTube numbers, to Twitch numbers, it's apples and oranges, right? These are very different numbers. I would say that the Twitch numbers, you probably, anyway, this is just a little meta thing, but, Twitch viewers tend to watch for longer. So those views are considered to count for more than like YouTube views. YouTube, in second place. But when you get to like Kick and Rumble, you just got a lot of bots. And so you don't really know. So anyway, I'm not telling you like not to worry about this. I'm not telling you that what Hasan is concerned about is not concerning. And yeah, like lasering somebody off the front page on Twitch during or basically they kind of hit him during the election, right? It makes it even worse, right? But just do understand, especially with these Rumble numbers, they're not solid. They're not solid. There's a lot of botting that goes on there. Still, that's way too much. Look at this. One left-winger, right? Top 10 people, one left-winger. So even if Hasan is the top, right? Even if we cut, we cut like half off of Asmongold, say he's at, 275,000, cut half off of Crowder, say that he's 230,000. Hasan might be, number one if you knock out the bullshit Rumble numbers, but he's still the one lefty on the list, right? And so it's not good. It's really not good.
Do you understand? I was Rumble and YouTube. Double Kirked up. Like, these guys...
It's really hard to tell, Karina, if the biting glazing is sarcastic or not. I legitimately can't tell.
Be thanking their lucky stars that I'm an endlessly stubborn motherfucker who's just not gonna,
where's Midas Touch's ranking on that list? So they do a live stream. Yeah, I wonder why they're not considered streamers. Top streamers. Maybe because it's a company rather than, it is mostly, though, like Ben Mycelis is kind of the face of the company. So, yeah, I guess if you put Midas Touch on there, it would probably blow everyone else out of the water. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the distinction... Like, you got a YouTuber that live streams versus...
Vicliff super chatted $9.99. I completely disagree. Patrick Bet David is objectively the best of the right wingers. He is the physically embodiment of Iranian American UNC.
He's definitely unpilled. Thank you for the super chat, Davy. The best right winger. God, that's a hard call to make, isn't it? Reading an article earlier, maybe this was referring to, it said TBS a Lisa's Turning Point students info. Oh, like the campus org. Didn't really get through it though. But yeah, we're at 53 right now, so we're closing in on some bonus content here. I want to find there's a lot more interesting stuff I think than this. I want to give you kind of like the background of like what was happening. I'm not going to take us all the way back to the Cuba story. If you want to see my coverage of the shitstorm that Hasan found himself under after going to Cuba with this trip that, was just like literally bringing aid to people, bringing needed aid, spending needed money into the Cuban economy, right? And just got shit on by everybody. That is not the last stream, but the stream before. So you can go back and watch previous live stream for that. So I'm not going to go over that again, but I am starting us off on, kind of where we went from there, which is, all the centrist and, the suspects, right? Who was the guy on Twitter chat, the congressman on Twitter that recently took a shot at Hasan?
Who's just going to keep fighting.
But yeah, it kind of goes from there to the centrists. Third Way gets involved. The ADL is like, oh, it's a good time to attack Hasan. Don't mind if I do. Green Black comes in with the elbow from the top rope. And then Jake Tapper's like, we got to talk about this Hasan. He's trying to be the Charlie of like network news. This Hasan Piker situation is crazy.
For the things that I believe in an uncompromising manner, right? Like, I eat it from all of these other fucking dipshits on this lineup, right? All of these other reactionary right-wing dickheads on this fucking lineup on a daily fucking basis. And then I just have to sit there and eat it from the Democrats too. Holy shit. I just have to sit there and get
Whoa, what just happened?
Hate from centrist right-wing Democrats. Yeah, I mean, who wants an end to the foreign wars at Universal Hooker? Nobody. If there's anybody that deserves to be crushed, it's the Hasan Piker left, Kathy Young says. American flag, Ukraine flag, Israel flag in the bio.
Wait, where have I seen this account before?
These guys,
or am I just reacting to the flags?
Okay.
All right, there we go. Wait, I want to.
But yeah, a lot of people are.
I swear to God, I've seen this account. Chat, I've been on Twitter a little bit more recently than normally. It's terrible. Trans Day of Awareness for me is giant blocklist day, right? You want to know what to do on Trans Visibility Day? Go see somebody like Gavin Newsom, a major political figure, find their Trans Day of Visibility tweet, and just scroll down to the comments and look at them, okay? Do look at them, but almost every single comment you can block, right? I don't know how many of them are real people that are transphobic that just come out of the woodwork whenever, you know, they have the word, you know, like a trans on an alert or something like that, and how many of them are probably bots. Because when we think about what went on, chat, in the last, let me relate this to my family, okay? I came out to my family years ago. I wrote them a letter, and you know, hadn't been talking to them in a while, and I just let them know, you know, everything, and they actually handled it really fucking well. And you know, I hadn't talked to them in a few years. I was kind of nervous, right? I didn't know where they were at politically. They live in a very red area, and I was, you know, pleasantly surprised to find out that they fucking hate Trump. They hate MAGA. They hate Trump. And they're willing to stand up to the fucking neighborhood, you know, when it comes to shit like that, right? So they're not hogs, which is great. They're not like bigots, which is also great. And they still, you know, care about me, which is awesome, right? And this was before all of the Matt Walsh, Chris Rufo propaganda, which I think is what we just got hit with. To understand what's going on, right? Why is it that you wouldn't see, you know, the kind of transphobia that you see today? Why do you not see that? Like the Gavin Newsom's replies, for instance, right? On Trans Day of Visibility was just complete, just transphobia, right? I think the reason that you didn't used to see that is that there are transphobes out there. There's even probably some non-transphobes that are like, I don't know about this. I don't know. I saw a drag queen once that was behaving badly, and I think that's what trans people are like. You know, there's people with brainworms. There's even people that are just like nice to your face with brainworms. They wouldn't fucking say it, right? And the reason that they wouldn't say it is because nobody else was, they knew what would happen, right? You say, you know, you start having a go at somebody just because they're trans, and you're going to lose the room, right? And it's not that there weren't transphobes in the room, but the transphobes in the room were like low-key kind of afraid to speak up, right? So what you do is you come in with millions of fucking bots that are all saying the same thing: biological sex. They're like, you know, mental disorder. They just like the same fucking shit over and over again until these people feel like, hey, wait a minute, I'm not the only one who feels that way. They're seeing their brainworms reflected in what they think is other people, but are actually most likely bots paid for by Elon Musk, Chris Rufo, and whoever else is part of this fucking campaign. And now the Republicans have a useful scapegoat to be able to pull out any. Then you see this with Trump. Anytime he's getting cooked, right? He's like, you remember the previous president? He had men and women's sports. He couldn't figure out, you know, what a woman is, right? He'll just go back to that shit over and over again, and it's a very diminishing return at this point, right? But yeah, they've kind of, what has happened now, chat, is I feel like because of all the fake engagement, because of all the boosted transphobic engagement, people that aren't bigoted are the ones who feel afraid to speak up. They feel like, well, if I push this issue, I'm gonna get fucking killed, right? If right, so that, you know, that's kind of what's going on right now, right? And it's, think about how much people are like followers. And here's why I think it is, right? It's not that the average American out there hates trans people. The average American doesn't understand trans people. The average American doesn't know trans people. The average America has heard a variety of things about trans people and is not sure what to believe, right? And in the absence of any sort of, you know, certainty, people are followers. And if most people are like, yeah, trans rights are human rights, what, you know what, then they'll be like, yeah, that's right. You know, you do what, you know, you live how you want. But if most people are like, you know, if most people are treating like trans people like some kind of a social problem, then you get the bigots speaking up, and you get the good people who, you know, like they're not bigoted, but they're also not sure. They hear Matt Walsh say something, and they're like, "Is that true? Are trans women going into are trans women going into locker rooms and slinging their, you know, just immense you know, cocks around? Is that what trans women are about? Is this a bunch of a bunch of, like, you know, like, are they like, they don't know if they don't know that trans people are not like femboys with like immense dicks that revel in, like, you know, exhibiting them in women's only spaces. They don't know that that's not true, right? And so they're like, I don't know. Then they don't want to be like defending something when it turns out, well, actually they were slinging their dicks around, right? It's fucking crazy, chat. It's absolutely fucking crazy. And because of the lack of knowledge, the uncertainty, people will kind of just, they're looking for somebody else to take the lead. They're reading the room, and it's cowardly, and it's a disgusting, you know, aspect of human behavior. But that's really where we're at right now. Anyway, chat, I don't know how I got, how did I get started? Somebody brought up Trans Day of Visibility.
Reached out. A lot of people have reached out to be like, dude, do you feel all right? Like, people are really on your ass. Do you feel okay? Do you feel okay? I'm like, yeah, of course I feel okay. You want to know why? Because I've been eating this shit from both liberals and right-wing reactionary dickheads since October 8th, 2023. But back then, the overwhelming majority of Americans were either completely oblivious to the conditions on the ground for Palestinians, or they were super pro-Israel. And that environment has shifted now. So I don't feel lonely at all. These guys can keep chirping and calling the manager over and over again. But at the end of the day, the majority, the base of support is with us. We represent the moral center.
Damn, I didn't think I had to say don't dead name Caitlyn Jenner in here. Look, I hate Caitlyn Jenner too. That's not, transphobia against transphobes is not an effective tactic. Just like I shouldn't have to explain to Alec Gunter that homophobia against homophobes is not a good tactic, right? Racism against like black conservatives, also not a good thing. Just for anybody that needs to know, all right? If you don't know, that's fine. Hopefully you learned something here today. I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom. I am not a fan of Caitlyn Jenner, but yeah, let's not like be, you know, referring to trans people as their dead names or misgendering them. It's not actually.
At DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. Trans Attack wasn't ever that electorally successful. That was the largest ad campaign in 2022, and it didn't reach anywhere close to their predictions. Again, 2024 was a cost of living election.
Wait, was a cost of living election? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the big thing that was on people's mind. And it was the thing that Biden and Kamala, you know, they did, I guess, more than most Democrats, but they didn't realize it just wasn't enough. If people are still struggling, then yeah, they're gonna blame you for it, and you know, excuses be damned. And thank you for the super chat. But yeah, I just gotta be real clear about that. Like, we just got hit by a raid from Echoplex. Welcome, raiders. welcome streamer. Good to have you once again. You're joining us in the middle of covering some more Hasan drama. Have you had enough Hasan drama? I feel like I have. I have had enough Hasan drama, enough Ethan drama, enough of all of it. But yeah, the media at this point, Chad, it's the media. It's the dim establishment, right? That are, I think actually Hasan, when I was watching one of his segments this week, he would, I think a chatter was like, we're going to talk about you again. And he's like, yeah, chatter, I'm fucking tired of it too. But yeah, you know, anyway, understand he's an avatar. They're going after him, not because of, you know, his platform is the only thing that they stand against, but because it represents the thing that is killing them, right? New media, you know, along with a very anti third way attitude towards politics, right? The institution that's been in charge of the Democratic Party since they lost to Reagan, chat, the third way, the DLC, like all these, you know, the Clintons and the Obamas, right? They can see the party slipping away from them. And it's not that it's slipping away to Hasan Piker. I don't think that Hasan is going to become the kingmaker, although, you know, yeah, going on his platform can probably help people. But it's the, you know, it's what he symbolizes, right? The same way that he symbolizes something to the commentary douche bros, he also symbolizes something to the, you know, to the rest of them, to the centrist Dems.
That's it. That's it. So it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
So thirsty.
Hasan Piker, who is the alpha energy she keeps saying that they want, who is incredibly popular with young men, a demographic that they say they want to appeal to. They're trying to cancel him. Right now, she's putting out statements with other establishment Democrat hacks condemning a Democratic Senate candidate for campaigning with Hasan Piker. I love how she has the nerve to condemn Abdul Al-Sayed for campaigning with Hasan Piker because God forbid someone running in the Democratic Party actually tried to appeal to men. Here's another example, regardless of how you feel about Graham Plattner, okay? This guy's masculine as fuck, okay? The testosterone is coming through the screen. But who is it that Slopkin?
Do you think that part of what Slopkin's saying when she says masculine, do you think she's implying like socially conservative? What do you think, chat? Where's the disconnect? Is she just full of shit here? Is Slotkin just full of shit on here and saying anything? Or does she have something in mind when she says masculine, you know, that it might be different than how it's being interpreted?
And the Democratic Party are pushing in this race. The 80-something-year-old, of course. But imagine having the fucking nerve to condemn Hasan Piker as you sat on Boomer Mars' panel, who is an unapologetic, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab bigot. Sit the fuck down.
Yeah. The double standard is also, like, even people who aren't as in tune with, like, Islamophobia or don't understand it, like, the average American is not, like, super sympathetic to people talking about Islamophobia, right? Another one of your Senator Ops being hypocritical yesterday. We cannot cancel everyone. Oh yeah, no, that's another classic.
She's implying strength and conviction. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Look, they want strength and conviction, but like a conviction that normal Americans, right? White, straight, cis, right? Male Americans, you know, 20% of the population should be our first priority. I think because when you get strength and conviction, that is like the working class is worth fighting for. The working class is stronger when we fight together, right? If it's that kind of strength and it's that kind of conviction, when it's like we cannot deprioritize, we cannot like put, you know, climate change and mitigating that on the back burner. It's literally cooking us right now. That is not when the strength and convictions is trans rights or human rights. And I don't care if you think trans people are weird. I don't care if you don't get trans people. I don't care if you don't know the difference between a drag queen at Drag Queen Story Hour and you know, like a trans woman. If you're just completely like seeing the LGBT, you know, community as like all one monolith, you know, right? I don't care what kind of brainworms you got. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. And history's going to look at your viewpoint unfavorably, right? And that's kind of a hard thing to do. There's not a lot of people that can stand there on that conviction. Because if you do, you will absolutely like attract chuds like bees. They would love to come up to you and say, you know, there's two genders. There's two genders. There's no pronouns.
Consistency.
Pronouns are evil. Pronouns are wrong. I don't use, you will refer to me. Oh my God, Chad, I shouldn't say that. President Sunday will come after me if I say, you will refer to me by my name and by my name only.
It's like, we cannot cancel everybody except for people who actually call out Israel. We should cancel those people, even though it's like the most popular position in the country right now that literally unites young Republicans and also everyone under the age of 50 pretty much. Medhi Hasan. So a couple things. Hassan the Hun has gone out of his way to separate Judaism and Jews from Zionism in Israel. There are multiple clips going back years for him saying so. If it's his critics like the ADL who keep conflating the two. Senator Slotkin went on Bill Maher on Friday. Why? Did she confront him on his long history of much more brazen and proud anti-Muslim, anti-Arab bigotry? If not, why not? Yeah. Jake Hanrahan, a Vice News journalist, posted a story about your Cuba trip. Can't link as I'm not subbed. I don't care about Jake Hanrahan. I've told you this before. Yeah, Jasper Nathaniel has a funny take on this as well. If there was any other story that mattered to the Jewish community right now, I'd say it was weird that Jewish Insider has just entered week 4 of Hassan Piker headlines, but there's not. So it's totally fine and normal. Thank you for your heroic work, Josh Krauscher.
By the way, chat, the spicy food goal, if you want to see me just completely polish off this chili paste here, we are, I think, 4 super chats away from that goal. So yeah. Butterfly, you're getting for free. Free half, you're getting for free. Fun half is almost halfway funded. And the not butterfly goal this time, but the spicy food goal is we're 6 super chats away from that. So
like
it's like real life LSF posting. That was what I was thinking of. There's a strange thing going on here with CNN and Elisa Slotkin and Third Way and ADL, all these like professional, you know, mainstream organizations and like Democratic operatives, right? They're doing kind of the same thing that we've seen Ethan Klein do, that we've seen Destiny do. Are you going to put it on chicken or something? I've got no chicken here. I got some, I think this is Isan sausage. So that's from the north eastern area of Thailand. Yeah, Isan sausage, and then a whole bunch of veggies. I'm just gonna dip the raw veg. See, chat, you see what I mean? Like, this isn't just like, you know, me eating spicy food with like a sweet sauce or something like that, something that cools it down, right? Or some kind of creamy like curry sauce, right? This is just pure spice and pure vegetables. What do I got here? I've got cabbage. I've got some long bean, some long in Thailand they grow green beans, but they're like a yard long, so they're called yard long beans. And I got some cucumber in there as well, and that is how a lot of people eat spicy chili paste here.
Is there legitimately?
Yeah, that's right. Please, Brer, please, whatever you do, don't make me eat the spicy food bowl. That's right, Burpel.
Is there legitimately that much? Like, what are we talking about here? How is this the discourse still? Like, who are you appealing to? I know who they're appealing to. They're not appealing to like the actual readership of Jewish Insider. They're appealing to the fucking donors. There's big donors that have made up their minds that like, I am a threat.
Look,
okay.
I gotta pee. I'm gonna put Hassan at 1.25.
That's it.
Okay.
And they're obviously putting a lot of money behind this kind of initiative.
We're going to watch this one. We're going to watch the Jake Tapper hit piece. and then we're gonna watch the what am I thinking? Jake Tapper hit piece, and then the Hassan's appearance on CNN from last night. Yeah, last night he went on CNN. I'll see if I can find. I don't know how long the actual segment is, chat. I found various versions of this. There's a shorter version on Hassan's. I think it's a shorter version on Hassan. Anybody know? Was it a short little like 5-minute segment, or was it longer? Because I feel like there's stuff maybe I haven't seen. The stuff I saw was just him talking about the situation in Cuba, which he didn't really give a chance. Like, people like come at him, attack him, like, you're hurting the Cuban people, Hassan. The Cuban people, they long for freedom, and the only way they can be free is to be starved into submission. You're getting in the way by feeding them. Fuck you. Anyway, I'm gonna put this on. I'm gonna try to hydrate. God damn, chat. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm like, does smoky air make you dehydrated faster? Is there a thing? Is there something to that? I don't know, but I feel like shit. Although I'm gonna feel way better as soon as the air purifier that Anonymous was nice enough to 2 anonymous accounts possibly even we're nice enough to collaborate on and get me. I'll be having that sent to me as soon as I put it on Lazada.
Yeah, donors and self-interested consultants. Cory Booker said that he would not go on my stream. First of all, he wasn't invited, okay? But Cory Booker has no issues aligning with Yoav Gallant, taking photos with Yoav Gallant, right. War criminal Yoav Gallant, former Israeli defense minister.
Please drink more, please pee more. Yes.
War criminal by the
I agree, Ray.
Criminal Court, Yoav Gallant. He has no problems taking photos. Well, he tries to hide in the photos that he takes with Bibi, Benjamin Netanyahu. But, like, these are the people that he's linking up with, who are horrible monsters and also deeply, deeply unpopular. But that guy is going to sit there and be like, well, you know, it's a bridge too far.
For everyone, you write, quote, we cannot cancel everyone who fails a purity test. We cannot exile those who don't align with our every belief, however passionately we hold it. Coalitions that are only composed of...
And that's the craziest thing, right? I mean, I don't know why we're bringing on Cory, but did Cory Booker have a go at Hassan? Does anybody know? I might have to rewind this a little bit, right? Because I don't know why Cory Booker is on here in this context. But yeah, he's talking about failing purity tests, right? Meaning that if somebody's not, like, if somebody's too right-wing for you, right? That's what Cory Booker is saying, right? If somebody's too right-wing for you, if somebody's too bigoted for you, we can't exile those who don't align with our beliefs, right? But we're in the midst of freaking doing exactly that to probably the strongest soldier on the left right now. We all have a problematic friend. Is Cory Booker that guy? Anyway, I gotta pee, chat. We'll find out later if Cory Booker is that guy.
Already converted cannot change the country. If everyone in your coalition agrees with you on everything, your coalition is too small to make big change. And
yeah, he's talking about right-wingers. That's it. Do you understand? Do you fucking understand? This motherfucker wrote a book where he said, oh, our tent is too small, but we must make it smaller. We cannot have the left flank in there, in that tent. We got to go rightward. That's what they're saying. They're saying it openly. This is the exact same thing that Kamala Harris did with Liz Cheney. They have decided that they are going to keep doing the same thing that led to failure after failure. Okay? It blows my mind that they're like, no, we'll just court the centrist voters. They're looking for a reasonable version of the Republican shit that you see, and we will be that reasonable version of Republican fascism. Democrats, prominent Democrats like this, openly give the game away. They say the quiet part out loud when they say this. We cannot align with people who are anti-Israel, people who are socialists. We cannot align with them, even if they voted consistently for the Democratic Party, even if they have candidates that they advance, candidates who are unimaginably popular within the Democratic Party's base. We cannot have those people. What we must do is go further and further right and normalize right-wing fascism and keep losing to the Republicans, because at the end of the day, people are going to look at the situation and go, okay, if you're agreeing and admitting that the Republicans were right, why the fuck would I vote for you? Why would I give my vote to you? Well, it seems like those guys were on the right side all along. You're admitting it too. I don't want Republicans to win. I want Republicans to lose, okay? I want to go further beyond what the Democrats have done. I want the Democrats to not only eke out a marginal victory, but I want the Democrats to be more responsive to the needs of the American working class, okay, to chart a better trajectory for the United States of America. But even then, these guys' attitude, the attitude they demonstrate is a failure. And I don't even need to repeat myself over and over again on this issue because everyone understands that it's a fucking failure. That's why I brought up the Barbaras and the Deborahs, right? Like people that are not in my fan base, people that are not even in the demographics of my community are also recognizing that same resentment. The ones that go to the No Kings rallies, they also are frustrated with business as usual politics from the Democrats. Go ahead. Keep chirping like this. Keep saying we are going to build a coalition with moderates, with centrists. Anyway, Sammy Gold had a take on this as well. Jeremiah Johnson, another one of my major ops, one of these like neoliberals, also alongside Matty Iglesias, coming to terms with the reality that Israel is cancerous for elections. Okay, Israel's poison for elections. Okay, defending Israel is poisonous. You're gonna lose, right? Have there been any broadly pro-Israel groups that have taken an honest look at why Israel's popularity is cratered? Anyone doing self-reflection instead of just blaming it on anti-Semitism? Because anti-Semitism is real and rising, but it doesn't explain most of what's happening. That's it. It took them 3 fucking years to get here, okay? It took them 3 years to get here, but even the annoying centrists who despise me have to bend the knee, okay? They have to bend the knee because this is the reality. Online celebrity leftists misunderstand the motives of normie Democrats who are ideologically diverse and embrace the reality. This person literally is a pro-Israel op, by the way. I don't know why they even try to present themselves as anything but like an agent for the Israeli state. I have no issue saying that. Literally every fucking day, every day of the week, she'll try to either attack critics of Israel or slam into the narrative of like, oh, you're casting aside Jews and black voters by alienating your base by presenting an anti-Israel stance, as though like there's anyone in the base of support that demands more pro-Israel sentiment from the Democrats. It's the exact opposite. Okay? Online celebrity leftists misunderstand the motives of normie Democrats. We're ideological, diverse, and embrace the reality of a big tent. We're not anti-progressive or pro-moderate. We just want to beat Republicans. We think the aforementioned leftist sabotage this goal. If you want to argue with us, you have to address the actual points we're making, not just scream about ideological suppression. We believe you are saboteurs. Yeah, no one actually believes this anymore. This is like the old method. The Bernie Sanders actually tanked Hillary Clinton's presidency method. That shit worked in 2016. It convinced a lot of Democratic voters, okay? It created a lot of resentment against Bernie. Guess what? It's 2026. It's been a decade, okay? And failure after failure has led those exact same people that used to say that to realize that Bernie was right, okay? That's it. These are the very same people that were genuinely convinced they really wanted to beat the Republicans, and failure after failure to the same exact Republican. The 2016 failure was not enough, but the 2024 failure absolutely showed everyone in the base that this was not working, that there is an alternative out there and they need to lean into it. That's why Bernie-crats are popping up left and right around the country with a very unique demographic. Not only the youth, not only the Hispanic voters, the ones that were like cast aside by the Democrats for years. Bernie has always locked down those constituencies, young men specifically, right? But now, especially in the primaries, they are winning the older, college-educated, white liberals that live in the suburbs who just don't want Republicans to win, who first and foremost care about this is good for the election. This candidate will win over the Republicans arguments, right? The electability arguments. The electability arguments were concocted by mainstream instruments for the longest time. Mainstream institutions for the longest time said the most electable Democrat is a moderate Democrat. The most electable Democrat is a Democrat that is close to the Republican side, but more reasonable, that props up these institutions. People don't believe that anymore. They've seen those failures, okay? They've seen those failures personally, and they arrived at those conclusions themselves. They didn't arrive at those conclusions because they watched my stream, okay? Can I just point out how the biggest win we've had on the populist left is Zoran? How's that working out? His popularity is climbing. Exactly. Exactly. And it is also, it should not be lost upon any of us that the most coordinated online political action we've seen from the Democrats since Donald Trump's reelection has been to go after me and my left-leaning and my left-leaning counterparts in the media, right? Not go after a single policy of Trump in the same way. Like, I've never seen the Democrats so organized, like the centrist establishment Democrats so organized. It's unbelievable. For the record, for those who still say, well, Bernie lost, right? For those who still say, well, Bernie lost, right? You have to remember, Bernie, at least in 2016, had a much easier time winning the general than he did in the primaries, because the primary system farms out those very same high propensity voters that are super tuned into what MSNBC narratives look like, and they care about electability arguments first and foremost. Okay? So in 2016, they believed those electability arguments, and that's why it was so difficult for Bernie to make it out of the primary. All of those people that are lifelong Democratic Party voters would have still voted for Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton. They were not going to say, oh, he's too scary, he's a socialist. They would have still voted for him. And all the low propensity voters would have been more convinced by a guy who was actually a populist as opposed to Donald Trump, who was a billionaire, right? Think about it. 2016, billionaire versus anti-billionaire. Who wins that race? Bernie absolutely would have destroyed. And there were plenty of polls that showed that Bernie would have defeated Trump handily at the time as well. But those electability arguments could not reach enough people because left media and independent media was not where it is right now. Obviously, there were structural changes that took place since 2016 as well. It wasn't just that independent leftist media grew in popularity as mainstream media lost its grip, lost its capacity to influence people, right? But leftist media grew, but also people's reliance on independent outlets grew as well, like tremendously. That's why this kind of mainstream narratives that are concocted don't have the same, they just simply don't have the same impact. Okay? It's funny that the media treats Hassan Piker like he's basically in the Weather Underground when he's just actually a moderate socialist. Hassan would be in the SMC. Okay. Emerge, in my opinion. Seems more like a Groundworks type. He's too willing to criticize AOC and Zoran to be SMC. I think he's more unaligned centrist type. Honestly, pretty similar politics to myself, probably. They're talking about which caucus I'd fit in inside of the DSA structure. They hate seeing stuff like this. I want to give a big shout out to Mayor Mardani. This is my first time in years seeing them fix this shit on Deckman. They bimples that fix these goddamn fucking roads. Thank you, Mayor. I want to give a big shout out to... So, yeah. The funniest part about the Dem establishment is Hassan Piker panic spiral is Hassan saying, I never asked any of these people to come on. Yeah, that's true. The irony is liberals are drooling over very handsome, terror-cheering leftist Hassan Piker after fawning New York Times profile. Anyway, Matt Duss had something to say about Matt Iglesias, who is the other centrist who has finally had to come to terms with the fact that Israel is a poison pill for many Democrats who still choose to defend it. Matt Duss isn't driving a wedge in the party. The failed, repeatedly discredited, yet unfortunately still entrenched corporate wing of the party is. They fear the left's growing power and see Hassan as a way to make us argue amongst ourselves. We shouldn't fall for it. Matt Iglesias responds to that and says, as someone who absolutely fears the left's growing power, which, by the way, why do you fear that, Maddie? I thought you just wanted to unseat Republicans, right? I think the smart play is for moderate Dems to go on Piker's show and agree with him that Israel is bad and then stick to their guns on other moderate stuff. Matt Duss says, I don't think this will do it, but what's interesting about this advice is I recall that a few short years ago, the popularists were confidently telling us that pro-Israel forces in the party were just too powerful and progressives would be smarter to focus on other issues. Yep. And they've lost. They've lost that argument in such an undeniable fashion that even Matt Iglesias is just coming to terms with it and is just please just don't. Please drop this Israel shit. You know? There was also this David Frum piece that was the primary focus of the Jewish Insider article that was written about me, which I think is very funny. And that article was obviously retweeted by Jake Tapper, which is even funnier. Jake Tapper retweeted the Jewish Insider, citing David Frum asking Claude a question. This is the state of U.S. news media. Leaving aside the fact that these people have no idea how concurrent viewers work, why has Jewish Insider written like 8 articles about Piker in the last week if he's so irrelevant, lol? In part because Democrats have been desperate to find anti-establishment voices that claim to speak for young men. Piker is seen as a popular, edgy podcast by liberal leaders in both media and politics. Never mind the fact that Piker gets only about 36,000 viewers on a typical stream, about 1/25th of the typical nighttime audience of MS Now, as The Atlantic's David Fromm pointed out. It's so funny. He asked Claude, and Claude gave him a wrong answer.
Oh my God.
And it's hilarious.
I replied
and it
to
also
this.
betrays the hyper focus.
I can't remember what I said. Wow, chat. I just had that. I just had that thing happen where all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I gotta like sneeze and cough and blow my nose. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to whoever fulfilled that throne gift, the air purifier. Kruang Folk Kruang Folk Aga. Kruang Folk Aga. Machine that cleans the air. Everyone is reliant on AI now. It's so scary. Yeah. I don't even know. Chat, I'm so like detached from the culture of people that use AI. I don't even know what do people automate? What do people? I'm so sorry, chat. I was sniffing on. I might have to go grab here. I'm gonna have to do this. Oh, I just inhaled my hair. Do you ever do that, chat? Oh, it tickles your throat. It's not good. It makes you want to vomit, and I don't want to vomit. Vomiting is bad. I think vomiting's TOS. It should, if it's not TOS, it should be. And Xanderhal should be banned. Anyway, chat. I'll be right back.
Focus that they've put on me, regardless. Right? Sam Hasselby, a couple years ago, the average age of MSNBC viewer was almost 73. It hasn't gotten younger. Daily viewers aged 25 to 54 is 131,000 in prime time and 79,000 during the day last month. Okay, that's a 25 to 54 demo, by the way. Ironically enough, what they don't realize is 34,000 concurrent viewers. There's no, here's what I'll put you on game. I used to work in the ad space, right? As you guys know, I was a advertisement inventory salesperson for the Young Turks. And one of the main things that we tried to figure out, because the Young Turks had a live broadcast, was how to translate that live concurrent viewership number to Nielsen television metrics for all these fucking boomer ad buyers, right? And this has always been a major point of contention in the advertisement space. But what I have found is that Nielsen conversions to CCV on Twitch is not an exact science, unfortunately, but my entire audience is under 35 years old. Usually a 30K live CCV translates to around 300,000 unique viewers on TV ratings. My audience in the under 35 demo is larger than multiple networks combined. Okay? So the way that Nielsen television ratings work is like a unique viewership that is, they put it inside of random Nielsen households, right? And they track it as like 10 seconds of attention over the course of like unique viewership for 10 seconds over the course of an hour, right? That's largely how they try to identify the data. And they,
oh my God.
Obviously it's not like every single house.
I don't have any Kleenex left, so I'm just gonna, oh my God. I got a roll of paper towels here. In case that happens again. I am so sorry, chat. I thought I was ready. I thought I had taken care of. I thought I had taken care of everything before. But yeah. Anyway, if you're just joining us, I live in Thailand, and it's a beautiful place to live for like 3/4 of the year, I would say. Right, 1/4 of the year is the hot season, the dry season, and it's the smoky season. Traditionally, it's the season that all the rice farmers and all the sugar cane farmers, they burn their fields in order to kind of re-enrich the soil. That's just how like agriculture is done here, and it's not just Thailand. It's Laos and oh my God, it's Laos and It's Lao and it's Myanmar as well. I hope you feel better. Yeah, I'm starting to. I can breathe now, so that's definitely way better. But yeah, because of that, the air gets really bad. It's like the worst air quality in the world right now. Apparently, one of the cities in Thailand um, is ranking #1 for that, and the other cities are not far behind. So that's what I'm dealing with here. And yeah, I mean, it'll be as soon as as soon as it's May and it's that first rain hits, I'll be golden. I'll be good. There'll be no more of that shit. Um, ChatGPT seems like it's purposely sabotaging itself. Everyone has moved over to Perplexity used by to use Claude. I've heard people say that like for work, yeah, Claude is um what is Perplexity? Like a platform or something? I guess I don't know much about the AI stuff. But anyway, yeah, ChatGPT, I don't know. I mean, the one that's really oh wait, it would be, right? ChatGPT is Sam Altman, which is Sora too, right? And yeah, they were spending about $1 million a day for people's AI slop. They were covering everyone's AI slop. Pretty hot there now. Yeah, 34. Yeah, yeah. 34. I mean, that's normal for us for the summer. Usually the summer, it gets into the low 100s for like, a week or two. DeepSeek is a Chinese AI. That's the one I use? Huh. Yeah, I've heard that DeepSeek is really efficient. Like, it's not as reliant on the model that they used when they created this. And it's not AI. Understand, AI, artificial intelligence, is not what you're using. You're using an LLM. Really, it's just like a kind of fancy predictive text app, but it works by iterating, and that iterating costs a hell of a lot of compute. But that was just their model. Is like, yeah, we can do it with like an insane amount of compute. Just scale it up, right? And that's how it works. DeepSeek did not have access, or at least we don't think it had access to some of the American processors, since the United States purposely cut those off from China. The United States sees AI as it's a space race, right? And so they don't want China to win. But because that China had less to work with, they were leaner and meaner. And people say that DeepSeek is at least competitive with the other products out there. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, chat. We're gonna have to. Here, let me mute. Unmute. There we go. Okay, hopefully I'm better now. Luckily the trash can is right there, so we're all good. We're all good. Uh um yeah, it's good for looking at a topic. It's like Wikipedia. I mean, it is definitely right there in your Google search now, so a lot of people, even if they're not using AI in place of Google search, they're getting a Gemini analysis front loaded with their YouTube search.
Household, right? There are some houses that have a Nielsen ratings chip in their TV, right? And they extrapolate off of that. So with that same structure, 30K live concurrent viewership translates to about 300,000.
Oh shit! Yeah, this was the one. Okay, now I remember. Yeah, so this is David Frum. Do people know David Frum? One in chat if you know who the fuck I'm talking about. He is a old like neocon, right? He's the guy. Oh my God, chat. Was he the guy? He was like, was he a Bush official? A Bush speechwriter, right? A Bush, W. Bush speechwriter. I think maybe he worked for his dad too. Anyway, is he the guy that said sometimes we just need to like kill a bunch of people in the Middle East to tell them to basically like to let them know they can suck it. Like to show, I don't know. Am I thinking of the right guy? Who had this like Sam would always talk about the guy that I'm thinking of that had this quote is somebody that Sam Cedar was like always bringing up, particularly for this quote. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was like that, you know, so they basically, you know, sometimes you just got to go to war to teach these, you know, basically saying these Arabs to show them their place in the world, right? You know, like you used the phrase "suck it." It was Tom Friedman. Okay, I'm mixing up my neocons here, chat. I'm mixing up my neocons, but yeah, I guess David Frum's another. That was Thomas Friedman. Okay, chat knows. Chat knows their Sam Cedar lore. I couldn't remember. Yeah, different guy entirely. Wait, was Thomas Friedman like nominally a centrist? Is he the? Am I thinking of Paul? Oh my God, what the fuck is Paul Krugman? I'm probably thinking. Does Paul Krugman looks a little bit like Thomas Friedman, right? Do they look similar? I feel Paul Krugman was the guy that was like, you know, so some people would even like put him on the left, right? Because his economic analysis was less, you know, less austerity based than other people. But he turned out to be a shithead too, so it doesn't matter. Oh. Friedman is the guy that always had a cabbie that was like, you know, I love it when the rich's taxes get lowered. It's really good for me as a cabbie. I hate it when they offer things with the welfare state. You know, that's terrible. As a cabbie, I want to pull myself up. Yeah, it's always this cabbie conveniently saying like just exactly the point that he needs them to make. David Fromm's mom was also a journalist, so she's not a right winger. She's rather popular in Canada. David, on the other hand, is kind of an asshole. Biden was talking to him on the Daily along with that David guy. They do look similar. Okay, so I'm not pulling that out of nowhere.
It goes as far as like
anyway, chat, apologies if my voice sounds bad. I'm dealing with either allergies or smoke inhalation or both. I don't know. Hopefully it'll get better as soon as the Kruang Fukagat arrives, right? Because we got to get that Kruang Fukagat so they have a machine to clean the air. That's what I love about the logic of like the Thai words, especially like the words that are like under the you know, words with Kruang. It's always this thing of like, you know, if you could like it's a machine for XYZ. Anyway, that's the classifier. Now I actually have not come across another language with classifier nouns. I'm sure they exist, and I'm sure those that are more steeped in linguistics and the study of different languages than I am might be able to shed some light on that.
It's like 10x to 20x basically, right? I used the most conservative estimate to say it's 300,000. But like a unique viewership over my you know, entire stream is around, if I'm like 30 to 40K, as I have been for the past couple of
chat, this is really simple shit. If you go on Twitch and you see Hasan there, it'll have a number by his name. That number is usually somewhere between like 20,000 and 50,000, right? And that is the number of concurrents. That means this number of people is watching Hasan right now. And if you, right, you see what I'm saying? You go by his stream while it's live, you see the number of concurrents, right? You come back to the stream 2 days later, and you'll see a number on the VOD. The VOD has already happened, right? It's a video that gets stored up there, but you'll see a number, right? And that number is not going to say, you know, 20,000. It's not going to say 30,000. It's not going to say 40,000. It's not going to say 50,000. That number is most of the time going to be like round offable to 1 million. It's going to be 600,000. It's going to be 700,000. It's going to be 800,000. It's going to be 900,000, right? That number is the total number of views, unique viewers. So how many people clicked on Hasan, watched some of his stream, like not just like, I don't think you would get counted if you click right off. If you're like, Hasananbi, this guy's a socialist, right? You know, if you click right off, you probably don't count. But, you know, if you're staying there and watching any portion of it, you're going to count as a unique viewer, right? And so the number that David Frum is getting out of is getting from, what did he use, chat? Does anybody remember? Was it ChatGPT or was it, I don't know. He used some AI, you know, he asked the AI, hey AI, you know, mirror on the wall, who is the most watched political pundit of them all? Is it me or is it Hassan Piker? Is it MSNBC on a given night or is it Hassan Piker? And they're like, oh, no, you guys absolutely dwarf. The stupid fucking AI compared unique viewership, right? 900,000, I believe, is MSNBC's number for that. They compared unique viewership to the concurrent number of Hassan. They said, all right, 900,000 to 30,000, right? No competition. Who is this Hassan Piker? Who the fuck even is? Nobody watches him. Nobody cares about MSNBC. It dwarfs his audience. Never minding that. Here's the thing. Like, yeah, it should dwarf his audience. It's a fucking network. It's got a lot of money behind it. It's owned by, you know, right? He's a Twitch streamer, right? You know, he's very wealthy. He's very successful. And you know, he's got his fingers in a lot of pots, financially speaking, but he's still just, you know, basically a Twitch streamer, right? This is MS Now. And even though they're spun off and they don't have the resources that they used to, they still have resources. And chat, they do probably get more unique viewers in a night than Hassan Piker. That's not something to brag about because it's actually pretty close. It's pretty fucking close. Do you see what I'm saying? I hope everybody understands the gravity of what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that the reach, the viewership of Hassan's stream at this point in time in 2026 is roughly equivalent to the viewership of MSNBC at night. I don't know if they get more views in the morning or, you know, like, right, if you could maybe compare some different numbers, you know, it would look better for MS Now, but no, dude, this is not a flex. This is not a flex, right? And who is this responding? Oh my God. Oh, it's Megaphonic. It's Magaphonics, of course, chat. It's Magaphonics. Yeah, showing the unique viewership numbers. Now, even these ones, 695, right? It takes a while to update, right? When the stream ends, it'll say like a very low number. I don't know, 12 hours, 16 hours later, it'll, you know, give you the roughly the viewership for the live stream event, but then it's going to be counting up the VOD views as well, right? And Hassan's, you know, streaming for like 8 hours at a time, so, you know, maybe he's not as close to them, you know. Maybe the MSN Now numbers that he's working with are like a shorter amount of time than 8 to 9 to 10 hours, but yeah, this is a normal night. MS Now's, yeah, this is the other thing I hate about, I mean, I guess you could maybe ask it for, if you know what to ask, right, you could probably get the right information out of this AI. But yeah, it's comparing unique viewers on MSNBC in a night. It doesn't tell us how long, it doesn't tell us what hours, it doesn't tell us what shows. You know, it's just telling you 900,000 is 25 times larger than 36,000, which is Hassan's typical concurrent stream. Even a little bit higher than I thought. It looks like it's trending slightly upwards.
For the past couple of weeks, it's like around 695,000. Okay. Again, not an exact science at all.
So yeah, he's going to go into demographics, as Oops is noting. He's going to talk about like, so yeah, when you're talking about those numbers, what do they use them for? They're for advertising, right? You want to sell ads on your television. You want to sell ads. I mean, if you're not Twitch and you don't take ads off of politics, I guess you want to sell ads for your live streams. But it's the numbers that they look at for advertising, you know, tend to be 25 to 40. Right? And there is not a lot of 25 to 40 in the MS Now audience. It does still have viewership, but that viewership skews way older. And so he is, you know, because he's been in ad sales because he's worked in the back end of media. He's pointing out that his demographics are even like more valuable, more sought after than MS Now's.
And this is without even including YouTube, the Hasananbi Clips Industrial Complex, TikTok, Instagram, numerous other social media platforms that also churn out a shit ton of my viewership, right? So,
I didn't call this out, but it looks like Falcor just reached a 20 stream streak. That's pretty impressive.
They just can't. They don't understand it. And they just think it's like, oh, he's irrelevant. So why are you fucking focusing on me if I'm so irrelevant? Most people don't understand that, yeah, a big chunk of my viewership comes from clips and compilations of streams, things like that. They don't get that. And that's besides the live concurrent view.
Chat, I'm going to do what I don't normally do, and I'm going to check in on the goals, right? The spicy food goal, the goal to try to get me to down the spicy chili paste, right? With vegetables is we're 4 out of 10 there. We got 42 minutes left to make that happen. That happens with teal super chats on teal or above super chats on YouTube, right? Then the other goal, 53 out of 100. That means that we just got 47 more points to go before we can get some bonus content. Get me to stick around to cover that the bonus content. And of the bonus content, let's see what's winning in the poll right now. Oh, look at this. Medhi Hasan versus, this is what I thought people wanted to see. I almost thought like focusing, this for the stream, right? Because I know a lot of people, they got their hopes rested. Look, Professor Jiang is this shithead that is a broken clock that is right like a few times, and he's been right more than normal. Like Davy commented earlier, he's not exactly making predictions that are that hard to make that other people aren't making, but somehow he's gotten like the reputation as the Chinese Nostradamus. So, and he really is not applying any sort of special procedure. He doesn't have this magic sauce, and he's not even a professor. So anyway, a lot of people, breaking points, this is the one that comes to mind, kind of went easy on Professor Jiang. Medhi Hasan went hard on him. And it's most of it's behind a paywall, chat, but we can see it. We can see it if that's what ends up getting voted for. I got 48 votes so far. Make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already. And we are 53%. So we're like halfway, more than halfway there, actually, towards bonus content. And yeah, second place, Anna Kasparian going after AOC. Third place, Destiny squeezed dry. Fourth place, Druski as Erika Kirk. So get your votes in. And also remember that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. I'll put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice and helping it win. Or you can say, I don't like that. Give me Vox Populi, and I will actually make the donos count for less and make the votes count for more. Or you could say video game if you want to see more video game content. So anyway, those are your options. That's where we're at. We're, yeah, like I said, more than halfway, almost halfway towards the spicy goal. Yeah, I should have just put a pepper in there, right? A pepper emoji, right? It would be the spicy goal. It's just maybe the spicy goal. I think that's a good name for it. I don't know, chat. I don't know if I want to sign on to eating like too much spicy food, but I do enjoy it. I do enjoy it, right? I always liked spicy food. When I moved out here, the peppers that they have are just on a whole nother level. The little bird's eye chilies, they're insane. They're so spicy, especially the green ones. But I've started to adapt to it now. I can at least eat the red versions of the pepper. But yeah, let's finish this out with Hasan, and then we'll see about some bonus content.
Viewership on this broadcast. But it's okay. I'm not here to defend my metrics at all. I don't really give a shit about defending my metrics at all. If I am an irrelevant entity, then just don't pay attention to me, right? I would love that. I would love if Jake Tapper wasn't retweeting shit like this, right? I would love that Dave Frum doesn't know who I am. A world where he doesn't think about me at all.
I didn't even think about this, but yeah, this is Dave Frum, like, low-key trying to say he's washed, right? Or he's irrelevant. It's kind of weird. I guess the argument is, like, why are you risking your political fortunes on associating yourself with this guy that doesn't even, isn't even reaching that many people? I guess that's what David Frum is kind of trying to say, but it does come off as very, similar to the sort of smack that gets talked amongst streamers. That's what we're seeing, chat. We're starting to see the streamerification of the world as these motherfuckers realize that maybe Hasan is actually a little bit more relevant, certainly than they realized, if not more relevant than they themselves are.
I would love to not get, 8 fucking Jewish Insider articles in a week. It's that simple. But it's very obvious that people in the media that are at least like young enough and have gone outside, and Donnie is one of the best examples of this because he'll constantly reiterate.
We gotta watch the Donnie content, right? Donnie retweeted, I think what Jake Tapper said about Hasan, along with his interview of Hasan.
This over and over again. He's like, people that I talk to under the age of like 50 have no idea who the fuck any of the CNN anchors are, but every single person has seen my commentary from your stream. He's pretty open about it. He'll literally say over and over again that most people recognize him in broad daylight out and about when he's like, traveling all around the country through my stream whenever I watch his videos, not from the actual CNN pipeline at all. Are we going to talk about any other subjects today, or is it just going to be another day of coverage about you? Yeah, it's just coverage
This is what I was talking
about me, chatter. Anyway, we're moving on from this stuff.
I mean, this happens when Ethan Klein is talking about him a lot. This happens when Destiny, like when he, because in the past, chat, Destiny's been going after Hasan for a really long time. Basically, since they stopped being friends, right? Destiny has been like kind of doing content on Hasan in a predatory manner. I mean, very on brand for Destiny, but for a long time, for the longest time, Hasan did not respond, and this changed at some point, and it's probably like a change for the better.
It's ridiculous, but you do understand this is like literally
to some extent, right? I get like the concern of, because I mean the whole thing is like when you start like look, there's a kind of content that talks about this stuff. It's called commentary. I do commentary, I do media analysis, and yes, political analysis as well, right? But it's kind of like when you are, if you're a political streamer and you've got so much drama, you got so much smoke that you're constantly having to respond to things, your stream starts to feel more like a commentary stream and less like a political stream. And I mean, like, certainly at moments like this, when there is so much monitoring of the situation that needs to be done, it's probably not a good thing, overall for Hasan. And yeah, people do get sick of it. Let's take a look now at which reminds me, there is a lot of weird stuff going on in politics right now.
Pure copium for fucking losers. In the minds of Americans, they're
so yeah, this is back to the Cuba. So just a reminder, this all started with the Cuba situation, right? We didn't even watch Destiny, obviously did a video going after Hasan. What am I looking for though? Oh, weird. This channel seems to do like videos a little bit after the fact. I don't know, older I don't know. It seems like they're behind. I need to get a hold of the Jake Tapper. So there's there's him on CNN. There's the, oh god, I didn't put the Christy Nome story on. How did I not put that on bonus content, chat? That would have been a good thing. There it is.
Okay.
What a winning message.
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's got Felix? Chat, it's got Felix.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Oh my God, I can't believe Jake Tapper's about to have a panel on my dude.
You know, he
A panel on Hassan Piker. Yeah, this is a crazy thing. CNN, I don't know if this is like the only thing that they get views on anymore, but they do a lot of panels and they're mostly trashy. There was a supercut of all the CNN panels about the Iran war. This is the panel that Emma went on and kind of got attacked by. The second that Emma mentioned genocide, like everybody on the panel like attacked her. And in general, what you'll see on CNN panels is not somebody that's like legitimately anti-war versus somebody that is pro-war, right? You're not going to see the actual argument. You're going to see an argument between a Republican that is like Donald Trump can do no wrong and a Democrat that says Donald Trump is doing the right thing in attacking Iran in the wrong way. Or even sometimes say, well, you know, this was wrong for Donald Trump to do in the first place. But now that we're there, we got to get that strait reopened. So in some ways, more pro-war even than Donald Trump is sounding at this point. Although, chat, nobody can say because he keeps on flip-flopping on you know, whether he wants to, you know, go hard against Iran or whether he wants it all to go away and to try to, you know, kind of back into the bushes, Homer Simpson style, and sign some kind of, you know, peace agreement, right? But yeah, at this point, some of the Democrats are sounding more hawkish than Donald Trump, which is really fucking sad. And you'll see that on CNN. That is the left, chat. The left is the one that's going to be arguing that you know, Iran is horrible. They deserve to be bombed. But Donald Trump did it in the wrong way. He should have consulted Congress first or some bullshit like that.
either couldn't.
It's weird that these people are acting as they would become staunch Politburo party loyalists on the condition that you aren't the figurehead of it. It's just nonsense, bro. I think many people don't even know why. Many people don't even know why they hate me. And not a lot of them have like sincere ideological disagreements. There are some, like on the issue of Israel is very obvious, right? But for the record, oh, here it is.
Anti-Israel, anti-Semitic. So why are so many Democrats doing campaign events with him? We're going to explore that very question next.
Jake Tapper just straight up unconditionally called me anti-Semitic. You're a piece of Jake Tapper. God damn, just uncritically. Hasbro final boss. Yeah. Ugh, so gross. I think that might be legit grounds for a lawsuit. It's just, I'm a public figure. I don't think you guys understand this. Like, virtually impossible. Like, it's not. And they know it too. That's why there's a difference between Jake Tapper saying that versus like saying that I've like you know, shocked my dog or whatever. Okay, because the other one is like far more actionable than something as up to the personal interpretation as like claiming someone is anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? This link has less of a delay. All right, well, let's see. Yeah, also you have to show actual malice. Who's going to defend you on that panel? Is a Jake Tapper panel. No one's going to defend me on it. It's going to be like an American Enterprise Institute person. And it's going to be like maybe someone who's like a liberal Zionist. And both of them are going to be like, we really shouldn't have people like Hasan Piker anywhere near the Democratic Party. I mean,
29 minutes left on the spicy food, chat. It's slipping away. I'm going to eat the spicy food one way or the other. I'm going to either eat it off stream or I'm going to try to have a go at it, which is probably a good idea, right? I could probably use some spicy food right about now.
This is so insane. I honestly think Jake's little people can't fathom that you're younger, taller. Okay, no, it's just, let's see. They're trying to keep you out of the mainstream. If you don't fold to their framing, you win and enter, in my honest opinion. Yeah.
These Dems are making Tucker Carlson and Candace seem like anti-genocide heroes. That's the danger. That's the danger, right? You got people that they don't give a fuck about Palestinians. They're just gleeful to fucking, make money and clout off of actual anti-Semitism.
It's going to be 4 vigorously anti-Islam people and 1 more tepidly. No, Jake Tapper midday is going to be 2 panelists most likely, and it'll be like the American Enterprise Institute type of thing. It's the same with like when he did the Zoran.
And the feeling that you get from watching these kind of channels is that the problem is that the problem with Israel, the way that they package this is that the problem of Israel is a result of Jews having too much power or control, being evil, right? It's the that's Israel bad because of Jews, right? As opposed to the shit that the Germans don't seem to get yet is that the Jewish people were the victims of the Holocaust, and the Zionist project has really taken pages out of the book of both Nazi Germany and the United States, which influenced Nazi Germany. Chat, a lot of what the Hitler was doing, he got the idea literally from things like Jim Crow.
Piece. Remember when he did the Zoran piece to talk about how Zoran is?
Might not be a household name, at least among adults.
Securitron says, I love living in a blue state where I can go to a random gas station at 3 a.m. buy weed, vapes, and munchies. What? They sell vapes at the gas stations? That's crazy.
But ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for...
Like, are they... Is it like the synthetic stuff? Is that how they're able to sell it in a gas station? Or does your state just like literally be like, yeah, you can buy, concentrated,
for some Democrats is proof that...
Because I know there's like another, like there's some of the THC products and some of the like, what is the deal? They were getting it out of hemp. So chat in general, like hemp produces a fraction of the THC that cannabis does. Generally, it's used for industrial purposes. But I think it's like if you grow enough of it and like concentrate it does have a little bit of THC in it. So what is it? There's like I don't know. It's THC resin. It's fake weed. It's not. So it's not like the what is it called? Like the 9-alpha whatever thing. That one always worried me. Yeah, THCA is definitely like the precursor that you're looking for, but I know that like there's something in one of the bills recently that Trump put through that actually makes it harder that kind of hemp farming, and it bans a bunch of the sodas too.
His political influence is expanding far beyond.
And the reason, if you want to understand why Trump is doing this, right? Because you'll see some dipshit stoners out there that think, oh my God, Trump is taking weed off the schedule. He is fucking you in so many ways, right? He's in the pocket of big alcohol. And guess what, chat? People aren't drinking alcohol. People aren't buying alcohol. Gen Z is not that interested in alcohol. They're more interested in Zens and in weed. And in general, when it's available, people would rather, relax with something that is not as harmful to your body in so many ways, although I'm sure it's still, smoking anything is not good for you, right? But then alcohol, right? So this whole thing that Trump is doing, it is crazy how many, like, they're the stupidest part of his coalition. You know what I'm talking about, chat? The hippie MAGA. Hippie MAGA has got its fucking brains leaking out of its head. Hippie MAGA is not okay. All right? Hippie, you know what I'm talking about? Deadhead MAGAs, like, some of them are actual boomers that did follow the dead or whatever. Some of them are younger, but yeah, they will lock in whenever, it's like Trump is like descheduling, cannabis, and that they won't notice that he's not, if you're pro weed, he's not on your side. All right. Weed is getting in the way of the, of the alcohol industry, and Trump is, the crunchy to all right. I swear to God, like, I don't know why, chat, because in general, like, I still think of hippies as being like culturally to the left. I still think of, the issue of cannabis as being a left-wing issue, but there's a lot of these dudes, right? And part of it is a cell phone by the Democrats. They could have done this any time, right? They could have done more in terms of making, it actually legal, but they're just not, they're not there. And I'm sure that the alcohol industry can put money in their pockets too.
Streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer with nearly 3 million followers. His rise as a prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hasan Piker's past and present is checkered with controversial, if not outrageous, if not bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserves, dude. It. I'm saying it. We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy.
The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
It's Hasan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. No Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs, unquote.
Can somebody explain to me that, the stuff that's, there's this, the sunset seeds, right? I don't know. So, some of the stuff is like, so some of it is like if you go to a dispensary or somebody's saying gas station in their state, I don't know what state that is. That sounds like a pretty cool law. But yeah, CBD and THC. Well, there's CBD, right? So that's a different thing. It's not super psychoactive, although some people say that they enjoy it, like they get a buzz from CBD. I've never been able to tell, what. I do notice that I think I've used it for pain before, and it seems to work pretty well. But I'm not like noticing, I'm not feeling high from CBD. But yeah, so there's CBD, which you can get it from hemp, and then there is I would call it a research chemical, chat, that's very close to THC. Is that one that's like the Delta 9? No, Delta 9 is the actual stuff, right? So molecules that have an effect on your consciousness, all right? They do that because they unlock receptors, right? The molecule has like a energetic signature, has like we're talking about like electrons, right? We're talking about like the electric charge.
Vicliffe super chatted $9.99. The hippies are old, and being old sucks no matter how many crystals you shove in your crack, which drives you to MAGA.
That does, tend to. I mean, so, some people would say there's Delta 8. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking. Maybe I'm thinking of Delta 8. But anyway, so what it is it's like a molecule, right? Which, when we're talking about organic molecules, generally we're talking about like a carbon backbone. Carbon's an atom that can bond to, 4 other atoms, right? Can also do double bonds, and those make it, harder to. They make the atoms less like. They make them more two-dimensional. I guess there's less of an ability to kind of like for substituents. So anyway, you got carbon. And then you got substituents, right? Substituents are hanging off the carbon. Usually they're hydrogen, right? H. When we're drawing biochem diagrams of molecules, we don't even fill in the H, chat, because in fact, we don't draw the carbons, right? That I draw a line, and you assume that on this end of the line, there's the carbon, and on this end of the line, there's a carbon. And if I don't draw anything else, you assume 1, 2, 3 hydrogens here, 1, 2 hydrogens here, assuming that this carbon is bonded to another carbon, right? how much is left? That's how many everything's a hydrogen, right? If I don't write it down. Now I will write it down if it's a hydroxide group, if it's a OH, or if it's a double bond to oxygen, right? Or if it's something a little bit more exotic, like what is it? Not the halogens, but it is the halogens. Yeah, the halogen, it can get sometimes halogenated too, right? So anyway, in general, a molecule that only has one little difference is pretty close to, you know what I mean? So in other words, if THC is like, I don't even know how that works, right? Because I don't know if it's necessarily illegal to synthesize, full on THC, but a research chemical will generally take the basic form of the molecule that people in the drug, and they'll be like, what if we halogenated this substituent, right? And a lot of times it doesn't make a lot of difference, which is good. You don't want it to make a lot of difference because you want something that pretty much acts like the other thing. All right. Now this can get bad, and the people in the UK had a really bad experience with this in terms of some of their synthetic. They derived a synthetic THC-like molecule that ended up being so fucking addictive. Like, people say it's worse than heroin, right? And all it was just a little tweak, but that tweak made it legal. Do you see what I'm saying? What's illegal? The Delta 9, THC, whatever, like that's illegal, right? But if you take, the molecule, and that's it's called a research chemical. You might have encountered this in the form of bath salts. Yeah, spice. Spice was, there was one other one too, but yeah, one of them was called spice that was really bad for people. And a lot of people just got fucked up on that. And you wouldn't think, because generally weed does not have, you can waste a lot of time on weed, right? You could prefer weed to the, your activities of daily living, right? Maybe, but you're not going to get addicted to it in general in the same way that you would to something like heroin. But yeah, this makes all bets are off. But yeah, I think there's one chemical that like last time, whenever you see something that's like, we can send it to your state, wherever you live, right? And it's not true. I lived in Washington State, and Washington State was not letting this, synthetic, what would you call it? There's a name for that. It's not an isomer. An isomer is like same molecule in a different form, but really close chemicals that are close to each other. Washington would not allow the synthetic stuff in. So whenever, because there were times where I was like, you can get it by the mail, and it feels like, yeah, sign me up. And it was like, you live in Washington State, it's not for you. But yeah, so they're selling that stuff, and then obviously CBD, and then if you go to, generally you have to go to a store in your state, but if your state has legalized weed or concentrates, generally you just go and get that. But yeah, hippies are old, and being old sucks. See, I don't think it's necessarily about them being old, because there's all kind, look, there's hippies that, okay, if you want to get technical about it, the first hippies were kind of the beatniks. Like Allen Ginsberg ended up in the 60s psychedelic scene, later on, and in some ways, people like Ginsberg and Kerouac, I guess you could say influenced that, but they were working in the 50s, right? I mean, the stereotype of a beatnik, right, is the bongo drums and the beret, and they look French somehow. It's Americans that kind of dress French, and they're doing some poetry, and they snap their fingers in appreciation after the poem gets read. But then you got the hippies, from the early 60s, back when LSD was legal, right? And then you got the ones from the late 60s, the Summer of Love, and then you got these echoes kind of in the 70s, and I think even up to the 90s, of people that would listen to the Grateful Dead or listen to Fish or something, and start following them around, and find out that, hey, you all of a sudden you got a lot of friends, right? There's a lot of people going around following Dead tours, and if you want to meet, you want to invite them into your life. I'm not sure if that's a great idea, but you can become part of that culture, right? So there's kind of I mean, there's not, I don't feel like the hippie movement is exactly alive at this point, right? I don't think the Grateful Dead are necessarily getting like new fans. And I don't even know what jam bands are around, chat. Fish, maybe like one other band. But yeah, it's not but yeah, for that reason, you got all kinds of hippies, and I'm telling you, there anybody that is like, I mean, any kind of hippie, any kind of crunchy, any kind of like, you know, like to smoke weed, like to party, is kind of, you know, tangential enough to the you know, to the like I don't know, hippie maha, if you want to, is it hippie maha? That seems to be the convergence, because it is like I think it was BCAT K was saying earlier, it is crunchy, right? That's the you know, characteristic, right? And just like Naomi Klein wrote about in Doppelganger, like they have co-opted different cultures, yes, including the fucking drug culture, right? When if I see somebody that is obviously some kind of hippie, that is obviously some kind of stoner, chat, these days I assume that they're MAGA or some kind of or yeah, I don't know. This is why Michael Savage was a revolutionary thinker. He did the crunchy to MAGA pipeline in the 70s. Didn't the neocons used to be, I don't know if they were hippies or if they were yippies, right? But they were like, some of the neocons came from the new left in the 60s.
Hassan Piker just recently become an issue in Michigan. It's home to a competitive three-way Democratic primary for governor. Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that Piker,
and also thank you for the super chat,
will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaigning with at a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state. Our Donnie O'Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the...
Chat, is it wrong of me to want to do like a Donnie O'Sullivan voice? Is it? I feel like I kind of treat, it's not, I'm not being respectful to Irish culture, and I should be, right? When I'm like, oh, Donnie, I feel like I'm just engaging in stereotypes.
Democratic Party's future.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for a lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values and the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor.
I used to have to work the door at a club, and I would be bummed if I had to work on Mondays because a jam band named Leftover Salmon would play. Wait a minute. Is that some kind of... like, Leftover Salmon, are they related to what is it called? Hot Tuna? Like, Hot Tuna, I think, were like former members of the Jefferson Airplane. And why for some reason I connect Leftover Salmon with, I feel like I've heard of that.
Primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish with Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of
Being Jewish with Jonah Platt. That's wild. It's called Being Jewish. The show is called Being Jewish. Welcome to Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zion.
It's not an Irish thing. It's a Donny thing. Yeah, it's because he's got such a melodic voice. But I mean, like, there's a decent amount of Irish that have a melody in there. It's not every Irish person. Like, I don't really hear it from the Tabernacle. But then again, he has been living in England for a long time now, I think.
And his pig dog, he is called Hamas,
the pig dog. Chat, did we ever track that down? I remember the time that Hassan said pig dog, and Ethan Klein was like, "Yep, there it is. That's a Nazi dog whistle. That's what Nazis say, right? They call you a pig dog." And I'm like, I'm just like, pig dog? First of all, I've never heard of the insult. Second of all, like, you know, I don't get the connection between pig dog and Judaism. Like, even what that would be. It's mostly just the leprechauns that talk with a little bit of a melody, a little bit of a lilt in their voice.
Palestinian resistance, he has justified October 7th, and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about what the Democratic Party stands for? I guess.
GRG, are you confirming for us that that Donnie O'Sullivan is a leprechaun? I thought it was, oh, it could be fish. Yeah, that makes sense too. Leftover salmon, they could be like trying to redo, they would recreate a set list. Okay, that does sound like a fish thing then. So they're like, we're like fish, but are they like a fish cover band? Which is crazy because the one thing I remember about Fish is that every Halloween, I thought this was kind of cool. I don't know, is this like a thing that they took from the Grateful Dead? Did the Dead used to do this? Maybe every what is it, like every Halloween, Fish would dress as a different band, and they do like a classic rock album. Like they dress like, you know, David Bowie and the Spiders from Mars, and do like, you know, that album. Top of the Marinantilla, the Stole Neil Sullivan here. Discount mackerel.
Is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think it's despite those comments.
But this band was like, it sounds like they were a fish, like a fish cover band.
A little bit. I mean, back to your first question.
He called
what it
one
says about
Jew
the
a
party. I
Zionist
think
pig dog is
Dr.
crazy.
Abdul Al-Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hasan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Does every white person have to make Hajj to a jam band concert? Why does you folks all know a jam band with 20 total listeners?
I know way too much about just like old pop music. Like, right? I just know way too much about it. I grew up with like uncles that were always a road trip with an uncle meant that you got to do a deep dive into the uncle's musical tastes. And yeah, my uncles like to you know, but yeah, make a Hodge. I don't know. Maybe you're right, Davy. Maybe you're right. What do you think, chat? White people in chat, can we get this confirmed? Oh wait, let me click on it. This is the last super chat. Every white person have to make Hodge to a jam band. I feel like that might be true. Like I'm not like a jam band person. I never really like got, you know, super into it, but I do remember I had friends who liked, I think it was Fish. And they were like, you got to go to this Fish show, and I'm like, all right. And they were seriously like it was a crazy time. They were like, smoke this weed, you know, take this mushroom. Like, I don't know, it was a little more intense than I'm used to. But yeah, is this true? Does every white person have some kind of jam band experience at some point? Is that like I mean, I know Hassan seems to be into
there's a risk for Abdul Al-Sayed to have him.
Like where I was at, right, there was also this place called like the Gorge that was not far away. Not even sure what a jam band is. It's like the Grateful Dead or Fish, or can I think of another example? Dave Matthews, kind of a jam band. Anybody think of any other more mainstream jam bands? Like the idea of jamming is that you're playing some of your music as improvisation. So it's like you get to the solo, and maybe you play the solo different than it is on the album. Maybe you got inspired, and well, you're inspired because you're probably high, right? Honestly, it's people who get high and play like either improvisational blues or jazz based, you know, they'll you know, kind of play with their band enough so the band members sort of know what the other band is thinking. Is Pearl Jam like that? It's like white jazz. I mean, white people, I don't think comprehended. There's very few Dave Brubecks out there, right? I don't know how many like white people like truly comprehended jazz, you know, when it was like in the, you know, in like, you know, the Coltrane, Miles, and Charlie Parker, you know, that 50s to the early 70s, basically. But I feel like what they did is they got jazz like secondhand through blues bands, which inspired like everything that you hear that's psychedelic. It's not. It's white people trying to emulate blues from like 10 or 20 years ago, right? Especially bands like the Grateful Dead. Like they literally will be playing like old blues songs and stuff like that. And most people would say maybe not with the same spirit, maybe not as well. They made money off of this, right? You've heard of the Beatles, you've heard of the of Cream, you've heard of, like there's some big psychedelic bands out. Yeah, Led Zeppelin is a great example. The Who is a great example, right? You've heard of these bands, but they're kind of. If the Who is a great example, actually, I think they literally did covers of like old Mose Allison, records and stuff like that, and they would play it just in a kind of pumped up sort of way. To get people excited because it was, the 60s and everything was, supposed to be psychedelic. And, but yeah, the whole thing with blues is that it's got all these opportunities for improv, and improv like equates to noodling around on guitar under the influence of drugs. And if you're good at that, right. Or maybe even if you're not, in the case of some of these musicians, you can get a following of people that want to see you. They want to follow you around the country, spun out of your head on acid. And we got 22 minutes and 45 seconds left to try to put some spicy food in my mouth today, chat. This is the last chance, okay? I'm trying something different. I'm giving you the butterfly for free, but oh my God, it says that we need 5 more super chats. We really only need 4, right? And a teal super chat, which I think is somewhere around like $3 or more, will suffice, right? So if we can rack up 4 more of those, I will. I was in a jam band. I mean, it's probably a lot of fun to play if you know what you're doing, right? Improv is a talent. Not everybody has it, and but if you kind of work with it and especially get to know the band that you're playing with, you can sometimes like anticipate each other's calls on in terms of improvisation.
Come into the States, an obvious risk, but he is grasping for.
But I'll be honest. I think to make improv sound good, I mean, I guess I can appreciate some blues-based improv, but I think to make improv, the reason that jazz is the way it is, in terms of it having, so like, look, rock music, a lot of times, there's 3 chords. 1, 4, 5 is a classic 1, 2, 5, 1, right? This is pop music. This is rock music. It's pretty simple, right? You can make it more funky and add some sevenths to the mix, right? And you could even make it more funky and get extended up into the upper registers of the chords and do something, where like Jimi Hendrix, like you'll hear, what is essentially like a minor major chord, but the minor note is stacked on top of it, so that it just sounds it just has that. I don't know how to explain it, right? But realistically speaking, you gotta separate the bass from the chord and really try to almost go modal, right? I feel like that's what they do normally in jazz, right? So it sounds maybe even more complicated than it actually is, but the improvisation is more enjoyable, I guess, because there's more going on in terms of like harmonic diversity. Does that make sense? Have I explained too much about music? Probably, but I just want to know if there's white people out there that are like, yeah, there kind of was a Hodge to a psychedelic band from me. I got dragged along to Fish. I got dragged along to Grateful Dead. Maybe maybe there's other bands that do kind of the same thing. But is there like a jam band Hodge that even if you're not like a hippie, even if you're not like touring across the country following some jam band, maybe you are required to once in your life have some experience like that? I don't know because I know I got dragged to a Fish show
One of the panelists.
In a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024.
And I did not know what to make of it.
Within the primary, the Democratic primary and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there. And I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name. The Speaking with American Men project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, pulled Hasan Piker's name.
I dated a xylophone player, like actual xylophone. For a jam band that was, see, I could dig like a marimba, maybe. A xylophone,
among young men.
Probably the most annoying part of my life. When I think of xylophone, I think of Frank Zappa. He had a really good xylophone player. I forget what her name was. My favorite Dead song is Touch of Grey. That likely would get me kicked out of any, it's like the biggest hit of the Grateful Dead. Touch of Grey is like in the 80s.
He's not well known at all.
I mean, you might get yelled at more for Shakedown Street.
About half of young people don't know who he is.
It is technically a disco track.
9%. He's underwater with
Disco
Disco
Dead.
20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
You could just listen to Ween. Yeah, I could see Ween songs. Do they improvise a lot at Ween shows? Ween is like two brothers, two really weird brothers.
I talked about the think tank
I
third
like
way.
that their new meta is to say, oh, he's just not, he has no motion anyway. He has no motion anyway.
Asked Piker to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic. He quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at this mechanic of this idea that Davi posited about the Hodge to a jam band. Maybe it's that like a lot of white people in the United States at least have at least like one hippie in their friend group. And maybe the hippie is the one that brings you to the, the jam band show.
At DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. All of white American culture has adopted some aspect of hippie culture. They completely won the culture completely and lost every one of their political goals.
Pretty much.
Dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that.
But isn't it crazy how the right wing is still a little bit jealous of that cultural influence even now? Like, I mean, this is what Steve Bannon's whole, or like Gavin McInnes, this is what their whole, political existence is based on, is trying to make themselves punk rock, trying to make themselves counterculture, trying to make themselves relevant in a way that, the conservatives of the past would have damned.
That means. Here is Piker's.
Your roommate made out with Dean? That's almost like if your wife did kiss.
Response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed...
Wait, Dean and Gene Ween are not brothers? Are you serious? Sesame Street made me a live. Sesame Street had like...
Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious...
What's crazy is they'll sometimes play like, if you watch like Sesame Street, they'll sometimes play something from like the 70s. And there's like Kermit the Frog, like, being all, wait, is Kermit the Frog on? Why am I thinking, is Kermit on Sesame Street, chat?
Supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians.
Wait, it's not their real name? Oh my God, I am so let down by Ween.
Israel and also the United
There's a few tracks of Ween that I appreciate.
States of America.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by...
They'll try to separate themselves from Nazis who might agree with the sentiment Israel bad for a completely different reason. That's what they'll try to do. That's what I try to do. I try to make sure that whenever I talk about Israel, it's really clear to any fucking Nazis out there that I'm not a fucking fellow traveler, that they are not going to convince me that the problem is Judaism or Jewish people, right? It's pretty fucking important if you like, but no, it's inoculating himself. He's just like, plausible deniability. I mean, I don't know why I'm treating with these assholes with any degree of Kermit is Muppets. Oh yeah, okay. Wait, so was he ever on Sesame Street? I feel like I saw Kermit on Sesame Street, but he was disco dancing or something, like a old like a rerun from like the old Sesame Street. There's also Mean Ween. He's the guy that on the cover of the pod. What? Oh my god.
In places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right.
So Kermit does make appearances on Sesame Street. Okay, maybe he's like not a real, maybe he's not like a recurring character the way that Elmo is, but yeah, he definitely makes appearances on Sesame Street.
Anti-Semitism. These are the
Thank you, Wave Surrenders.
tropes they use. And then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is the place where all Jews collectively have a connection to, and is the homeland where more than 50% of Jews.
The thing is, like, if Israel's doing some fuck shit, and you know, you might hear like Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson talk about it in a way that implies that yeah, they're doing fuck shit because Jews have too much power, right? Versus, you know, if you're, and they'll emphasize, right, that they're not talking about just Israel. They don't have their problem is not with Israel, right? And then or dog whistle or whatever. But I feel like nowadays they don't bother to dog whistle, do they? Kermit was on Sesame Street fairly often. Okay, yeah, I definitely remember seeing him.
Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media.
I don't even say that.
The Jews didn't
I don't even say that.
North Iran and control the American government, but Israel does. And so he's able to sort of get away.
I mean, Israel wishes they could control the media. I don't think they're controlling even the narrative at this point. For a long time, you know, the American media, you know, handled that, always portrayed you know, Jewish people as the victims in any sort of you know, contentious situation.
With some of this stuff in these
I love that these guys are literally doing the conflation, by the way. He tied Israel to Jews, and now is just going off.
Just he's got a different name, and he comes from a different wing of politics.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president, or who might run for president, if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing to.
I think this
Bring it. There's no way that Rahm's serious about that. There's no way. There is no fucking way.
gets to something important with this debate in Michigan. It's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hasan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as they say in politics. The difference is going out.
I think that after seeing Hasan talk to Josh Shapiro, you might reappraise your view that Josh Shapiro is a smart guy, right? If what you mean is controlling the conversation in a podcast format, that's what you mean by smart. No, I'm not sure you're right about that. We got 61 votes so far. Make sure to get your votes in if you haven't already. Medhi Hasan versus Professor Jiang is now in a commanding lead. Second place, we Anna Kasparian. Whoa, it's really changed, chat. Things have really changed. Anna Kasparian going after AOC in second place, right? Remember, if we do get to 200 somehow, we will do the top 2 stories. So there is, if 2 of these things strike your fancy, there is technically a way to get there. And then tied for third place, we got Druski as Erika Kirk and Destiny Squeezed Dry, tied for 19% now. So get your votes in if you haven't already. And remember, if you donate, you can let me know. You can add a little bit to the topic of your choice, or say Vox Populi, in which you'll be reinforcing the vote, or gaming, which I never mention enough because I owe you so many gaming streams, chat. But it's okay. We got a program now, and if you are not aware, I'm gaming on Friday night, right? Friday, and I mean for you in America, right? Friday night by American, whatever Friday, for me it's Saturday morning, right? But for you it'll be Friday night, and we do like a shorter topic, and then some bonus content potentially, and then we do video gaming. So if you're a gaming frog, if you're curious about Persona 2, which is the game that I'm playing through right now, it's a very old Atlas title that obviously influenced Persona 3, 4, and 5, but a lot darker, a lot different than you could even see kind of maybe some of the darkness in Persona 3. It feels like it's gotten lighter, right? So if you want Persona but with like a little bit more depth, darkness, whatever, yeah, we're playing through one of the classic games, actually from the 90s. And look, the version I played before was a PSP, port of the 90s game. So it was technically made in, 2011. Atlas usually, adds some music. They change this and that. Seems like a lot was changed, but chat was able to, when I was like installing the game last time, chat was able to, or accidentally found me the original version of the game. So it is exactly, in fact, it might even be like it's strange, chat, because you can see you can see like the Japanese dub is on it. You know what I mean? It's Japanese and then English. So I don't even know what I got a hold of, but it's a very different game than what I played through before. And you'll be playing through this every Friday night. So make sure to join us for that. If you've missed the first one, I will be trying to upload it to the gaming channel. So look for it there.
To campaign with somebody, and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's the difference. I think candidates should be able to go on to podcasts with people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor here.
Do you see how he talks? Oh, he had to walk it back. You can't say that. You can't call apartheid an apartheid, right? It's different when Afrikaners from the Netherlands do it, right? Somehow it's different. It's okay, because you can't say anything bad about Israelis that are Jewish, or else that's anti-Semitism. And is Persona 2 with the race swapping? That's Persona 1, Davi, and that was in the the localization. They race swapped. They literally just darkened one of the characters' faces to somehow make it more, I don't know, relatable to Americans. I guess that's the idea of a localization. Very strange choice there. But yeah, that's Persona 1.
Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028. They're going to have to confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get chummy and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being here. Great. What a great time to be in LA to have you both in studio. Really.
Yeah. Right when the Israel's implementing, Alice on Fire is talking about Israel's implementing a death penalty for Palestinians. What Palestinians? The Palestinians they've been holding hostage, right? Because I'm not convinced that these people got fair trials or anything like that. But basically, if you were pulled in by the IDF under suspicion of anything, that was like physical resistance, right? Then they are now saying that they're cool ordering your summary execution. And you know what these motherfucking Knesset members were wearing? They were wearing, when they passed this bill, chat, in the Knesset, which is like the Israeli, Congress. Is it kind of like the Congress and Senate combined? I don't know. But anyway, legislative body, right? These Knesset, these members of this, what do you call them? MK member Knesset. Anyway, they're wearing like nooses as little lapel clips to celebrate the fucking murder that they're about to do. To celebrate turning their prison camp. I'm not talking about Gaza, which is kind of an open air prison camp, but I'm talking about a closed air, actual, facility, places like Sedeteman. They are going to turn that into a death camp, is what they're doing, and they were drinking wine like sick fucking shit, chat. And the funny thing about that, all right, and I don't know if you have my sense of humor, but the thing that I found funny about it is that any kind of Nuremberg type situation for what Israel's been up to is going to be very difficult to carry out. Chat, you know why? I don't think there are ropes short enough. Look that up in history, okay? Look that up in history. Some controversy about the rope length that was allotted by a gentleman named John C. Woods at Nuremberg. And no, I don't think Nuremberg went nearly hard enough. okay? But they're wearing these fucking nooses. Listen, you might be wearing a noose in a different way, all right? When justice catches up with you. Fucking murderers.
Thanks, Jack.
The U.S. Army is launching an investigation into this. Apache helicopters.
That's awesome. What a panel, dude.
Eleni says, why is it so hard for you to support your president? Because, Eleni, he sucked Bubba's dick, and I'm too homophobic. That's why. That's it, you know.
It's hilarious they have to use old photos to make you look like 2016, bro. I mean,
it's April 1st. Relax, you got me.
I don't think it was that bad. Controversial opinion. I don't think it was that bad. Like, yeah, he farmed a lot of the, he farmed all of the talking points, right? I'll take it. Especially if they put my actual words against their claim.
Wait, it was a clip from Salo. Wait, what was? All my donos go to the gaming. In a few years, you'll be able to play SMT2. Is that a good one? I don't even know much about the SMTs, chat. The first SMT, when did SMT2 come out? Wait, it was a clip from Salo? Wait, I'm sorry, Davi, I'm not putting this together for some reason. Wow. It is April 1st. Yeah, it's April 1st for me, legit. I could be April fooling you all day, chat, but I know that most of you are watching me from, you know, the US or Europe. I guess it's April 1st everywhere now. Right? I guess it's April 1st everywhere. Chat, I don't think I've been counting correctly. I think we're a little further on the way. Only allowed to do April Fool's jokes before Medhi. I swear to God, like, if you were guilty of a Nazi-like crime, right? If you were fucking culpable for that shit, why would you wear a noose on your lapel? You understand that history has a sense of humor. Okay, and it can run rather dark. Like, I don't know. I swear to God, chat. I swear to God. It's like they know. It's like a guilty conscience. It's like, yeah, I should be wearing a noose. Yeah, maybe you should. But we'll have to just let the the proceedings unfold. Why would we wear a noose at all? I'm talking about Israeli Knesset members. So the Israeli Knesset is their legislative body, right? And they just passed a law saying that all of the prison camps that they had for Palestinians, in other words, the IDF would bring in people from Palestine and just kind of arrest them without much of a anything approaching due process, right? And up until now, they were just holding these people as hostages. Remember the whole hostage thing in Gaza? Kind of ironic that Israel's got thousands of hostages at the same time that they're like, bring back the hostages. Okay, you bring back the hostages first, right? But these people that should have honestly been, released back into, they should have, like, generally what happens is there's an exchange for hostages. That's, if you really want to if you really care about your hostages, that's how you get them back. Especially if you're holding 1,000 hostages from your enemy, a hostage exchange would be appropriate. They didn't do, they did a little bit of that, right? But there were still, a lot of people still in these facilities, and the Knesset has now ordered that their sentences will now be converted to execution, which, is something that I think Israel's only done once or twice. The first one was with, of course, the Nazi Adolf Eichmann, that the Mossad was able to apprehend in South America, and they brought him back. The famous Eichmann trial. There's one other execution, I think, in Israel, but yeah, generally they don't execute people. But now they will. Now they're turning it into a death camp, chat. So anything where you're like, well, it's not quite like Nazi Germany. I mean, this is a little histrionic to compare it. It's like it's eroding, chat. The difference between Israel and Nazi Germany is eroding in front of our face. I don't know. We need to. There's so many things wrong with this world right now, chat. There's so many things wrong with this world.
Like their interpretation of my words, all of a sudden, that takes on a very new light. And that's the reason why the best they can do, and that point, that's the reason why the best they can do is say, oh, Hasan is actually anti-Semitic, but he's hiding it, right? Instead of being like, oh, he's a avowed anti-Semite, it's very clear. They have to go, oh, well, he's just like criticizing Israel, but actually he just means all Jews, which is an ineffective line of attack. And the other person has to be.
But I'm just saying, if you're somebody that's comparable to the criminals that were executed at the Nuremberg trials, maybe don't wear a noose on your lapel, because at some point there's going to be some dark irony that comes your way.
Concede on coming onto my podcast, but then say, but it's different when you have him on your campaign rally, right? They're trying to mitigate the harm there, because like they've completely given up on saying this is a dangerous radical anti-Semite.
Chat, what do you think? Are we at 83? We might be even. I feel like I've missed.
They're they're trying to imply
it's at least 83.
That it's it's okay if you collaborate with him. You just shouldn't have him on your your rallies. Does that make sense? So I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I don't think this is a bad thing. It is funny though that the Puck guy's assessment is that I have no motion, and people that do know me hate me. He was like, no. We ran a poll actually, and nobody knows him. And the people that do know him, they hate him. Okay, they hate him a lot. Okay, then why are you talking? Then why are you bringing me up on a CNN panel? If this is a no motion type situation, why is it that it's being discussed on CNN on the day that Israel has signed off on a death penalty sentence for Palestinians in captivity in Israeli concentration
camps? That's what I'm talking about.
And Itamar Ben-Gvir is popping champagne, celebrating that
oh, sorry, it wasn't wine, it was champagne.
Those concentration camps are now going to turn into death camps. I just felt like you were safer before this, and we want to keep you from this. Antifa worries? No, this is totally irrelevant.
Burple, I worry that Israel's ongoing genocidal shit in Gaza and the West Bank is going unnoticed because of how Trump is just adding more and more Western terror everywhere. It is funny how, if you noticed, right, we don't have what you'd want to have, right, in a what they are calling a rules-based order, which is, countries holding the United States up to the standard that it holds everyone else up to. We don't have that, right? We got a bunch of cowardly, NATO countries that are mostly just, kiss the United States' ass, even though they know that, especially under Trump, we are fucking them over in so many ways. But we did have Spain, I believe, Spain, France, and Italy, deny the United States access to their airspace for their ongoing operations in Iran. So, that's something. But again, what you're saying, Burpel, is that there was so many chances to get off the bus with Israel, and
they
didn't.
At $9.99. Reza Pahlavi is the only hope for Iran. Donald Trump, please free the nation and the little girls by reinstating the glorious Shah so I can feel better when I vacation there once every 5 years.
All right, Davi, look, you don't realize this, but you just triggered... You just triggered a clip that I wasn't sure if I was going to play.
What kind of counter can you have for that? Right.
Wait, that's a different video. Okay, wait. What am I looking for? Let me see if I can give you this. I got to show you this. This is the craziest shit. Actually, I'll just find it on Al Jazeera, maybe. Is it Al Jazeera in English? I think. I mean, obviously the clip was in English, but oh god, they post a lot of shorts, don't they? I might have to look for the... Didn't they have... They interviewed Marco Rubio, right? Recently. There he is. There's Marco Rubio. God, they really do their shorts game is strong. Their shorts game is very strong. I'm trying to find here, let me see. I'll just look at my playlist because I think I got it on there.
Survive this? Yeah, it's really messed up.
Yeah, Davi, just because you said that, I kind of got to show you this.
We did not save them. We're killing them, bro.
I am Iranian and I'm 10.
Okay, listen to this, right?
We did not save them.
So yeah, the two girls above are Israeli, in Israel. The guy on the bottom is Iranian, but I don't know where I think he lives outside of Iran. I think. Wait, I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me. I'm pretty sure he's not, not talking to them from Iran. He's diasporoid.
We're killing them, bro.
I am Iranian and I'm thanking you.
Really?
Yes.
What he's saying is, thank you for saving them. Not killing, saving.
I want to say thank you to you Israeli people.
Wait, what?
Really?
Yes.
What he's saying is, thank you for saving them. Not killing, saving.
Not caring? Saving? Or not killing, saving?
I want to say thank you to you Israeli people.
Yay. Is that good or no? I'm confused.
Man's got a strange look in his eye, don't you think?
Thank you, Israelis, no?
Is he a metalhead? It looks like some kind of metal. He's got to be a metalhead, judging by his hat and the guitars back there.
Yes. Are you not from Israel?
I am.
Then you don't know if it's good or bad.
Go Israel. But yes.
So they don't understand. They expect him, if he's from Iran, he's gonna be evil and antagonistic. They're confused. Why is he thanking them?
Saying that you're thanking us for bombing them, or you're thanking them for bombing us?
Thanking you for saving.
They literally can't comprehend this guy's on their side.
The people of Iran.
Thank you for saving the people of Iran.
Of course, but we did not save them. We're killing them, bro.
We're killing them. We're not saving them. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I am Iranian and I'm thanking you.
Really?
Yes.
What he's saying is, thank you for saving them. Not killing, saving.
Second of all, your country is bombing the government of Iran.
But only the government, right? The bombs, since whether it's government or civilian, they don't blow up with the civilian. They do blow up with the government. It's a bad IRGC man. It gets blown up. If it's a nice civilian, especially like, I don't know, like a elementary school girl, you know, the bombs don't blow them up.
Not Iranian people.
Right. Oh.
So
Yes.
it's a rescue mission.
It's a rescue mission.
Careful not to kill their freaking citizens.
You are trying to not to kill our citizens, but sometimes it happens.
If you're in Israel, you kind of got to know this is bullshit. Right now, you might not say it, and you know you're talking to a guy from Iran, but you got to know that it is like nobody in Israel is like, yeah, you know, I love that we did this operation with minimal harm to civilians, right? We made sure those Iranian, like, they're selling the war like that in the United States, yes, right? We're saving them by bombing them, and we're just taking out the government so the citizens can come back and take their country back, and right? But Israel doesn't need to do that. Like, you can say, we're gonna kill as many Iranians as we fucking can, and that's your response, right? Yes, that's as it should be. Israel, as sad as this sounds, oftentimes, like, Israel's policy, as brutal as it is like there is a more brutal ideation, right? A desire for more brutality amongst Israeli citizens. Yeah, it's a scary thing, right? They were good. Remember the whole Sudetenland thing? Pakistani, sorry. Wow, my brain is, I'm getting nationalities wrong today, chat. Palestinian man, I believe, was imprisoned in Sudetenland, and they got these Israeli soldiers on tape sexually, violating him in a torturous way. And if something like that shows up on film, generally you gotta punish. If you're, no matter who you are, no matter if you agree with what they've done, you got to punish the person. Otherwise, you start, that's another thing for human rights bodies to kind of go after, right? But it was rejected. The public rejected the idea of punishing the rapists. They said no, they get no punishment, and it ended up, they had a riot, chat. They had like a Jan 6 for rape, and it succeeded. The rapists were let. The rapists are national heroes, right? So yeah, the idea that, like, that they're not hearing from anyone these concerns that you hear in the United States. So like, we're going to do a war, but we're going to do an ethical war, right? It's not against the Iranian people. It's against the Iranian government, right? There's no need for any of that in Israel. If anything, you have to hold the public back from wanting fucking more violence. Anyway, there we go, chat. There you go. Thank you, Davy, for reminding me that that existed. It's crazy. Oh yeah, I think I think Felix comes in on this one.
This is not a bad thing. Check my last message. If you were regarding the anti-Semitism slander, if you were actually anti-Semitic, they wouldn't have included a clip of you defending your record of combating anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites don't care about combating anti-Semitism. Go ask Nick Fuentes if he thinks he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just, in this day and age especially, anti-Semites don't feel the need to hide. The people who are anti-Semitic don't need to hide their anti-Semitism, right? Candace Owens is not hiding that. I think O'Sullivan interviewed you and Tapper was pissed. It took off because of his station, so he did this table to try to take you down a peg. Yeah, a little bit.
Wait,
I think
Donnie's coming after Hasan? Does anybody else think that's true? I thought that Donnie did post like what looked like a mashup of his interview with Hasan along with Jake Tapper's content. So yeah, it was a little bit more neutral, I guess, than I expected, but it didn't seem like he was joining in the dog pile. Love how easy it is to get them to admit the quiet part out loud. I mean, these are also kids, you know? Like I said, whereas adults might be like, oh yes, of course, we spare the civilians because it's not against the Iranian, you know, but these are, and they're just like, well, bro, what are you talking about? We're killing you. We're fucking killing you all. It's just like, you know, they don't know that the conversation is in Israel is supposed to stay in Israel, right? Because they don't have that kind of self-awareness. And everybody around them is cheering on death and destruction. Almost as much as you hate how easy it is to get them to admit the quiet part out loud. True.
Like I said, I think Americans are much more aware nowadays of like exactly how people try to deploy defenses for Israel by immediately calling any of its prominent critics anti-Semitic, you know? So that's it. But see, you're hiding it by saying you're not anti-Semitic. It's a stupid gotcha either way. Yeah, it's stupid because I'm not anti-Semitic. The most anti-Semitic shit that came out of that panel was Jonah Platt.
Devicliff super chatted $9.99. I know this definitely German citizen is just like me. He lives in a Western country, born after the revolution, visited Iran a few times, maybe spent a summer there. But he believes he should have a say.
Davy Scott, yeah. So German citizen that left before, born after the revolution. So chat, we're talking about the So yeah, anybody that's born like in the 80s or after, maybe spent a summer in Iran, but believes that believes that he should have a say. There's a lot, there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of allowance for you know, brutality and that's what's sick about it, right? I think I posted on this, right? Oh God, chat, I gotta is this gonna come up? Does anybody know? Vietnam, right? This is Vietnam. I don't know. We're talking about hippies earlier, now we're talking about Vietnam. Anyway, now do we have a transcript? We do. Show transcript. I don't know if this comes up in this video, but one of the things that they dug up on Hasan was an old video of him reacting to a Vietnamese immigrant, so somebody that probably looks like she would have, you know, come like right after the failed U.S. effort to support South Vietnam. Looks like she might have, you know, come over around that. She's like that age. But yeah, he said something. What did he? I can't remember what he said about her. But yeah, people are trying to be like, Hasan Piker is anti-immigrant. Based on this. All right, what do we got? We're looking for No is what we got. Does not look like that. I'll have to dig that up maybe.
Literally saying all Jews have a deep embedded connection to the land of Israel. That is the unironic anti-Semitism. Okay. Jake Tapper did a full panel on your boy.
Here is Felix.
Pull the chair. But also watch out for this thing. That thing in the corner that like will move the desk.
So was the
Anybody know if Hasan responded to the? I mean, I'm sure he responded on Twitter, but did he respond on stream to the? He must have.
segment like pro or against?
Felix Biederman in the building.
Hello, everyone.
International superstar, #1 anti-Semite in America.
I've never even been put on those.
I
It's
know.
crazy. I don't know what I have to do.
It's actually unironically anti-Semitic not to feature you as an anti-Semite just because you're Jewish.
Well, I mean, like we've noticed this about Felix in terms of he's talked a lot of shit about Ethan Klein, just because Ethan is perfect content for the likes of Chapo, which is his podcast. If you don't know, that's where Felix comes from. But Ethan has never. Ethan has like noticed him. Has like I think the worst that Ethan has said about Felix is that he's a token Jew, that he's excusing. He's here to give Hasan the pass to be anti-Semitic. We're just as shameful as the most psycho Cubans who genuinely want to make the homeland suffer, just so they can move there after the USA wipes the land clean. Yeah. I mean that's it's a really sad thing to grapple with, right? That how quickly some human empathy just dies in the face of utter avarice. And I'm saying that wrong. Avarice, I think, is how it's said.
There are like they do put Jews on there.
Who they put like Norm Finkelstein?
Macklemore.
Macklemore.
That song where he's like,
wait. What? Macklemore's Jewish?
In the 3rd grade, I thought that I was Jewish.
Oh.
Because I drove a Volvo and I started the peanut butter.
Okay, well, here.
It was called Same Love, and it was about his friend who is Jewish.
Wait, no, what? Yeah, I thought Same Love was the one about, it was like, it was that, yeah, I remember this vaguely, that there was, somebody was like, yo, there's a rap song about gay love. And I was like, what?
Yeah, and they were going to get married, but they couldn't.
Oh, they had to fly to Cyprus.
Yeah. And that's sort of why, the reason for his activism. It's actually quite selfish.
Yeah.
I'm because of a 360 deal with my management, I do have to write articles for the forward. I know it's bad, but I really want to buy a boat.
All right, well, let's see what Jake Tapper had to say.
They are going nuts with the makeup. It's like, yeah, that's just a regular 71-year-old man.
Yeah, he looks
wrinkles.
hot. He looks sexy.
I mean, he is a good-looking guy, but it's like it's fine to age.
Okay, real talk chat. How old is Jake Tapper?
And a fantastic writer, gangbanging in the media land. You already know.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, Zionists are terrified of Felix Power. What do they like? They're like, I feel a disturbance in the force.
Kind of got me into media.
Might not be a household name, at least among adults, but ask your kids. His new role as a midterm surrogate for some Democrats is proof that his political influence is expanding far beyond the streaming platform Twitch, where he has taken up residence. He is, without question, an online influencer.
It was a Washington, D.C. White House Correspondents' Dinner weekend. I don't know, some shit
with nearly 3 million followers. His rise,
how old is he? Joel says too old.
The prominent voice on the left is now driving a wedge between Democrats, and for good reason. Hasan Piker's past and present is checkered with
he's 68?
Outrageous.
He's 68? Yeah, that's
not.
I would have guessed like, I don't know, 55?
Bigoted state comments like this one.
America deserves 11, dude. I'm saying it.
Who's that bigoted against?
Dude, holy shit.
Buildings? Cantor Fitzgerald?
Yeah. Also, they made out like a bandit, or at least Howard Lutnick did.
Yeah.
He was the one who really benefited from that. The ultra
I am
Jews leaving.
so glad, chat, that we're not calling him Howard Butnick anymore.
Israel
or Butlick or whatever he was calling him.
Hilarious. Okay.
Mid-50s. Yeah, that's what I would have thought too. Securitron.
Serve in the military, and then they get untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon. Again, very funny. Like he's saying it's because I said Orthodox Jews are inbred, which, to be fair, out of the million times that I've said, out of the million times I've called every racial supremacist, ethno supremacist group inbred, this is the one time where they could be like, well, we got him.
Yeah.
Jake Tapper just announced part 2 of the panel on you. Oh, we're cooked.
Oh, no.
Panel.
Why are they doing another? Wait. Chat, has this gone down yet? Have they done part 2 of the freaking panel?
Hamby, the Puck News guy.
I was just talking about Peter Hamby.
Yeah,
I was just talking about Peter Hamby on the episode we recorded. He wrote that article about Beto where he insulted the show, and he said they look like roadies from Mumford and Sons. And it's like,
wow, what a great reference.
Yeah, like
what a timely reference
it was
from him.
Dated in 2018. And I also thought, like, I listened to King Von, you asshole. I don't listen to, you know, my family had me listen to the old 97s. I listen to alt country, you asshole. But is Peter Hamby still the Snapchat guy?
I think so, which is strange for someone at that age, right?
Yeah. Do you think other places try to poach it? Do you think like Live Jasmine is like, we want you to head your politics department?
Was it? No. Roblox.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? I'm Peter Hamby, and today we're going to be talking about the Roblox marketplace.
All these places are trying to poach. Do you think like Kick is like, we need you?
Yeah, you're the GOAT.
Yeah.
You are the greatest of all time when it comes to doing these news hits. We need that shit.
My name's Peter Hamby. Today I'm going to be making out with the Island Boys and talking about the moderate lane in 2028.
All right, let's keep going.
All right.
It's Hasan Piker calling Orthodox
This part is really funny. Look, he flubs it. He gets so angry he can't even read it out loud.
Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas.
As a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state. And the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue.
He doesn't even try to like defend the idea of like.
All right, so chat. I was worried about posting this because like I was afraid somebody was gonna think that I was like, yeah, I'm like pro Asmongold now. But anyway, here's the original. Here's what we're talking about, right? So this woman is a Vietnamese immigrant. This is a few years ago, obviously from you can tell from his haircut and the way the layout looks. Since we're forced to do more Hassan Piker discourse, I just need you to watch the greatest. Okay, so they're trying to cancel him, for this.
And because as Vietnamese refugee, we have endured suffering under the communist regime, and we believe that.
Okay, fuck you, dude. I mean, seriously, fuck you, old lady. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady with your stupid fucking gamer headset. Who has fucked you harder, America or fucking Ho Chi Minh? Suck my dick, old lady. God damn, dude. Yo, fuck this refugee, okay? Seriously, fuck this South Vietnamese motherfucking whatever, like Christian supremacist psychotic fucking refugee living in America now and able to talk that shit. Why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions, if that's your perspective? Be careful, be careful. No, I fucking hate these people, dude.
Because
yeah, he's definitely talking about Vietnamese people or refugees in general, right? Not specifically like diasporoids that wish death and destruction on their on people living in their still living in the country, right? Yeah, and my response to what Hassan said there, I mean, I just had to do it, chat. I mean, like, look, no, most of the time this is a, ridiculous thing to say, just like, blindly, reflexively agreeing with something like Asmongold does with Trump. But no, I think it's warranted. I think it deserves a yeah based. Can I get a yeah based? I feel like this warrants it. Anyway.
Selling land on the city. It's just like, oh,
no,
man.
No, I think he didn't know. He hadn't read the full tweet because it's really funny. He can't even like hit the line once.
Right. Unequivocal. That is an equivocal defense of it. Like, that's the joke.
Hasan Piker calling Orthodox Jews inbred. Piker has also posted comments such as these, where he unequivocally sides with Hamas, calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker.
He just he got so mad he couldn't even get it out. He's like, it's the lesser of two. Why can't we?
It's not very professional, Jake. Wait, I feel like did I put in an explanation for this? Yeah, there we go. I got nothing but empathy for refugees and immigrants who have to leave their country because of U.S. foreign policy destabilizing it, right? But if you're a rich diasporoid wishing death and destruction on your homeland to open up investment and exploitation for yourself, then fuck you.
that was his verse, like in 8 Mile, where you're Eminem.
Yeah.
Anyway, follow me on Twitter for more like this.
Well, yeah, that's why I thought of 8 Mile. You're like, but I know something about you.
Looking forward to doing the Stomp Clap Hey revival that is inevitably going to come our way. Gen Alpha is going to be like, the Lumineers were geniuses.
You what would be the thing? You wrote an article or two. And he would be like Papa Doc. He would choke.
What do you think? Can we? Who else is coming back? Chat. Fleet Foxes.
Sides with Hamas.
Can we get a revival?
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the lesser of two evils compared to the government of Israel. Piker has since apologized for his comments on 9/11, but he stood by the rest. He's accusing others of taking him out of context. In a Wall Street Journal op-ed, the leaders of the Democratic think tank Third Way write, quote, Mr. Piker is anti-American.
Getting too cozy with Hasan Piker. Democrats are too cozy, all right? They're succubus with goblins with Hasan Piker.
Yeah, all the goats are here.
Yeah, oh my God.
Yeah, the real movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. Third Way, writing a Wall Street Journal op-ed.
They had two cones right that. I always feel like very inferior when I speak to a cone because they were like the best of the 12. They were like the strongest of the 12 tribes of Israel.
Oh, Cohen.
Like,
yeah, sorry. I was like, when I talk to a cone, I'm just like, a cone?
Family.
The Biedermans?
The Biederman isn't even like, my dad's side, they were like Russian Jews who like were like, oh, everyone thinks German Jews are like the fanciest, so we should just go there. But they will go to Germany and we'll make up a German last name, Biederman, which means petite bourgeois. we'll get that name, but we still won't learn how to read. And then we'll f that up and then we'll come to America and make no money selling heroin.
And anti-Semitic, no Democrat should engage with him. All should seek to push him to the fringe where he belongs.
Like these cones are like
Hasan Piker has recently become an issue in Michigan. It's
they
home
know
to
what
a
a
competitive
loser I am.
Three-way Democratic.
From my ancestors playing piano in the Russian military.
I mean, that's
come from a long line of losers.
That's kind of cool. That's not. I think that
might have been cool back then. I don't know. He might.
Were they playing Rachmaninoff?
He might have gotten some whiz.
Oh, need more Edward Sharpe and Mumford. Wait, Fleet Foxes were more mainstream than Mumford and Sons?
Is on his thing.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Primary for governor, Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, one of the three candidates and a former CNN commentator, announced that
chat, we didn't get the we didn't hit the spicy goals, so I'm not allowed to have the chili paste yet. Oh well.
Piker will join him for 2 rallies in April. His opponents quickly seized on that, slamming the decision as unacceptable, calling Piker not somebody that you should be campaighing with at a moment when they're...
It's like really funny that they're giving advice while they're in contest.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm going to take this sincerely, actually. Like we're running a race against you, and I think you probably shouldn't do this thing. It's going to be really bad for you.
There's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state.
What about on the other side of that, being on the wrong side of an issue that's like 90-10 with Democratic voters?
Yeah.
Does that come up at all?
Yeah, notice how Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed isn't turning around and be like, hey guys, don't defend Israel here.
Yeah.
Because he wants to win, actually. So he's going to be like, oh, nice. I'm glad that you said your piece on the issue of Israel.
I also don't like how in the last slide, they used a really wet photo of him.
Yeah.
I don't like wet journalism like that.
No, this is a terrible photo of me too. It's like I look chunky as
Sullivan caught up with Piker over the weekend at a No Kings rally in New York and asked how he fits into the Democratic Party's future.
Oh boy.
You have become an issue within the Democratic Party yourself. Tell us about that.
I don't think I'm necessarily an issue within the Democratic Party as much as I am an issue for...
I got a solution, Chad. I got a workaround. We didn't hit the spicy. See, like when I put the spicy thing, then I can't eat spicy food, right? When I put the butterfly, then if we don't get it, I can't wear the butterfly. Now I've gotten myself in the position where I can't eat my ice on sausage and raw vegetables with spicy. I'm gonna grab some of the sweet chili sauce out of the fridge, and I'll just eat it with that.
A lot of consultants. I don't want fascism to win in this country. I don't want Republicans to win in this country. We can argue on the methods. Maybe you think that my worldview and my values...
BKK, I despise Jake Tapper's smug, smarmy face. I despise everything about the man.
And the policies that I want politicians to represent might be different than yours. But at the end of the day, I think we have the same goals.
I should note, I misspoke. It's a Michigan Senate primary, not governor.
Get it together.
Primary. Jonah Platt is with us. He's the host of Being Jewish, the Jonah Platt podcast. Peter Hamby is the founding partner of Puck News. And Peter, look, obviously he has said a lot of things.
What the fuck is Puck News, Chad? Anybody heard of that?
A lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog.
He called one.
Anybody want to explain to me? Ethan had this weird reaction to the pig dog thing. He was like, pig dog is like we looked it up at the time. Like, I searched it every way I could. I did like a lot of research to try to be like, because he was like, there's a lot of random anti-Semitic tropes or dog whistles or, whatever weird ways that people have, like anti-Semitism has a long and storied history, right? So if you tell me something is a dog whistle or a trope that I haven't heard of before, I'll look into it. And I did. I was like, wait, are you sure? I was like, it does kind of sound like it could be a dog whistle or a slur or something like that. But no, we didn't find anything for pig dog ever being used against like Jewish people, right? It just sounds like you're calling them a pig. You can't decide whether to call them a pig or a dog, so you call them a pig dog. That's where I think Hasan was coming from with that. Anyway, chat, I gotta pee again, because I hydrated properly, and that's what happens, I guess. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this run. We're gonna watch this, and we're gonna watch Hasan on CNN responding to some of this criticism, and then chat bonus content. We're at least gonna watch one of these. Like, right, what's winning right now? It's been a little bit tumultuous. I could predict what's. We did get to 6 out of 10 on the spicy chili gold chat. Maybe I gotta have a little bit of chili. I don't know. What am I looking at? Oh yeah, the poll. Oh, Medhi Hasan and Professor Jiang in first place. Davi, did you said video game, right? You said video game. Okay, so we got like, I just cleared off 100 points. Looks like I'm going to put 100 points back on there, but that's okay. That's okay, because I like playing video games. Believe it or not, you don't have to twist my arm too hard to get me to play video games. Yeah, anyway, Medhi Hasan in first place, Anna Kasparian in second place, Druski as Erika, Kirk, Destiny, Squeeze Dry, tied for third place. That's where we're at right now with 74 votes. Make your voice heard. If you haven't voted already, go over to youtube.com/nocommentchick, and you can just click on the stream and you'll be able to vote. You have to, vote on YouTube, unfortunately, but, feel free to go back to Twitch if that's where you're coming from, and watch the rest of the stream on Twitch. But yeah, when you do that, make sure to hit the like button. It helps me out a lot, and I appreciate it greatly. I'm going to let these two go off while I take care of the call of nature, and I'll come back. We'll do this. We'll finish this. We'll do the Hasan appearance on CNN, and then we'll shift on to the bonus content.
One Jew, a Zionist pig dog, is just a thing that didn't happen, by the way. That's just a thing that people claim happened, but it didn't happen, but it doesn't matter.
Partner of Puck News.
Oh my
and
God,
Peter,
so evil.
look, obviously he has said a lot of things that a lot of people find outrageous, and he called one Jew a Zionist pig dog. He has called Hamas the Palestinian resistance. He has justified.
You know what? I didn't even pick that up, right? I heard, I could hear it from the headphones as I was about to leave, but I didn't even pick that up, right? So Jake Tapper is actually referring to Ethan Klein. I think Hasan just said, I called one, I didn't call Jews Zionist pig dogs, right? I called one guy that happens to be Jewish, that, right? I think that the pig dog thing is, he's only said it right against Ethan. If we'll see if we can find that clip. Well, no, maybe not, because I feel like Ethan found a clip of Hasan calling somebody. Maybe it wasn't Ethan that was getting called the pig dog. Maybe it was somebody else. But we are referring to something that, at least that, yeah, that's right, dual stream with Waluigi and Irene. We are referring to at least somebody that, oh, sorry, what am I trying to say? Jake Tapper is aware of Ethan Klein. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say.
But are they collaborators? No.
I can't believe he called the Palestinian resistance. I mean, that's what it is. They are that.
To the seventh, and on and on and on. What does his influence tell you about where the Democratic Party stands today? And I guess, is it despite those comments or because of those comments?
I think. By the way, Peter Hamby mocks me here. He's so in tune with the Snapchat audience. Watch what he says now.
I think it's despite those comments a little bit. I mean, back to your first question, what it says about the party. I think Dr. Abdullah Sayed is looking for a lane in a three-way primary. He is slightly behind in the polling. And like a lot of Democrats and a lot of progressives, after the 2024 election, wants to connect with young people, connect with young men, go into the manosphere, go into the podcast space. It just so happens that Hasan Piker is aligned with a lot of Dr. Abdul Sayed's views on healthcare, on taxing the rich and billionaires, etc. He is a Bernie, AOC, Zoran guy. But with that, he has a long reputation of saying all of the things you just played here. I was just talking to you before the segment. I mean, I think it is a risk for Abdul al-Sayed to have him come into the state. It's an obvious risk, but he is grasping for votes in a crowded three-way primary in a state, Michigan, which you remember from 2024, both in the primary, the Democratic primary, and the general election, has a lot of Arab and Muslim voters outside of Detroit, in Dearborn Heights, and Democrats have been suffering there, and I think he's trying to grab onto them. He's doing rallies at Michigan, in Michigan State, so he's trying to go after young people. But one thing I do want to point out, Jake, that you said in the intro, that he's not a household name, the Speaking with America.
This is where he cooks my ass, dude. He's going to be like, he's not even relevant at all.
American Men Project, which was launched to study young men by Democrats after 2024, pulled Hasan Piker's name among young men. He's not well known at all. About half of young people don't know who he is.
Oh,
and then his favor rating.
Wow, I can't believe only 50% of young people know who I am.
It's not like Peter Hanby.
Yeah. You better respect Peter Hanby. He's been putting he has been putting the work on Snapchat, texting every one of his 13-year-old fans and be like, hey, did you get my latest piece on Beto O'Rourke?
If you go to...
did you know Rahm Emanuel is running for president in 2028?
Peter Hanby has his finger on the pulse so much that his big article that I mentioned, where he said we were roadies for Mumford & Sons, was about how Beto is like, he has a chance to just crush everyone. Beto's a juggernaut.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, this is sour grapes. I'm sad because like he owned me so bad. He's owning you.
Yeah.
But like
Peter Hanby famously also said, Beto O'Rourke gives me ankle cramping.
Yeah. yeah. He was the guy. He created. Steve Kornacki stole this from him. It was a state simulation heat map of Beto O'Rourke's support. That's what Beto O'Rourke is, like a pinky going up and just tickling that thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go anywhere on Earth, go to the nation of Gabon, go to North Sentinel Island. You could be like Muhammad Ali, they'll stare at you blankly. Michael Jackson, who? Jack Harlow, what? Peter Hanby, and they're like, Snapchat politics reporter, Snapchat politics reporter Peter Hanby.
Yeah, everybody knows him.
Yeah,
but anyway, he doesn't end there. He also says I'm very unfavorable.
He's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, "We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party."
Yeah, this is the thing he's citing. Charlie Kirk is less known, according to that one, than me. But this is before he got,
who did this?
Oh my God, Dr. Umar.
Ooh.
Top 10 least recognized public figures. No, this is saying Sneeko is more recognized than me, right? Or no, oh no, it's saying, wait, no. LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, C.E. Espina? Wait.
Who are those guys?
Wait, what? Dean Withers, Tony Hinchcliffe? I guess it is more popular. Like they're saying Dean Withers is more popular and Tony Hinchcliffe is more popular and Dr. Umar is more popular and I am more popular than Sneeko, Charlemagne, and Charlie Kirk.
Dude, who did this all? Was this Peter Hanby just like texting people?
Who are the young men paying attention to? The Young Men Research Project.
This seems super reputable.
YouGov sample was weighed to match catalyst turnout targets, reflecting a Trump plus 5 electorate. 34% said they voted for Trump, 29% for Harris. Bro, you can't see. It's top 10 least recognized public figures.
Oh, least?
Yeah, but like, does that, so these guys are less recognizable than us? Is that what that means?
This is a really bad, whoever took this, they were not paying attention in their econometrics class.
It was a poll he did with the Snap Story. Okay, stop. That's not how it happened. Charlie is more recognizable to me, and Sneeko is more recognizable to me, and Charlemagne's more recognizable to me. But I mock Dr. Umar, Tony Hinchcliffe, Dean Withers, LeJuan James, C. Maldonado, and all the others. I mean, this is bad data visualization. Regardless,
so should Madeline McDougal, whatever you know her, the red-haired lady in the Michigan race. She should go.
McMorrow. Mallory McMorrow.
She should go on Kill Tony. Because according to that graph, I'd like to go on there. I wouldn't do any comment.
To draw a line in the sand, Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Tony O'Sullivan responding.
I think this gets to something important with this debate in Michigan.
The only two Jews thinking about
what the Palestinians in the hand.
Young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker, and that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank.
Yeah, what doesn't make any sense about the whole like he's irrelevant is okay. Then why are you doing a panel?
Right.
Like that's my argument because like the other guy who did this was obviously I don't know if you saw this or not, but one of the architects of the Iraq War, David Frum.
Oh yeah.
David Frum asked Claude and found out that Claude thinks that I am irrelevant. He like doesn't understand how anything works. So he was like, well, his live concurrent viewership is 36K on average, which is way less than the 900,000 viewership of MS Now.
What the David Frum's so dumb. It's also like,
it makes you really reconsider whether he truly was an architect of the Iraq War. Well, I guess it also shows how far we've fallen off the map, because like those guys are infinitely more competent in comparison to
like Hegseth, and you know one of Hegseth's like undersecretaries, he like follows me and a bunch of people, and apparently he's like notorious for having been like a Chapo listener for the first like 4 years of the show.
Who?
It's some guy. I should like actually know who this is. This is a bad habit of mine. I'll bring up something like this and I'll be like, yeah, there's some guy and his name is Chester Fix, and I'll look it up and that's not his name at all. I got several details wrong. I'm sorry. I'll figure out who this is. I'll figure out who I'm talking about.
And then his favorable rating, he's negative 9%. He's underwater with faves. Only 20% of young men have a favorable opinion of Hasan Piker. And that's sort of why I say, is it worth the gamble to do this?
Interesting. And Joni, in that Wall Street Journal op-ed that I talked about, the think tank Third Way, they wrote, we're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Donny O'Sullivan, Piker, to respond to critics who call him anti-Semitic, he quoted a few things that Piker had said, especially a Zionist dog or Zionist pig, or I think the actual quote was Zionist pig dog, whatever that means. Here is Piker's response.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, and it's the underpinning ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Jonah, there's a lot to unpack there. What's your response?
Yeah, I mean, what Piker does that a lot of people of his ilk do is they try to inoculate themselves against claims of Jew hatred by pointing it out.
To what? Just being like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, well, you got me.
It's also
you
really
got me, panel.
It's also funny because it's like in this day and age, like no one is going around. Like Nick Fuentes does not have clips being like, well, you know, I've spent a lifetime combating against anti-Semitism. I find it to be a dangerous canary in the coal mine of fascism. You know, like that's not a thing.
Yeah,
it's so stupid. Yes, the reviewing my media mention segment. What do you want me to do, man? It's been 5 hours. Take a day off.
In places that aren't them. He's been very clear pointing things out on the right. Oh, that's anti-Semitism.
Many years. It's kind of like a fed, but
he's tapped in with my shit though. Like he's like saying, I can call out right-wing anti-Semitism, but I can't call out the more dangerous anti-Semitism of the left.
These are the
I'm sorry, this is such a bad title for a podcast, Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
Yeah.
Tropes they use, and then he'll use the exact same tropes and just sub Jew for Israel, which is
if I had a son,
the place
I would
where all Jews
punish him by
collectively
making him
have a
listen to a
connection
podcast called Being Jewish with Jonah Platt.
You notice that he did the thing where he like slammed immediately, like, well, all Jews have a connection to Israel, so he's just like substituting Israel for Jews.
Aren't these the same guys who are like, we should like never talk about trans stuff because it's just like not that many people, and like it's tough, but just like the needs of the many versus the needs of the few.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there are more Americans who have had botched liposuction than Americans who have like a personal connection to Israel. Just like pure numbers. Like, what the f are we doing here?
I know somebody, I don't know if it was a liposuction. What do you call it, chat? Like a cool, I think she said it was like a cool laser. Anybody heard of this? Blue Pip says Putin famously told the Russian oligarchs that they created him not to compare to Hassan to Putin. Yeah, we wouldn't want to, compare him to the glorious oh my god, Chad, I don't even know how to glaze Putin even as sarcastically anymore. Not that I did. God, that makes it sound like, oh, I used to be a Putin simp. No, I mean I just used to like listen to like a, dunk on somebody who was a Putin simp. Right? I was more in touch with what the Duganites were saying. I can't even think of it, Chad. It's like something about yada 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 Eurasian yada 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 multipolarity. You know the shit, right? Compare Hassan to Putin, but Dems complaining about Hassan is hilarious because they created him. Yeah, actually, that anti-corporatist, that would be a great topic for a video essay, right? I don't think, and I mean, maybe this video essay exists. Maybe it's out there. Maybe so you could suggest one to me, right? But like one that comprehensively covers Putin's rise to power, right? I understand like Yeltsin, you know, standing on a fucking tank and you know, being, I don't know how much Yeltsin kind of, I get the feeling he's like a puppet for the West. And, you know, he governs Russia for years and years and years. The West makes all these promises, you know, because we were doing the same shit with the USSR, right? The United States was doing the same shit where it was like, oh no, we love the Russian people. It's just the goddamn government and the commies that, well, you're rid of those. So they're like, yeah, okay, cool. We tear down communism, whatever, right? And the United States just fucks Russia. And then all the oligarchs come in and just, you know, strip it bare, strip the fucking state bare. And that's how they became, you know, yeah, and Putin's one of these guys. And yeah, like anti-corporatist is saying, kind of like the most successful of the oligarchs is Putin. And, you know, they're always kind of like on the outs or on the ends with Putin. You want to be on the ends with him, because if you're on the outs, you might fall out of a window. You might wind up dead with some kind of radioactive substance in your blood. You know, things happen. Things happen when you're not in Putin's good graces. They created him by leaving such a huge, oh, god damn it, anti-corporatists. Okay, wait, no, sorry. Let me credit this. The anti-corporatist made me aware of this chat, but it's actually a chat from Blue Pip. This is Blue Pip saying this, so credit credit where credit is deserved, right? Complaining about Hasan is hilarious. They basically created by leaving a huge political hole that he fills. Yeah. Look, when you leave a vacuum, something's going to fill that vacuum. A lot of times it could be something from the right. This is what Bannon specializes in. Please read Doppelganger by Naomi Klein if you got, you know, some time to do some reading. And you will understand his whole technique is finding people that the left has left behind, that the left has broken promises to. And it's that kind of, you know, it's that like pain point that's like his in for, you know, taking communities like into the alt-right. I'm sorry, chat. I am still like dealing with the breathing being difficult because the high air pollution, the forest fires, and or burning sugarcane and rice or whatever is going on here. I'm in the most polluted city in the world right now, chat. It's bad, but I'm still breathing, so.
It's the homeland where more than 50% of Jews on planet Earth live. So it's not, he would never say Jews control the media, but Israel controls the media. And, you know, the Jews didn't pull us into the war with Iran and control the American government, but Israel does.
Okay. What a winning message.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. Every time these guys try to like vilify me on the boundaries of Israel, it's probably bringing more people to my side, where they're like, yeah, he didn't say that out of thin air. Benjamin Netanyahu said it. Donald Trump said it. Marco Rubio said it. Like all of the Gang of Eight that came out of that meeting looking terrified. We're all like, oh my God, we're going to war for Israel. So it's so stupid that is like his number one counter is like, well, you know.
Yeah. It's also just like they can't defend the actual.
Okay, anti-corporatist says it is called cold laser. Yeah, I knew somebody that got cold sculpting or something like that. It's probably cold laser. But yeah, I don't think they. I think her complaint was that they didn't explain to her the aftercare process was going to be so painful and so intensive. She had to wear some kind of a body stocking in order to keep like the swelling down. Yeah, it was really, really like painful and an awful experience for her. And I don't remember her saying that it worked super well. So maybe not even like a lot of upside either. There's a motto. Their motto is better dead than red. So they'd rather Russia be a failed state than a communist state, which is stupid given they have thousands of nuclear warheads.
Anytime you go, okay, well, like, what about the influence of like, you know, any number of individual like high net worth super pro Israel donors or lobbying groups? What about them? they'll just go, oh, are we serious here?
Yeah. Oh, this is anti-Semitism, sweetie.
Well, at the same time going, well, every Jew has a connection with Israel. So they don't like, there's no like way to challenge that idea. So you're just left with the idea of like, implicitly saying, okay. Well,
I love Hasan's like reflexive, like, yeah, they're going to use, I mean, they do like, this is like one of the examples where, somebody that's like anti-woke on like nearly every other issue is just like, literally, I would say like abusing standpoint theory. I don't know. It bugs me that Hasan always reduces everything down to standpoint theory. And he never bothers to really go into like, here's what it is. Here's who came up with it. Here's, why I think it's wrong. It's just like, oh, standpoint theory. And it's always like this, this thing where it's like, well, to the Nazis, actually, maybe the English and the French were the bad guys, or you know what I mean, like something ridiculous where it's like, well, to the most evil person in the world doesn't necessarily look at themselves as evil. Maybe they think they're doing anyway. And I don't think I feel like standpoint theory, whether you like it or hate it, I think it's a little bit more complex than that. So it does feel like but yeah, I haven't been energetic enough to really dig into it, and but he's made me curious. I did actually look it up on Wikipedia at least to just know what the fuck Hasan is talking about. But yeah, I get what he's saying. Like, right, that there are people that but they're the same motherfuckers, right, who laugh at that Israeli SNL shit, right, where it's like, oh, I'm a college student. We're queer. Oh, but they do it. Oh my god, I'm not gonna do their accents, but you know the clip that I'm talking about, right? It's Israelis, portraying liberal college students that think that that Muslims are, support gay rights as much as they support Palestinian freedom. But yeah, just the worst kind of comedy.
Jews did do this, but like you shouldn't say that. Which is such the other thing that is such a dead end.
No, or the other thing, which is quite literally people going, yeah, okay, well, let them the Jews. Like that's what's happening right now. People are just like, you've inundated people over and over and over again with the idea that like Israel is doing this for Jews, and if you criticize this, then you hate Jews. And people are like, okay, well, I've seen too many dead children, so I hate Israel. If you're telling me over and over again as a Jewish person that this is for you, is the attitude that a lot of people have. They're like, in this ham-fisted manner, like force-feeding anti-Semitism to people is insane.
They don't understand that like this isn't like people didn't just like see a tweet and they're like, oh, it's cool to be anti-Semitic now. Millions of people saw the worst images they have ever seen in their lives, and then this guy comes out there and he's like, if you don't like this, you're anti-Semitic. How does that not result in at least like a few million people going, okay, I guess I am then?
Yeah.
If it's between liking and hating that, then what the
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just like, it's so ridiculous. And anyway, it's just like, it's crazy because I still.
Felix is like the only guy that doesn't look like a douchebag vaping. Have you noticed that, chat? Maybe I've just been propagandized too. I don't really think you're a douchebag if you vape. Okay. I vaped. Well, the thing is when people say it, they're talking about the pen. So either the nicotine, a flavor, or a THC. Pen, and I used the THC variety for a little while, but I don't know what it was. That shit was making me sick. Maybe it was just the cartridge that I got was bad or something. But yeah, but also it's way too strong. It's like insanely strong. But yeah, I feel like when if you like write a skit or a story or something, and you got a character that's vaping, you're kind of signaling, aren't you, that this character is a douchebag, like, right? This is you're you know what I mean? That's the shorthand that it's become, right? You don't want to be the person vaping, even though it's probably healthier than smoking.
Am uncompromising and do actually fight against anti-Semitism, and they still do the shit to me. But
am I the only one who's perceived that from the culture, that the vaping is decidedly uncool now? You gotta have a zen, right?
I guess that's the reason why they do it. I don't know.
He's able to sort of get away with some of this stuff in these subtle ways when really his impact is just as harmful as any out and out anti-Semite. Just he's got a different name and he comes from a different wing of politics.
Come on, man.
This guy also that's on the panel has done like videos reading every single statement that Miss Rachel has made about Palestine. He's read like the hundreds of different statements that Miss Rachel has made and like gotten angry at it to an audience of 11,000 people on YouTube, on his YouTube VOD.
What like if Miss Rachel is just like, that's too outrageous, like what is acceptable?
Yeah, exactly.
What is okay then?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Politico asked a bunch of Democratic politicians running for president or who might run for president if they would ever do his podcast. And the only two Jews thinking about possibly running for president, Rahm Emanuel and Josh Shapiro, both suggested that they might be willing.
Yeah, Rahm Emanuel said he'd come on my stream.
All right, man. He's just...
Chat, is there any way that Rahm would do that? I can't imagine it going well for him. But I've got to imagine for him to actually show up, he's got to think. He's got to have a plan. Rahm would not go into the lion's den, the Kaya's den, as it were, without a plan, would he?
It's so funny because I've asked none of these people to come on the stream.
I think you should have Josh Shapiro on. I think that would be fun.
Yeah, I'm
What's
down.
up, kinfolk? I was just getting right with my preacher man.
Yeah.
I just wanted to correct the record. I've never spun a damn dreidel. I ain't have no damn
this gets to something important with this.
Yeah, he's gonna come up and be like,
two.
That's what he's gonna say.
We need to tell Donald Trump, get your own damn fries.
Yeah.
This debate in Michigan, it's different to go onto his podcast and joust over ideas. I think seeing Josh Shapiro and Hasan Piker on his Twitch stream would be fascinating. I think Josh Shapiro is smart and they would have a spirited debate, as we say in politics. The difference is going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate.
Look, he's totally conceding that, like, I'm not trying to cancel the guy.
Right.
But, like, you know, don't put him on to stump for you, right? Like, what's the distinction then? Like, why do you get to make this decision?
Peter Hamby,
Josh
by the
Shapiro
way,
is smart and they would
he
have
has
a
one of the best, I don't know if it's still this way, one of the best self-authored Wikipedia articles I've ever read.
Oh, he wrote it himself?
It very much rivals Tyler Fisher.
Planty Andy, thank you for the 50 get the subs.
Damn. He's sort of like a successful Tyler Fisher, if you think about it. God, his eyes are so evil. It scares me.
The difference
is like, you know how in Elden Ring, how
that's my favorite Snapchat commentator, man. Put some respect on it, please.
I know. This is
okay. Is Hasan? Did anybody back up what Hasan's saying? I've heard him say multiple times. This guy is a Snapchat journalist, which I suppose, you know, if you could be a Roblox journalist, which, you know, hard like a side gig for Taylor Lorenz, but yeah, you know, it's just you're reporting on the platform, right? A platform that I guess a lot of people still use. Although I never did. I must confess, chat. I was never a snapper. Is that how you... I don't even know how you say it, chat. I've had friends who snap, but I have never... I only hear bad things from Snapchat. Although I've heard they've got some cool filters. That's the one good thing that I hear.
On how good he is at being a Snapchat.
Sorry?
He's better than anyone I've ever known.
Yeah.
But
I am way too entertained with that. Jake Tapper's actually 57. I was wrong. Okay, I was close. I made him 2 years younger than he actually is. Okay, shares. Wow. At least James Taylor also shares the same.
you know how in Elden Ring, how like every time someone talks to you, they're like, oh,
I mean, chat. Do be careful giving out, you know, information like your birthday in chat, right?
Tarnished.
It's
and it's implied that like
I don't
anyone
know.
who isn't tarnished, they have the gold grace in their eyes.
Yeah.
This is like what tarnished people look like to people given grace by America and the Erdtree. They have Peter Hamby's scary eyes.
Going out to campaign with somebody and the candidate, it's implicitly endorsing his views or suggesting, why don't you come to Michigan and campaign with me? That's
Oh my God.
Bro,
Can
like-
you get some guidance of grace,
Also,
Mel?
what's really funny about this is like, there's no moral equivalence here anyway, but it's like, dude, like Donald Trump had Little Pump and Jake Paul on stage. Like,
Yeah.
Like none of this stuff matters. Like you're trying to make it matter. It doesn't matter to you either, right? Because like, do you think these guys had any takes whatsoever to be like, why are you hanging out with Liz Cheney?
Yeah.
Why are you doing that? Like, why are you campaigning with Liz Cheney? No, of course not. They didn't have any issues with that at all. It's just what I represent, they have an issue with. And they're trying to find a way to make it like politically salient, to be like, yo, don't do it. Don't link up with him.
You know who has said a crazier thing than you have ever said ever is Charlemagne.
What did he say?
He had some really segment that, just for fear of me not remembering right, I'm not going to try to totally summarize. And that's not to say him, because I don't know the entire, like, you know, I don't know if that was like him literally saying something he did. Like, probably not, considering how crazy it was.
no.
But if you're just going to do this thing of like tarnishing people by.
So you hear what this is? I don't know how much he's fucking with us, right? But Felix is, he says he has this problem where, and I've heard him do it before on Chapo. This is the most Felix stories are like a hazy remembering of something that someone did. And he's saying that like so many times he's like, yeah, I said that it was like this guy, and it actually was not like that. It was this other guy. So, you know, I was like making claims about somebody that are definitely not true. And I feel silly about it. So maybe best if I just don't, you know, go into specifics, but it's like, then you end up with a, like, you know, there was this guy that did this thing. It was really crazy. I would love to tell you what it was, but honestly, I'm not, I gotta go and check on that. I'll get back to you on that. I feel like this is meta humor of, you know what I'm saying? He's wading into the Hotep discourse. I mean, it sounds like a very Felix thing to do. How did I miss that? Oh, and that's why he doesn't want to go into specifics. Maybe it's not his place to say. That makes more sense than like, because the thing I was thinking of was that this is him like fucking with the audience as like a new form of humor, right? The humor is that I'm not going to tell. There's a really cool story that I know, but I can't tell you yet. But just trust me, like it's
They're associated.
It's related to what we're talking about right here. It's
the point is you can do this,
but I can't remember the name. I'm not 100% on it, so you know, I can't go into specifics right now. But
pretty much everyone in the Democratic surrogacy field already.
Yeah.
All of the guys who are already completely accepted, where no one bats an eye if a presidential candidate does it. This is just so
for the record, chat, Felix has always been my favorite Chapo.
Selective, and you can no longer keep it cordoned off to one guy or another at this point. It's either no one or it's everyone.
Yeah. I don't know why they think this is like. I mean, it's just not like a successful angle of attack. It's just.
I mean, other than the goat,
so stupid.
It's so antiquated. It's for such an old theory and style of media. This maybe worked in the world where, like, you know, even people in the Trump administration could be fired because of articles. We don't live in that world anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, exactly so maybe he's just saying shit that's going over my head, and other people get it. I don't know, chat.
And also, like, we have the audience, like they don't. The reality of the matter is, like, there's no more gatekeeping of that sort where you don't have the control that you used to have as far as like who's appropriate, who's inappropriate. And that's what the Democrats are like not reckoning with at all.
Yeah.
Republicans have understood that, which is why they also like don't have an issue leaning into their base anyway.
Yeah.
But even then they're like desperately trying to figure out exactly how they can still court the Nick Fuentes fan base and like the Candace Owens fan base. And they're arguing amongst themselves a little bit because they recognize that like there's no way to like shut off that faucet.
Right.
Whereas Democrats think like, oh, we'll get like favorable coverage from Jake Tapper and we'll attack these like independent content creators and we'll be able to like dominate the airwaves about how bad this guy is. And part of the reason why they're doing it is because I do get favorable press coverage from a lot of mainstream outlets and they read that shit and that pisses them off.
Yeah.
That's the reason why Jewish Insider will do like 11 articles. They've done 8 articles in the last 6 days on me. 8 articles. Like, am I the #1 thing that American Jews should be caring about right now? Are you out of your mind, dude? And then also,
they're coming
one
out
of the
with new
articles was I'm
Volvos.
irrelevant. The other one was I'm irrelevant and shouldn't be paid attention
Yeah,
to.
that's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's like,
by the way, I'm not even thinking about you.
Yeah, like it's awesome. I'm glad that they did that. Yeah, I'm glad that they tied it up. Okay, then shut up about me. Democratic majority for Israel. Yeah, I mean it's over. It's just like ridiculous. There's no majority at all. It's a 90-10 issue. You've lost.
I think candidates should be able to go on
The other thing that's strange about it is like, okay, well, if we're no longer in this world where a single article can like derail every staffing decision of a campaign or like completely paint, there was a way to sidestep this defining you for a media cycle, then that also seems like it could be advantageous for Democrats. It could be advantageous for any candidate for anything. Obviously, there are massive downsides to it too, right? But like, just if you are this party, right, where you were so stymied by the way that in the view of the Democrats is that like the media stabbed them in the back, then you should welcome this. Of course, the opposite is true. This entire strategy of like using mainstream media,
anti-corporatist, I hate to do this, but I do not trust Twitch moderation to interpret your chat in the in the way that it was intended. Wait, seriously? Do I have to like? Oh wait. I just know how like context gets, maybe the context wouldn't be apparent. Like what the fuck is even going on with this? Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. What the fuck?
As a cudgel is so weird to me also because it's like up until the Afghanistan pullout, but even after that too, a lot of mainstream media was sort of like, if not in the tank for Biden, certainly intent on protecting him. How well did that work? How well did that work? I mean, like, I will argue that the liberal media and just the vestigial organ of the liberal administrative state used the last bits of their magic to defend Brandon for another like 2 years.
Yeah.
Which constitutes one of the greatest wastes of resources of all time. But it's just like, no, you guys, you can't do this to people anyway. Like you can annoy people and make life irritating for them, but you can't like completely get them out of the paint like you used to.
Yeah. No, it's done. And unironically, we're in a media environment where like, if someone doubles down on that association, like Abdul's doing, they get rewarded too. Like he's now in the top 5 campaign contributions for the week on Act Blue in this last media cycle. So it, in my opinion, it totally backfired on them anyway.
Yeah.
And like Bernie came out and was like, this is ridiculous. Like he does a great job talking about me, like saying, you know, they yelled at me when I went on Joe Rogan. We're not going to agree on everything, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. That one was unclear even to me.
You know, this kind of conversation is so stupid.
Yeah.
And because it is, most normal people look at this stuff and they think, yeah, why are we talking about this? Donald Trump is literally like, Donald Trump has made gas $1 more expensive per gallon because he went to war with Iran, a country that wasn't doing anything, by the way, at the behest of Israel. And this is your angle of attack? Like, fuck Israel. You know what I mean?
I just, the thing that I always go back to and the thing that I worry about a lot is that it's encouraging where the Democratic base is with Israel. But I do get worried over the propensity of the Democratic base to fall in line because we all remember those polls about how much Democratic primary voters love Medicare for all. Yeah. I do sort of think that we are in a brave new world of just how shitty Democratic leadership is.
But I think there's opportunity there, which is why they're so desperately attacking people like myself, because I recognize the opportunity. I want to seize on it to elect people that normally would be unthinkable to elect into positions within the party. And just like kind of, even if it's not to like change the way that the caucus is shaped within the party structure, at least like offer a lot more prominence to individuals like that, individuals with like that represent a very different idea.
So yeah, the fear I think is that Hasan is gonna be able to reach out. So chat, you've got people that, you know, you do have like, you do have people that are opposing the current Democratic leadership that would like better people further to the left, right? You do have left flank members of Congress, right? And then you have members of Congress that maybe, I don't know, left curious or something like that. There's a lot of members of Congress that are just like trained to stick to the center, to never deviate from the center, right? They've been, you know, either they, you know, they agree with the centrist sentiment, or they have been just utterly, what do you call it? The learned helplessness, right, has developed, because like some of these people obviously were more idealistic going into Congress and then just found, oh, this is how shit really works. If you try to do what I want to do, you get shit canned. Okay, well, I guess I won't do that. And they end up adopting the ways of the you know, post-Reagan Democratic Party. And the thing is, if you could reach out to these people, you know, I think a lot of these like left curious members of Congress. They would like to be more left, but A, they know that the power is going in the other direction. They know it's fighting against the current, and B, they might not have the language, right? Because since these opinions are not popular in the Democratic Party, there's not really a lot, they're not hearing people voice these sentiments, right? So it's almost like there's like they can't imagine a rhetoric to the left of the accepted party line until they hear somebody like Hasan be able to put it into words. And he does have a gift for that, right? What was it? There's a Stacey K video going after Hasan, and one of the things she points out about Hasan is that he uses like big words, like really like words that might be beyond a lot of people's vocabulary, right? And I always criticize it when you hear somebody like Vosh or Destiny do that, because I get the feeling that they are just like looking up a word in a thesaurus, right? I get the feeling that they don't really engage. They haven't used those words, don't sit comfortably in their mouth. They do with Hasan, and that's because he goes to a lot of the sources for this stuff. And when you go to the sources for discussions about foreign policy, they're going to be in that kind of language. They're going to go fly over a lot of people's heads, right? I don't know if that's effective for what Hasan does in the day in, day out, but actually for Congress, it might be just the thing. Because the fear is that they're going to look at him and be like, this is the anime shit in the background, that it's messy. He is like, 30 something, and he kind of, like, right, he's doing stuff on the computer, right? It'd be pretty easy for somebody in Congress to kind of like dismiss him. And when he's able to state his opinion in a way that's slightly more eloquent than you'd see from the average political streamer, I think that does have a way of getting through. And yeah, if it could give people even just like the language, so that's an option. If you want to push back against the party line, here's one way to do it. And I am fucking dehydrated again. What the fuck, chat? Who in chat is the person that mentioned creatine earlier still in chat? I'm curious, right? I'm asking for a friend.
Theology to get people more on board, instead of having one Zoran or one Bernie Sanders, you have 10 of them, maybe 20 of them. And all of a sudden people are like, well, why can't we have more of this guy?
If there could be something where like you accomplish what a lot of those pro-Palestine protests in 2023 and 2024 did, where it was a much broader swath of people than anyone had anticipated, where the people who listen to, the I've Had It podcast and the people who are over here can understand that at least like with Israel, they can be in the same place. They're seeking to accomplish the same thing. Then I can be pretty optimistic about it. But yeah, no, we'll see. I mean, it's a new look for Democratic voters, right? It's an easy group of people to scare in line, though. Maybe that will not always be the case.
Yeah, and there's still polls that are like, "What's your number one pick?" And they're like Kamala Harris, and
right. That's what. So
blackpilling to hear, but
Gavin Newsom.
But
it's
who knows?
Yeah.
With people who disagree with them. But yeah, I mean, the politics of Israel heading into 2028 are going to be fascinating. You're already seeing tons of Democrats kind of come out against AIPAC, but also defending Israel. Gavin Newsom obviously had to walk back, calling Israel an apartheid state. The other thing that's a factor.
That was a real successful move by him.
Yeah.
Like,
is there anyone more transparent than that guy?
Dude, it's so funny because
I don't understand why even Kamala Harris thinks that it's a good idea for her to run in 2028. Like, she had a chance. She really had a chance, and she blew it. Over the summer at the convention, probably, right? She had a real chance to win, and she took the wrong path. She went right when she should have gone left. But like at this point, there's nothing. Okay, look, I don't even know that the entire like shtick was all that great to begin with. The coconut tree and the oh my god, I can't even remember what the other You know, the whole idea was almost like we take, like, these are things that Kamala was made fun of. People took them and they created a character where she was goofy. She was the goofy aunt, but she was endearing. And then they started to extrapolate. Maybe the goofy aunt is a little bit to the left of Uncle Joe or Grandpa Joe. And you know, maybe, you know, she is going to take the party in a new direction, right? Maybe like people start to project onto her. And that's obviously not who she was. But for her to what? Try to be like, it's brat summer all over again. Are you ready? I don't think that's good. I can't imagine it going over well. But yeah, you know, he's right. There are polls that show her in first place.
Is like, when you do that, it's doubly worse.
Yeah.
Because like now you pissed off people who are pro-Israel and you pissed off people who are anti-Israel. And like the number one thing that people hate about Democrats is like they're inconsistent. They're like they're slimy. They don't have like real moral backbone. At least like Republicans are assholes, but they like stand for something.
Yeah.
Democrats are always so afraid of like coming across as believing in things that it's just you end up
anti-corporatist aren't corporate coconut trees called palm trees. You know, I think palm grows another fruit that looks kind of like a coconut. It's round,
looking like a flip,
and it grows in like bunches. And also, coconuts are kind of like they're palmy looking leaves. I think, I don't know.
Flop, just as Kamala Harris did when she turned back and was like,
I can see a palm. I think a palm tree from where I'm at. I'm pretty sure it's not a coconut tree.
Actually, we're gonna.
That'd be cool as fuck if there was a coconut tree that near to where I lived.
The wall. Trump is not serious about funding his own border wall. Like, you're an idiot when you say stuff like that, because the average voter goes, "Oh, what you said? You said Republicans were racist for years for wanting to build this
dates kind of. Wait, what is it called? A date palm?
Border wall that's unnecessary. Now you want to build it?
Wait, the fruit that comes from a palm tree? No, there's like a palm fruit, right? That you like. It looks like a coconut, but you carve it, and instead of there being like a big cavity with like water and jelly around it, there's like little jelly cavities like on either side. I've never eaten one, but I've heard it's sweet, and I think it's where palm sugar comes from. And palm, I don't know, where does palm oil come from?
So you're
palm oil comes from in like the heart of the tree.
Conceding on that? Who am I supposed to believe?
I think.
You know,
the worst thing you can be, the worst thing that someone can realize about you as a politician is that if someone yells at you loud enough, not even like a specific amount of people, not even a critical mass, just if they yell at you at the right volume, you will completely about face. That is the thing that makes me horrified for any further prospects for the AOC project. But it's also possibly like
I've only seen this in like YouTube videos.
Triply true for and Gavin. He is the worst at that. Like, he is the most transparent person.
I haven't actually seen it for sale
ever in all that shit. I am really interested to see what happens with him, because I get a very liberal DeSantis type vibe from him. But DeSantis stood by the repugnant things that he says he believes.
Yeah.
But I mean, a liberal DeSantis in the sense that like that shit is not going to play outside of his home state. People think he just looks the part, and they don't realize that there's more than that.
Yeah.
Here.
And
the more Democrats engage with influencers heading into 2028, they're going to have.
Oh yeah, I could see that. God, I never thought about that comparison, but it checks out.
To confront some views, things they might have said in the past.
Quick one-sentence final thoughts on this. You worried about the direction of the Democratic Party?
I'm worried. I agree that they should be able to debate, but they have to come in clear-eyed and know that they're there to debate and push back on these bad ideas, not to get it.
Yeah, on Israel. No, come on my stream and defend Israel for Jonah Flat, dude. Anyone that wants to like become the president on the Democratic side or even on the Republican side in 2028, because I mean, as I say all the time, this is going forward going to be the most popular Israel will ever be. Tomorrow, Israel is going to be less popular than today, and yesterday, Israel was more popular than today. So what do you think is 2028 going to look like? Like, what do you think? You think people are just Israel's going to be able to like flip this all around? You know,
I think they do. I think they do. They think this is like I don't know, a momentary disruption. You know, something went weird with the algorithm. Maybe it was TikTok, but it's okay because TikTok's under control now, and it's just going to go back to normal. And the normal is for the United States to support, like, you know, the representatives of the West in the Middle East, right? To support the Judeo-Christian tradition or whatever, right? This is
Look, magically, and then everyone's gonna be like, you know what, we were wrong. We love
Well,
now.
wait till gas gets even more expensive.
Yeah,
that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it, man.
Yeah, no, everyone's gonna be like, actually, we love Israel now. Please tell me more about how much, how awesome it is that that you know my brother came back in a flag draped casket because he went out there after saying, I'm not dying for Israel and voting for Donald Trump. He actually did literally die for Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we really need to do is just like wring our hands more about somebody like Hasan Piker, and that will make Israel like more popular. Right? They're, oh my God, chat, is it literally like the whole like they're pulling the sweat, they're pulling the ripcord. This is just like, okay, I don't know what else to do. Hassan bad? They're pulling the Ethan Klein ripcord.
It's
crazy.
Again, you know, it's a real. You'll have something to cry about that thing.
Come me and have a fun conversation.
Thanks so much for being.
Yeah, you better call him out on his anti-Israel statements. By the way, Jonah Platt, like the guy that Jake Tapper had on to discuss this.
He's a lunatic.
Like normal guy, dude. Who amongst us hasn't done?
He's like, listen, I know you think that Miss Rachel is great and everything, but have you ever thought that maybe she's an anti-Semite? It is not so great.
12+ billion views, 19.2 million subscribers, more than the entire Jewish population on Earth. This isn't fringe. This is how narratives get mainstream.
And her narrative is it's sad and bad when children are killed by bombs and bullets, and that shouldn't happen. That's her extreme narrative. It's not like, look, God bless her, right? Bless her, but she is not out there like, let's go IRGC. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
she's not teaching them quotes.
If that's not okay, just wait, man. Just wait.
Yeah, they just they do not understand what's going on. This person says the overwhelming majority of American public does not know who Hasan Piker is. The people who do are largely young, left-leaning, and disaffected, also known as voters. Democrats desperately need to turn out for them in the midterms. Yeah.
Oh my God, what the fuck? That was crazy. Hassan's going to be on
right now. There are thousands of paratroopers either in the region or.
Speaking of MR, we were just Pentagon briefing and oh God, yeah, this shit was weird. Wait, he's gonna be on Majority Report again? Is he would that mean he's back in New York? Oh, or is he calling in maybe? Is that for real, Morden Inky? Yeah, he was on like I think last week as well. Anyway, like I said, we're gonna do. Let's see if we can find the Jake Tapper. Or no, it's the Hassan CNN. I've got one yeah, there we go. So I went on CNN. Okay, that's him reacting to his. Oh wait, no, I'm trying to figure out. Is this the? I am trying to find the CNN clip, if possible. Okay, that's the clip that I've got already. And then there's him reacting to it, and like somebody said earlier, you know, maybe less windows is better. Right, so if I find the version, is this the clip?
Hasan Piker is one of the biggest social media influencers and political commentators in the world with millions of followers online. He just returned from a visit to Cuba, where he saw conditions on the ground firsthand. Hasan Piker, welcome to The Story Is for the first time. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I never understand when something like this happens. You would think that this would be like gold for their YouTube channel. You would think that maybe one of the reasons that they decided to talk to Hasan or decided to talk about Hasan was to, you know, spur clicks on their YouTube channel. And yet I am finding this like re-uploaded from, you know, just somebody on YouTube. I don't know.
Paint us a picture of what it's like on the ground. What'd you see?
When I first landed in Cuba, I was taken aback by how beautiful everything was. You know, you got the 1950s cars and it's a tropical island destination. But very quickly thereafter, as soon as we got into Havana, the main city area where people congregate, I couldn't believe the sights that I was seeing. It was very sad. You had homes that looked like they were bombed out.
Our tour guide at the time said that this was somewhat of a product of hurricane season and how difficult it is to like repair these buildings. And I already had known about the rolling blackouts, and I experienced them later in the day.
Wait, coconuts are harvested like barnacles on a ship? Oh, you mean they're like kind of glued into the tree trunk?
And it was definitely unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Everything's pitch black. There aren't any traffic lights on. Like it's crazy, right? But I was taken aback. I was very sad by all the poverty that I saw, and then I was very angry. It was actually Ben Rhodes who told me that I would get very sad when I first went to
former Obama foreign policy advisor.
Former Obama foreign policy advisor Ben Rhodes, who was formative in the previous normalization agreement with Cuba that Barack Obama had orchestrated, and he was right. It was very sad to see, but then it was very angering. It was very anger-inducing because I felt like there was a lot of potential on this island that we were just robbing the people of, and it's totally cruel and totally unnecessary. And it was part of the reason why I went to Cuba, because I've heard a lot about.
That's actually one of my biggest problems with capitalism, is literally the amount of potential it robs, right? Our lives are impoverished for existing under capitalism. Like the kind of art that we're able to, that our society produces tends to be from the kind of art that gets noticed, at least, or is done by the children of the idle, wealthy. Anybody else with a idea or an expression is just kind of usually locked into like outsider status.
About Cuban organizing, Cuban government. I'd read a lot about it. Sure. I knew about the island's history.
But yeah, no one trusts CNN. The like there was a time at which CNN was like was considered I don't know, like liberal media. It was owned by Ted Turner, who is maybe like slightly to the left of some of the other media owners. Oh my God. But for the last bit of its existence, it has been very much placating the right, thinking that it can be like, okay, so here's the deal. Fox News is right. MS Now is left, so we're center, and you should appreciate that, right wingers. More of you should watch us. Less of you should talk about us as fake news. And it's just not going to happen. Right wingers are like allergic to the idea of CNN. And look, some right wingers are allergic to the idea of Fox News at this point. They watch like OAN or Newsmax religiously because they think that Fox News is too liberal. But yeah, they've definitely lost the trust, and now with Ellison buying them, and literally the way they're talking about this is like for propaganda purposes, right? To skew the media landscape in favor of the right.
Of developing sovereignty, but I'd also heard about this blockade, right? And I wanted to figure out exactly how this blockade was harming people directly, and in many ways that are indirect, because the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island, or if you want to even send money, if you have relatives on the island. It's a very difficult process to like directly send cash payments to your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
Does this feel like a little bit of an equal time thing to anybody else? I'm kind of surprised that he went on with somebody that, with like a neutral to positive disposition. But is this like okay, well, we've talked a lot of shit about you, so I guess we owe you, equal time. And then, I'm surprised that CNN is not leaning into the drama more. I'm not surprised that Hasan isn't, because then that kind of makes you look bad, right? If you lean into the drama as Hasan, then you're like, you look like you're here to like protect your you look like you're here to protect your reputation, and it comes off defensive, right? So him, Hasan talking about Cuba instead of talking about Jake Tapper, probably a good look for him.
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all of these, struggles, were still surviving, right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything, which was somewhat shocking to me, because I feel like I'm a much more high-intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical, in the biomedical field.
What do you think is, at this point, the biggest need? Because we hear, like, the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals, and like babies are having to, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think is the greatest need
it's oil,
on the ground?
100%.
So Hasan knows the anchor. So what do you think Hasan asked for this guy, or because it does seem like he's got
And it's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive. And for that to happen, they need to get oil. And I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana as of this morning, if I'm not mistaken, with 730,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite and will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. They'll still ration it heavily, but this way, medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance to respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people.
Okay, so we are getting into the Cuba drama here, but I got to point out, I'm glad that Cuba is getting much needed oil. I hate that Donald Trump and the United States created that kind of vacuum where Putin could be like, oh look, I'm the good guy here. Putin's not doing this out of the kindness of his heart, okay? Obviously. But this is a cell phone from the US, right? There's no reason for this shit, and it doesn't make sense, even just from a geostrategic point of view in America's interest, right? It doesn't. What makes sense for America when it comes to Cuba is Obama's policy, right? The country of a fucking island right next to your country, it makes sense to be friends with them, not to try to strangle them for 60 years in hopes that you can reinsert your puppet. After they literally had a revolution to, on some, and anybody that wants to complain about the, the nature of the Cuban government, it's only able to do that because of what the United States imposed on the Cuban people, right? So anyway, let's finish this up. We'll do some bonus content, and we're gonna at least watch one. Wait, where are we at, chat? At the poll, on the poll. Where's the poll at? It does look like Medhi, Hasan, and Professor Jiang still in first place. We have 83 votes, so get your votes in. It's coming up on your last chance to vote for this. Medhi Hasan has pulled out into a commanding 8-point lead over Anna Kasparian, going after AOC. And then Druski and Erika, Kirk, and Destiny Squeeze Dry still stuck down in third place at 18%. So that's what we're looking at. Kind of a horse race between Anna Kasparian. I'm not calling Anna a horse, for the record, chat. I'm not saying that. But a horse race between the top two choices, Anna Kasparian and Professor Jiang. And remember, if you donate, or if you have donated, you can let me know which of these topics you want to see as bonus content, and I will be happy. In fact, I got to do this right now for Davy. Davy, I believe that you put the amount that I took off of the video game stream poll when I did a stream last week, you put it back on. I do believe you have put. So yeah, now I owe you 4 video game streams again, and the next one is going to be on Friday. The video game streams, they'll be on Friday. I'll do a shorter topic. I'll do some bonus content, and then we'll play some Persona 2 after that, and I'll try to start those earlier too, because I know that people really appreciated that. In fact, I really want to start earlier, chat. I really do. It works better for me. I know it works better for you. Most of you are in the US or the EU, and so an earlier start time would be preferential. It's really hard for me to get shit together. Like, I mean, I can kind of do it if it's a more like informal. It's just like the result is I'll be less prepared. Don't say horse. The Voshites will all come in then. Oh my god, chat. We didn't even talk about Vosh was on the Progressive Victory stream last week. It was crazy shit. So Destiny, I don't know why or how, whether he's left or whether they pushed him out. I'm guessing that Progressive Victory didn't want to have anything to do with him. But yeah, they've got like, everyone on kind of except for Destiny. Destiny was like watching the stream just like angry. Vosh is on there. Destiny's not. Vosh is talking to actual people again, which is something that, when people remembered about his gooning folder being exposed, when people realized that chair that he's sitting there talking to you from is the chair that he masturbates in to, potentially lolicon or whatever the fuck that shit was, right? There was a little bit of time where people were like, yeah, I don't really want to have anything to do with this guy, but now people are like, what was the scandal? What did he do so wrong? I mean, anime women, maybe they weren't underage. You can't, it's just a drawing. A drawing doesn't have an age. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here, chat. But yeah, Vosh is back. We may have to talk about Vosh again. It's been such a nice few years not having to talk about Vosh at all.
People on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to the allegations of hypocrisy there?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting as well. So we went on a humanitarian aid mission with foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number. But the American government has placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get an OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? Yeah. And the American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island, but we can only stay in 4. And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years and have to pay a $250,000 fine. Wow. I'm an American citizen. Yeah. It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly, there are a lot of people that are watching this, especially places like South Florida, that feel like the regime is repressive, that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed people.
The DeSantis regime? Oh no, you meant in Cuba. Wow. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure. I was like, you mean the Trump? You mean you said South Florida? You mean DeSantis? Oh no, you're talking about Cuba. Wow. Also, I don't think. Okay, so this might be his friend. I don't think that his friend is buying what Hasan is saying here.
Allow the Cuban energy grid to survive. In Havana, it's impossible
to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean,
wait, does he? I'm trying to.
Yes, but I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they made in places like biomedical in the biomedical field.
What do you think is at this point the biggest need? Because we hear like the New York Times reporting about.
It was also, in spite of all these struggles to everyday money, if you have relatives, banks is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. As an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't.
Yeah. Okay. So somebody in chat did not seem to know this, right? What he's saying about the blockade. So even when there has not been the quarantine, I believe is what they are calling the strangulation of Cuba under Trump, right? Even when there wasn't this, there was a blockade. With only a small window, I believe, under Obama, where that blockade wasn't in place, or at least wasn't as strong. And yeah, now you've got the situation that he's talking about, but like the whole thing, the hotel thing is so annoying, because it is so easy to be like, oh yeah, this guy's like, no, you don't understand. I had to get a 5-star hotel. No, you don't understand. The government makes you. When you go to Cuba, it doesn't sound real. It's not something the government should be doing. I don't see, like, the purpose it serves, right? They want you to only put money like in the hands of like private, you know, capital essentially, right? If you and so many of the you know, the ways that the things that they're doing in this blockade, right? So, you know, yeah, are we depriving Cuba of fuel? Are we depriving them of goods? Absolutely, but we're also depriving the world of Cuba's medical personnel, which are actually first class, right? You know, the Cuban medical system is a miracle, and it's not a miracle that they just keep to themselves either. They're famous for, you know, sending doctors out to help in any situation where it might be needed, and these are some of the, you know, best physicians in the world. But yeah, the blockade, right?
And in many ways that are indirect, because the blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible.
And like, I feel like half of the people I talk to don't know that that's in place. They're like, why is Cuba doing such a bad job with infrastructure? Why is Cuba unable to take care of its citizens? I wonder. That's like a fucking snake asking you, like a snake wrapping around you, you know, like constricting you, and they'd be like, oh, why are you having trouble breathing? Oh, really? Are you uncomfortable? Why are you uncomfortable? Oh, you're not doing a good job taking care of yourself. Yeah, because you're fucking strangling me. Get off.
For the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island, or if you want to even send money. If you have relatives on the island, it's a very difficult process to like directly send cash payments to your relatives as well. It's totally unnecessary. These rules are so arbitrary, and yet they're so damaging to everyone, to everyday Cuban existence.
What were you most surprised by actually seeing it up close and personal?
I was surprised by the resilience. I was surprised by the fact that people, in spite of all these struggles, were still surviving, right? They had a relatively chill attitude about everything, which was somewhat shocking to me because I feel like I'm a much more high-intensity person. But I was also really impressed with the accomplishments that they've made in places like biomedical in the biomedical field.
What do you think is at this point the biggest need? Because we hear like the New York Times reporting about the fact that the power goes off in the hospitals and like babies are having to, you know, be hand pumped to keep them alive in certain situations. I mean, what do you think is the greatest need
it's oil,
on the ground?
100%. It's and it's actually totally legal for Cuba to trade with other countries. It's just that America makes it impossible. So what is a necessity is for the grid to come back alive. And for that to happen, they need to get oil. And I believe there's a Russian tanker that just docked in Havana as of this morning, if I'm not mistaken, with 730,000 barrels of oil, which will provide much needed respite and will allow the Cuban energy grid to survive.
Yeah, I feel like that would have made the Jungle Book even more creepy if Ka was like gaslighting Mowgli. Like,
still ration it heavily, but you know, this way medicine can be transported on the island.
I want to give you a chance to respond to two criticisms of this trip that have gotten widely reported. The New York Times sort of called you out for the fact that you all stayed in a nice hotel that was very luxurious compared to a lot of what the people on the island are dealing with every day. What's your response to, you know, the allegations of hypocrisy there?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Return get mode.
7409 super chatted $5.
Well, thank you, Will, for the $5, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so we are closing in on some bonus content. That brings us up to at least 108 chat. I'm not sure if I've added. I feel like we're a little bit further than this. Actually, I'll have to check in a second. But yeah, we're at least gonna stick around for one segment of bonus content, kind of working our way towards maybe a second, but
as well. So
it is late in the stream. Oh my gosh.
Went on a humanitarian aid mission with foreign dignitaries, delegates, advocates, activists, journalists, and the like. It was around 200, 300, 400 people. I'm not exactly sure on the number. But the American government has placed, and this was fascinating to me, we had to get OFAC clearance from the Treasury Department just to go, right? Yeah. And the American government has actually created these incredible restrictions that only allow American citizens to stay in four hotels on the island. There are thousands of hotels on the island, but we can only stay in 4. And if I don't stay in a hotel, and these are 5-star hotels, according to the American government, if I don't stay in one of those hotels, I could go to prison for 10 years and have to pay a $250,000 fine.
Wow.
I'm an American citizen.
Yeah.
It's so totally ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it.
And real quickly,
I don't think there's usually a way to do this on CNN, but it would have been so awesome if he could have gotten documents on screen that say that, right? There's got to be some kind of documentation that he got when he was going into Cuba. If you could have just shown that, be the official U.S. government documentation, and it is like, this is the list of hotels that you can stay at, and then like a little image of like, you know, the 5-star rating, I guess, if that is you know, applicable to if that's the common denominator behind the hotels, right? Because I swear to God, people just don't believe this shit. It's almost too, you know, ridiculous to be believed.
You know, there are a lot of people that are watching this.
They make you stay at a 5-star hotel, Hasan? Really? Really?
Especially a place like South Florida.
They make you order the lobster at the restaurant?
That feel like the regime is
And they're imagining that, like, he lands there and the Cuban people are like, oh, the food that we were going to eat tonight, it's got to be given to the, you know, we've got, there's guests in the hotel. So, you know, like we're going to go hungry. They're going to eat like, you know, fucking kings. And, you know, yeah, of course, if that was what was going on in Cuba, yeah, Hasan's trip would be absurd. Hence, you know, why they wouldn't be doing it, right? If that was, you know, they talked about that, right? What is the effect of us being on this island going to have on, you know, the people? And it was only after, you know, they were kind of verified, you know, from people that had been to Cuba that, you know, there were, and you know, the way that they did this trip, you know, that it would have a positive impact, and you know, they brought a bunch of stuff as well.
Impressive that it's been a terrible regime, that it's killed.
And thank you for the super chat, Will.
People, and that what you're doing is propping them up. What do you say to that?
I just don't want babies to die. I don't want people to suffer. I think that the difference in opinion as far as like how Cuba governs.
You've got to let the Cuban nation die. Otherwise, you're just propping it up, right? So if you give people food, it's like an accelerationist. It literally is, isn't it? They're literally asking for accelerationism as a way to do regime change in Cuba. And the accelerationism being like making that place fucking unlivable.
Governs itself is up to the Cuban population. I just want, as an American citizen, to stop putting our hand on the scale in this incredibly violent way, because the results are unbelievably violent. Collective punishment is a war crime after all, and there is no other way to look at what we've done, especially if Trump has like basically said the quiet part out loud and restricted all oil from going into the island. It's impossible to ignore.
Yes, it is. And according to what he's saying, it sounds like this story is not going away anytime soon. Hasan Piker, thank you for sharing your views. Great to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Anybody else think his outfit looks weird? I guess it's got to be awkward when you're Hasan's size and his proportions to, like, you know, try to buy I mean, wait, no, but the suit jacket, right? You get that fitted, so he should be able to get. I don't know. Maybe that's just the way that he likes the look that he's going for or whatever. Chad, I'm not here to question Hasan's fashion choices and sensibility, whatever. I'm here to do some bonus content. All right, and let's see if the poll is looking the way it was looking when I last checked. Yeah, look at that. Medhi, Hasan, Professor Jiang ahead by 9 points, and there's no wait other than I think other than Davy, I don't think anybody spoke up, you know, in terms of so if you've donated and you want to, you know, help your favorite topic out, right? If you want to put your money where your mouth is by letting me know, I want to see Kasparian, I want to see Druski as Erika Kirk, or whatever it is that is, you know, tickling your fancy at the moment, you can let me know. It's your last chance to do so, and I'll put your money where your mouth is. Someone else super chats, could you please tell NCC that Hasan going on MR was an April Fool's joke, and you absolutely fucking owned me with that, April. That's the second April Fool. Chat, here's the deal, okay? Yes, it is April Fool's for me. Will, says Vox Populi. Okay, that just makes the vote more powerful. And speaking of vote, it's your last chance to get the votes in. 90 votes have been counted. Make sure to like the stream while you do that, because that helps me out greatly. and I appreciate it. But yeah, Vox Populi, it's got 5%. Yeah, so here's the deal, chat. Like, okay, so for me, it's been April Fools the whole time, but I conduct my stream not according to my time, but according to your time, specifically U.S. Pacific, standard daylight time, right? Um, and and so I'm in the mind frame of not thinking it's April Fools. However, because I stream so late and the date turns over, yeah, it becomes April Fools. And two people were successfully able to April Fool me. So props to both of you. Props to both of you for that. That's impressive. And I am owned. All right, I think Professor Jiang is the funniest person to have ever existed in our era. Yeah, he is. In a way, he does serve the purpose of a new Jordan Peterson after he's been taken away. He's been taken away from us too soon, chat. No, he really does seem to be, I don't know, on the way out. Jordan Peterson not doing well. Professor Jiang still healthy from what I can tell. So yeah, we'll have to enjoy his brand of brain rot at some time other. But yeah, thank you for reminding me. I know everybody's gonna April Fool me now, and I'm supposed to April Fool you, right? I'm supposed to do something. I was supposed to do something weird on stream to throw you for a loop, but that'll have to wait till tomorrow. But yeah, chat right now is looking decisively like, yeah, Medhi Hasan ahead by 10 points. I think I'm gonna call it, chat. We're watching Jiang. Are you ready? All of you Jiang gang out there. Oh my god, I gotta go find it. This is my secret stash of Jiang videos. I'm trying to remember. I shared it with someone in Discord, and that's where I'm gonna have to go to find it. Oh, also chat, new Backrooms trailer coming out. Like the movie's coming out 5/29. So that is what, May 29th, end of May. So we'll be in rainy season by then. But yeah, new Backrooms movie directed by Kane Pixels. Kind of excited. Where did I? Oh, here it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, copy the text. Yeah, sure. Copy the text. Boom. No! Oh no, chat. Oh no. What do we do? All right, well, chat, that's your bonus content for today. Apparently, it's been content claimed by Medhi Hasan. That motherfucker. Look, chat, I love Medhi Hasan, all right? But I, like a lot of people, were really psyched about the idea of him confronting Professor Jiang, right? Jiang is full of shit in so many ways, and nobody's really called him on it to his face. He is now, victimizing himself in front of his community, claiming that there's like a cancellation campaign, that they are coming after him, right? It's a mess, right? But yeah, I had this video all ready to go for you, and it looks like, oh, see, here's the problem. It's behind a paywall. This video is 100% behind a paywall. And there was one person that freed it, and I don't think it deserves to be, chat. I really wanted, look, let's watch what we can, okay? I'm not gonna, like, I was teasing, there was my April Fools, my first April Fools, to pretend that I'm gonna, what is this? Lick'em Low Lisa, no, anything but Lick'em Low Lisa. Medhi Hasan, Professor Jiang. Yeah, this person got, I wonder how hard do you think, there's Hasan reacting to it. Of course, that's the first and second video to come up. we did watch Pierce have a go at him, right? So I guess we have watched at least one, you know, person confront. We watched this, right? I feel like we did. Medhi and Pierce. Look at that. Zateo is just getting, like, I don't know, clip mogged. So, chat, I also want to point out, I don't know if this is one of these channels, right? But there's a lot of channels with some variation of Professor Jiang in their title. Yeah, lectures featured on this channel are by Professor Jiang Shuquen. Professor Jiang media curates, edits, and so it's almost like a industrial complex channel for Professor Jiang, or at least as far as what it says. Now, this may be a channel that just clips him. Although, you know, you could make an argument that if it does say in the description, maybe, that I'm not Professor Jiang, but whatever. But yeah, and I think Jiang is cool with people re-uploading his clips. Cooler than Medhi is, apparently. See, I'm still mad about that. God damn it, Medhi. The reason I want Medhi to take that out from behind the paywall is I want that shit to have reach. Not just because it's going to be a banger video for Zateo, which it would be, and Zateo deserves more views, but also because this guy needs to get fucking exposed to more people. And hiding him shame behind a paywall is like the nicest thing you could do for him, honestly. Like, right, you did Medhi Hasan, you did Professor Jiang a solid by hiding his shame for him. The thing I wanted to point out, like, right, chat, so I don't know if this channel is an example of it, but in addition to a industrial complex, which Jiang is okay with, Jiang has approved of it, just like Hasan did, but it's there are channels that seem to be using an AI approximation of Jiang's voice to say who knows what. And as much as I don't have a lot of respect for Professor Jiang, when it comes down to it, you know, it bothers me that there are channels that are like, I've seen this from Richard Wolff too. There's certain voices that have like a air of trust, right? Certain figures that people kind of trust and look to. Richard Wolff is an example of this. I guess Professor Jiang in the conspiracy world is an example of this, but they're getting like cloned into AIs and saying who knows what, and then they're benefiting from the authority. Like, I've listened to lectures that I thought were from Richard Wolff, and then later looked and seen, no, this is like some fucking AI. I don't know what it's doing. You feed it Richard Wolff's speeches and it's just spitting back random shit for you, or like I don't know where this is coming from, but there's little moments where you'll notice it's like that's not his speech pattern. Anyway, we gotta find some Jiang. Come on, can we please like, the other place to find this would be Twitter, maybe? What the fuck? I can't even find Zateo. Either Zateo's well, there's this. What is going on, Zateo? Oh wait, was it on their channel or was it just on their shorts? You're gonna be, I promise you, chat, you're gonna be disappointed by this clip, okay? It is not what I wanted to show you today. 1 month ago? Okay, no, it wasn't that long ago. What the fuck? Really, it's just like it's only on their shorts. 2 weeks ago? It was barely recently. yeah, I guess it's just this, which I'm gonna have to go. I don't know how far back. There he is. There's Jiang. That's the only clip of Jiang they like have on here. That's crazy. Chat, I don't know. I'm curious now how this and how did it go down like this? Did like Professor Jiang cry to Medhi afterwards?
Some have called you China's Nostradamus. You had three famous predictions in
Come on, what are you doing?
Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose.
Okay, can we actually watch the video?
Some have called you China's Nostradamus. You had three famous predictions in 2024, that Trump would get elected, that he would start a war with Iran, and that he would lose a war with Iran.
Chat, watch me get copyright claimed for the music, right? Watch this be some music that Zateo licensed.
Clearly has the strategic advantage. I think the next step in the escalation ladder is that Trump will send in ground forces.
Nikki Haley was key to your prediction about Iran. You said Trump would pick her as his running mate, but he didn't pick her.
I think that the problem with education is that...
I found a reaction video. Yeah, there's definitely a Hasan reaction.
It focuses too...
But he's not watching the whole thing. I remember Hasan also complaining. I'm not falling for this April Fool's. Wait, which thing that you thought...
Too much on facts. Too much...
I wish I was April fooling you about the channel that had the whole interview getting copyright claimed.
On rigor and not enough on imagination.
On facts. Do you hear yourself? You talk about this pre-far right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. Surely you understand why.
Chat, have we covered Professor Jiang talking about Pax Judaica? I think there's a lot of stuff that's sus about him. That, you know, wasn't necessarily one of the things that caught my eye, but other people are saying that it corresponds. There's like a Nazi dog whistle. It's not Hasan, it's somebody else.
A lot of people
well, the thing is, here's the deal. They're going to get copyright claim. If Medhi's going, you know, at this aggressively, then, you know, they're going to get copyright claimed and I'm going to get copyright claimed if I go past that. Like, if he's really this serious about his paywall, right? And it's an $11 a month subscription, right? It's not just like, you know, sign up for my Substack. It's not, it's like, you know, it's a serious paywall. And I'm sure it's worth a lot. Zateo's a great news source. They deserve, you know, to be supported.
I think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst you're a card-carrying anti-Semite.
Sorry, what is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. Does China control what you say now? Your critics...
It does sound sus, for sure, right?
Might say they're using you as a...
But the main reason is that it's like, you know, instead of it incorporating the name Israel, it's incorporating the name Judea, which, you know, reads like, you know, you're saying not the piece of Israel, but the piece of, you know, the Jews, right? Which
propaganda.
It is possible I'm a useful idiot.
Yeah, what he's talking about is a theoretical time when Israel has been able to plunge Iran into civil war, into destabilization. So Iran's not a danger to them. And also, you know, kind of immerse the United States in a ground war so that they're fucked up and they have to like withdraw, you know, with their tail between their legs. And then the idea being that then America goes into civil war. And then in the vacuum, somehow China goes down too. People say he's a China simp. This is the one thing that bugs me about the criticism of Professor Jiang. I don't know where the China simp accusation is coming from, right? He is Chinese, and he got kicked out of the country over some journalism that he did back in the day. He is back to living in China now, and I think people are trying to use the fact that I think people are confused and they don't realize that if you're in China, you can get a VPN and do YouTube. There's no, the firewall is not preventing you from doing that, right? He's not getting special dispensation. He's not the only Chinese man that's allowed to have a YouTube account, right? That's not a thing. And then based on, like, I don't know that he hasn't said enough negatively towards China. That he is therefore working. They'll just it's go for nowhere to like he's a CCP agent, right? There's a lot wrong with Professor Jiang. He might be. He could very well be, you know, supported by, you know, some unseen hands. He's making a decent amount on just on YouTube, but, you know, maybe his rise was, you know, kind of like, you know, so maybe somebody else was behind his rise, but there's nothing there like smoking gun wise to kind of point to this is like, you know, a project of a propaganda project of the CCP. In fact, it doesn't really make sense on a lot of levels, because yeah, his whole idea of Pax Judaica is you know, China collapses, the US, I think maybe because of the oil situation, the US collapses, Israel is now not only the largest power in the Middle East, but they're, you know, the largest power in the world by the process of elimination. And I think we're kind of like forgetting a lot of European nations, right? But and also buying into the myth of Israel as being this like super duper, you know, advanced technological you know, spy state. Like Israel is right now running the IDF to the point of breaking, right? They're not necessarily, you know, making good long-term strategic choices, even though the, you know, they dealt a series of real serious blows to their enemies in Lebanon and elsewhere in recent years. But yeah, let's watch the rest of this. I'm gonna try to see if I can find any way to watch more of this. This is the video that exposed Jiang 9 days ago, the curious case of Professor Jiang, how the internet manufactured a geopolitical oracle. Well, since you chose Jiang Tent, chat, and an expose in particular, does that sound good to people? Anybody have other suggestions? Porterville's music is suggesting, if I'm taking this correctly, that I could watch this, you know, I'm guessing like a video essay that somebody posted about him. There's a few videos like that, right? That we could definitely take a look at, because I want to make sure that those who voted for Professor Jiang get their money's worth.
And I suspect that
which is nothing, right? Because, you know, voting is free, but still, you want to get, you know,
there are many entities around the world who would like to
want to get your votes worth.
My message, including the Chinese government.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel?
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter
lectures,
when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year. Some have called you.
Here it is, chat. That's all that Medhi is posting to whet your appetite for his Substack. And I think this one's a shame. I don't begrudge Medhi. For the record, chat, I don't begrudge Medhi holding stuff behind a paywall for you know, monetary reasons. But this can we agree this is excessive? Let's take a look. I might have even seen the video that you're talking about, Porterville. The curious case of Professor Jiang. But yeah, I have looked at a lot of. Oh God, I think Dark Brandon is completely talking about. You know, their main problem with this guy is that he is a. He's a CCP simp because he's never criticized China. They haven't heard him. They haven't heard. There's not, just like nobody could be out there and say, I have listened to every Grateful Dead show, every Fish show that's ever been recorded, right? I've got all the bootlegs. I know all of it. Nobody could say that, right? Because there's too much shit. These bands, like, all they do is tour. And so there's a fucking million tapes out there, right? Professor Jiang has done actually a lot of content. And I suspect that there's very few people outside of, I don't know, President Sunday, right, has done a lot of Jiang Tent. Like, I mean, there's maybe a few people that have seen all of Jiang's content, but like, chat, we still got shit like this for. Oh, here, let me give you something. I don't know, chat. I might regret clicking on this, but this video is marked Professor Jiang Shukan vlogs about abusing his.
Good morning, YouTube.
And it's in front of a playground.
So I was supposed to talk about.
So yeah, this is a long video, and it starts off like this was not a video where it's like, you know, he's like addressing the allegations or anything like that. right? It's just a random stream that he was going to do, and look at what he starts talking about.
My upcoming classes today, but something traumatic happened to me this past week, and I want to share it with everyone. I'm going to file a lawsuit, and so I need to be careful about what I say. I can't divulge too much.
So chat, I can't tell you when this is from because it's re-uploaded, but
information. So I apologize.
Let's see if maybe it says
ahead of time if some information, if the
people are saying the video was originally named Geostrategy Update number 9. It's time to fight. And he took it down long after he was ridiculed for it. Does it give us a sense of when? No, it doesn't say when it was uploaded, but maybe somebody could track that information down. Anyway, what does Jiang have to talk? Maybe is this a good substitute chat for the, I never want to clickbait you and make you think, especially those of you that support the stream, that you're getting, a Medhi versus Jiang, showdown, when it's a Jiang. It's Jiang that's gonna, I believe, undermine himself in this content. But oh yeah, and then Flint Dibble did a video on him. Professor Dave has done a video. Yeah, Cavernacle, I think, has done multiple videos. We've watched at least one of them.
narrative can be incoherent or confusing sometimes. So let me first explain to you the details of what happened.
Burple, call me Burple, the begrudger. A lot of begrudging on my end. Yeah, I even got snarky with him on Blue Sky. I said it. I said, you are doing Professor Jiang a solid. I hope you know you're doing him a solid, and that I think the internet would benefit from that video having, that whole interview having more reach. Even though ultimately, chat, and this is gonna be the sad thing, I don't think Medhi did a good job. Plot twist, and I can't prove it to you, right? And you probably won't believe me because Medhi's such a good debater. He never it's not like he lost the debate to Professor Jiang. I just think he let Professor Jiang wriggle out a few times, and he sort of went for the shiny object when he could have, just like, there's so much this guy needs to answer for, including the shit that he said about Hitler. Like, start there, get him to explain how he feels, how Hitler was a fucking a victim of the Allied countries, right? It's crazy, okay? There's a lot that, like, there's a lot. I get it. Like, he's only got like 30 minutes with the guy, but still, I don't agree with his use of time there, and I was ultimately disappointed because he did nail him on a number of things. You saw him nail him on the professor thing, and there's a moment. Wait, we didn't see that. God damn it! I swear to God, chat, I saw a trailer that showed Jiang saying something like, facts are not, education overemphasizes facts at the expense of truth, right? That, like, we're too worried about academic rigor to do essentially what? Feel a vibe, buy into a narrative. They let our eschatology lead the way. I don't know, just follow your nose. It always knows. It'll lead you to World War III every time.
I often take my two boys, Chris and Bo. Chris is 7 years old. Bo
This is one of those videos.
4.
It's just gonna get worse.
And this is our first time together back in Canada to visit their grandparents. Unfortunately, their mother and my daughter could not join us because whereas I and my boys are Canadian citizens, my wife is a Chinese citizen, and we could not get her the tourist visa on account of the fact that we're poor. So it's been a very hard summer for me because my two boys are a handful. They have different personalities, they have different interests.
And that's basically the reason I couldn't move to Canada either.
Yes.
Yeah.
And my mind is preoccupied with saving the world. So I've not been as attentive as a father as I should have been, but...
That and maybe not getting my master's, not finishing my graduate.
I have tried my best to give my kids the best possible experience. So every day we're outside in the park or in the pool or in the cottage somewhere, making sure they're enjoying the great outdoors. So on Sunday, we went to a public pool, and we've been to many public pools. Chris is a great swimmer, and he really enjoys the pool. His brother, Bo, is not a great swimmer, doesn't know how to swim, and so I need to take care of him. And Bo is often very problematic. He has behavioral issues for many reasons. The first is that he's a middle child, so he often feels neglected and doesn't get enough attention from his parents, so he acts out, he misbehaves. He's also in competition with his brother, Chris, who unfortunately is very competitive, and as a result, Bo feels insecure, especially in the pool because Chris is a great swimmer and Bo doesn't know how to swim. But Bo doesn't really like swimming, and he misbehaves, and so what he does is he gets into trouble. So that day he was rubbing his eyes with chlorine, which is making his eyes itchy. I'm annoyed by this. Bo is very good at annoying me. I take him in the shower. I try to wash off the chlorine with water, but Bo just screams. I spank him to try to get him to cooperate. I don't like to be physical with my children. I have 3 children. I'm very gentle with both Chris and my daughter, but sometimes with Bo, I need to spank him or I need to scold him because otherwise he doesn't really pay attention. He's always testing boundaries, and but sometimes because I'm under so much stress, I can overreact. So I was slapping him. And
I mean,
when a page
guilty conscience, right? So yeah, you know, he's feeling, understand, he's talking about suing, right? He feels like he's the victim here. But so far, I'm a little bit more worried about his child.
Twins confronted me.
And you look, people feel differently about this issue. I think the world is slowly coming to a consensus that physically, you know, harming your child is unacceptable, which is, you know, what it should be. But, you know, there's just like a variety of actual ways that people raise their kids, and then, you know, they kind of justify it with this kind of logic of like, yeah, no, you don't understand. Like this kid, it's like you're talking about your car. Like, look, this car it doesn't work unless you gotta gun it a few times when you start it up, right? Or I don't know, you gotta kick it. I don't know what do people do to get their car working, right? But it's like something. But you're talking about a child.
And told me,
and even he does seem to fucking realize this. Sometimes I get a little excessive, right? I mean, what are you saying, Jiang?
Well, I mean, he was actually very confrontational. He threatened to kill me if I continued to.
How old did he say the kid was? Do we get that yet, chat?
Hit my child, and then.
Oh wait, no, it's another. Sorry, it's not his child saying that. It's okay. So he's been confronted, I believe. So there's the good child and there's the, you know, the other child, the child that he doesn't think is you know, good, and then that child gets chlorine in their eyes. They start rubbing their eyes, which is making their, you know, eyes redder. You know, honestly, that I don't know. I don't want to tell people how to parent. I don't want to tell people how to parent. But if I had a child that was having irritation from chlorine, I would get them some goggles, right? It's one way to handle that. I don't know. Did anybody catch how old he said these kids were? Did he say?
I need to spank him or I need to scold him because otherwise he doesn't really pay attention. He's always testing boundaries. And sometimes I don't like to be physical with my children. I have 3 children. I'm very gentle with both Chris and my daughter, but sometimes with Bo, I need to spank him or I need to scold him because otherwise he doesn't really pay attention. He's always testing boundaries, and but sometimes because I'm under so much stress, I can overreact. So I was slapping him, and then one of the patrons confronted me and
Patrons, so the other people at the swimming pool.
and told me, well, I mean, he was actually very confrontational. He threatened to kill me if I continued to hit my child. And then
Yeah, the thing that people don't get is, if you are physically, if you're corporal punishing, I don't know, physically punishing your child in public, right? There's some percentage of people that suffered that same shit as, and they were abused, right? So whereas, there was and there still is, people don't like to criticize other people's parenting, let alone to, confront somebody about something. But yeah, if somebody's seeing, if you're a victim of abuse and you see it happen, I don't know how, you almost could not like say something. And so yeah, he's getting confronted by a Patreon. Patreon, not a Patreon chat. This isn't his community. This is at a public swimming pool.
I confronted him.
Yeah, a fellow patron of the swimming pool.
And then the staff got involved, okay? And the staff talked to me. I explained the situation to them, that Bo often misbehaves. And even though I don't want to be physical with him, sometimes I'm forced to be physical with him in order for him to understand the gravity of the situation. And the response is, oh, I understand, you're an Asian parent. And I said, that's not the
Wait, is that what they said?
issue. It's not that I'm an Asian parent. It's just like Bo has a distinct personality, and I need counter strategies in order to better control his behavior. They asked for my name and my phone number. I gave it to them, assuming that they will call Child Protective Services or the police for a checkup. And I understand that. That's standard procedure. It makes total sense. They saw a parent abusing the child. Of course, they're going to report this to the higher authorities. But the staff was really nice, and I was really cooperative with them. I was extremely forthcoming. I tried my best to explain the situation to them. They told me.
So he's like, I understand somebody wanting to call CPS, and I'm totally, willing to submit myself to, whatever, they want to do to ensure that my children are in a safe situation. It's very, very. I'm just noticing there's a lot less entitlement, here that we saw with Ethan Klein.
That this is not a big deal.
Yeah, counter strategies, yeah, slapping.
And that I could leave. Okay, so I dressed my boys. This is in the change room. It's a public change room. And as we're as we're about to leave, there's a large.
Why is he admitting to do this? Because he says he's gonna sue the pool. All right. He's gonna sue the pool. He thinks he's a victim of racism, and I think if I remember correctly, and this is chat. This is again a video that is marked Geostrategy Update number 9. It's time to fight. He obviously had something very different in mind for the stream, but because of the what just happened, what he just experienced. He was like, nope, I need to vent. I need to share this experience with my, chat, with my community. I don't know. Is he live streaming this? Is he vlogging? It says vlog. So, but yeah, he wants to upload. He's uploading this, like, thinking that the community is going to be supportive.
Lifeguard, okay? He's a teenager, okay? But he's very tall and muscular. And
Was it Joe Biden?
He stares down at me and says,
He had hairy legs.
Our boss would like you to stay. And he says it in a very menacing and confrontational manner. And it was intentional that he did it that way. But I didn't want a confrontation, so I basically agreed to stay. I assumed they called the police, and the police would come interview me, and I would explain what happened, okay? So I'm in the change room, and what they're doing now is they're asking all the patrons to leave the change room. And they have two large two tall, muscular, white lifeguards blocking the corridor so that I can't leave, but patrons can't come in as well. And so what happened is, in effect, they turned the change room into a detention center, a holding cell, basically. And
a detention center.
At this point, I'm too shell-shocked to really process what's going on, because at this point, I am at risk of losing my children. I told the staff, listen, we're citizens of Canada, but we're visiting from Beijing for the summer, and we're leaving next week. We have a flight next week to go back to Beijing. Their mother is not here. My boys don't speak English. Okay, so I'm trying to explain to them how awkward my situation is, and they don't care. So I'm in this holding facility, and I'm spending like an hour, at least an hour, trying to strategize about how to talk to the police, because as a father, my first duty is to protect my children. Meanwhile, my boy Bo is right beside me, and he's crying, okay, because he's afraid that he's going to lose his father, who is in Canada his primary caregiver. And I try to comfort him, and after a while, I say to the lifeguards, listen, my boy is crying. This isn't really fair to us. I've already given my confirmation. It's Sunday, okay? The police are probably busy with other things. I'm gonna self-report to the police first thing Monday morning. And lifeguards ignored me and said, you have to wait. And I continue to wait. And right now I've lost track of time.
Okay, so just for the record, chat, like, I don't think you can get like held by a civilian, right? There is something called like what is it, like a citizen's arrest, but I don't know that that's like even legal. Anyway,
because I'm traumatized. My little boy is crying and he's traumatized.
if you're like involved in an accident, an auto accident, you're supposed to stay on the scene and wait for the cops. But you know, if in a situation like this, yeah, you know, he could leave
as well.
Yeah, if they tell him he can't leave, that would be false imprisonment. I think you're right. Yeah,
I'm seeing my life fall.
But
it's possible that the police charge.
Sometimes even cops will sort of like lean on you in a way where it feels like you have to stay there, but you can always ask them, am I being arrested? Am I being detained? Am I free to leave? Right? And if you're not, like, you know, it's they kind of have to put up or shut up. If they want to hold you, they have to, you know, make it official at that point, and then you can ask for a lawyer. But yeah, he's saying he's traumatized after just, yeah, well, yeah, this is the whole thing. And like his community, I don't think reacted well to this. This is why he immediately deleted this video. And somehow President Sunday's friend got a whole, you know, kept a record of it. I don't know.
In which case,
they're pretty serious over at the cathedral, I guess.
I have to appear in court. In which case, I'm gonna miss my flight back to China. In which case, I'm gonna lose my job. And we're not a rich family. We're not, and we have no savings. So
now I can't verify this, but Sunday seemed to think that he at this point had a fairly large channel. It's kind of, you know, I mean, maybe not rich, but you know, he's not poor. Obviously his channel's gotten a lot bigger. No, his channel was like over 1 million at this point. I think his channel was like somewhere between 1 million and 1.5.
We would lose everything. And it's also possible that I lose my children. And my wife would kill me. She would find, she's back in China, but she would find a way to kill me if anything happened to our children. So I am pretty shell-shocked. I'm pretty traumatized. But my child is crying. And then it occurred to me, wait a minute here. I've already given my information to them. My child is crying and feeling traumatized. why are they doing this? So I confronted them. I asked to talk to the supervisor, and I said, why are you detaining me? And their response is, well, we're not detaining you. We asked you to stay. And at this point, I'm like, well, can I leave? And they're like, yes, you can leave. So we left, okay? And then we got home, and the police called. And I explained the situation to the police, and the police were really polite, really understanding, really sympathetic, and said, okay, this makes total sense. You're trying to discipline your child. You have the right to do that. But as procedure, as protocol requires, we have to come and see your children.
And I think if I remember, like the way that this is Canada though, so it may work different in Canada. But what in the U.S. it's about if it's a strange thing because you would think that like any sort of hitting of a child would be considered assault or would be a child abuse, right? You would think that there'd be like a clear demarcation because anybody else you can't hit. But the way they do it, I think, is they are like, did it leave a mark? Is that right? So if there's a cut or a bruise, right, then it is maybe a I don't know. I feel like it's a weird thing where like officially, corporal punishment should not be legal, but it's definitely legal in like southern states and in fact I think it's even like legal in schools in some places. It used to be like legal in school. It used to be they used to spank you in school for misbehaving. But yeah, society is slowly coming around to not accepting beating physically harming a child regardless of what they've done.
That makes total sense. So I invited them over to my parents' house where we're staying, and they checked up on my children, and they said, your children are fine. There's nothing wrong with your children. And they left. And that should have been it.
Isn't that crazy, chat? Think about how much pain you can experience without it leaving a mark, right? Especially if somebody's intentionally trying to. I don't know. I don't know.
But the very next day, my son Bo, he couldn't eat, and he had high fever, and I tried to put him in bed. But the moment I put him in bed, he would suddenly scream. And I have to rush to him and comfort him. And this was happening for 2 days. And I told him to reassure him.
With the rule of thumb, you can beat a child with a switch of the size of your thumb or smaller. Wait, the size? Oh, like the length of your thumb or the width of your thumb?
That no one's gonna tear apart our family. There's no way it's gonna be over my dead body before I let someone take him from me. I'm his father. I have a duty to protect him at all costs.
So that's potentially a pretty painful switch.
I'm gonna fight and die to make sure my family is safe.
Well, I mean, like if you could stop fighting your child, I think everybody'd be a lot safer.
And that reassured him a bit. And then I took him to Great Wolf Lodge in Niagara Falls, which made him really happy. I'm not sure if anyone's been to Great Wolf Lodge, a resort. It's not jail.
It makes it sound like, in this context, that sounds really bad, right? In this context, it sounds like that is like, all right, shut the fuck up. I'm taking you to Niagara Falls. Sounds like the kid is sick and he needs to be open-minded to the kid. Wait, so he's taking this as what, the kid like faking a fever or something?
But it's pretty close. Okay, so
I don't understand his logic.
And then I had time there.
Wait, it takes him to is that what Great Wolf Lodge is? It's like a
to reflect more and more.
I thought it was like in. Is it like a chain? I feel like I've seen something like that in the Pacific Northwest.
On the situation.
Is it like an indoor like water park? Is that the idea?
And I've decided to file a lawsuit. I've decided to take civil legal action. I called the police and said, listen, do I have grounds to charge the staff of that public pool with kidnapping or something along those lines.
Can I sue them?
And they had, I mean, they were very polite and they were very understanding, and they had a very long conversation. They did a lot of investigation and told me it doesn't really meet the threshold, criminal threshold, but you can take civil legal action, and I plan to do that. So some of you may hear this and you think that I'm overreacting. You know, the police are doing the police.
Great Wolf Lodge has a huge pool park and atrium along with the hotel.
Or let you go. There's something.
Wait, it's all inside though, right? So you can do it during the. It's like a winter. Is the idea to be able to do water park stuff in the winter?
There's no problems here. The staff, maybe they overreacted, but it was within their protocol, their procedure, in order to protect children. Okay. But let me give you 3 reasons why I am going to take action, why I've decided to fight, okay? The first reason is this. I have a duty to protect my children. And at the very least, I want my son, Bo, to know that whenever we're bullied, whenever he's intimidated, whenever he's traumatized, I'm going to
threaten to sue,
fight to ensure that he's protected and that
from all the threats coming from the outside, yes. That's, you know, that's what a parent should do, but oh my god. I just can't help but feeling that like at least some of the threat is not coming from outside the house.
He achieves some justice. Okay, it's really important as a father to show my children that I'm going to do everything I can to protect my children. I've also promised Bo that,
like the hospital, the pool. I don't think. Well, I don't know, chat. They have lifeguards that, you know, do CPR, but I don't think that anything like that. I don't think anybody in there is a mandated reporter. It might work differently in Canada, but I do think that if you get multiple complaints from the patrons that somebody is doing child abuse, that even if maybe, you know, they're mistaken, they're wrong, you don't you kind of have, like, you can't just be like, well, listen, everyone is gonna discipline their children differently, and we take no. I don't think you can just step back and be like, that's not our problem. At some point, you do have to do something, right? Even if it's just like, you know, to you know, prevent anything else from happening, and to, you know, kind of take a look at what happened. Do you support Hasan Piker? No, Shiesty. We're Jiang gang. This is our guy. All right, Professor Jiang. We support him. Everything that he says. Pax Islamica. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Civil war for the United States. Fall from power with a lack of you know, energy supply for China. Israel takes over for a split second, and then Pax Islamica comes along and becomes the great power of the world. So yeah, we're Jiang gang, clearly, here, Shiesty.
I will do this. So as a father,
oh good, yeah, I support Jiang much better,
who's made a promise to his son to always protect him and to seek justice whenever he encounters injustice, then I have a moral obligation to follow.
This seems like cope, though, right? It seems like, you know, you were seen in public doing something like borderline abusive to your child, and you are trying to make yourself the victim of some sort of a racial kidnapping in response.
Follow through, even though this is the Canadian justice system, this is the Canadian legal system, even though it may cost me a lot of money, even though it may cost me many, many years, and even though there may be no result, I have a duty as a father to set a good example to my son. Okay, that's the first reason. Second reason is that I feel, and again, you may disagree, okay? I feel that this happened because they saw an Asian face. Okay. Now, I've talked to my brother, who is a.
And the great thing about Professor Jiang's philosophy is that we've heard him say facts are not as important. It's that divine spark inside of you that tells you the truth, right? That allows you to discern that even though there's no evidence, nothing to point towards racial discrimination, that your spidey sense is telling you that this is actually, you know, fucking, you know, racist Canada being, oh my God, chat. I mean, the sad thing about the United States and Canada is that, like, there is low-key so much racism, just ambient racism there, that you can almost like throw a stone and you will land on racism, right? So, you know, at any time, even a disingenuous, spurious accusation like this, right? It maybe, you know, has, like, you know, just incidentally more credibility than the Jiang deserves. To me, it felt like he felt emasculated in front of his child, and now he's got to show his son that he's the man. Burple says, 1, hit kid. 2, have people respond in a way which you should be a realization for you. 3, sue them for the right to hit your kid. 4, yap about your own trauma and at no point consider. And that's the sad thing about it, right? Is there's a fucking shit ton of racism in Canada. But I don't think this is it, Jiang. I don't think this is an example. I don't think that's what's motivating, like, the set of events here. It seems like the motivation is that responding to a child crying. Chat, do you remember what this child did wrong? He was crying and rubbing his eyes because he got chlorine in the eyes. Right? The other son, great at swimming, natural athlete, whatever, you know, father's favorite son, it seems like, right? And this kid, he's like, he's the middle kid, and he always wants attention, and he's jealous of his brother. And well, he just wouldn't stop, like, rubbing his eyes. Listen, if a child has eyes that are irritating, they're gonna rub them. I get it, that's not what they should be doing. They should not be. You gotta try to stop your kid from rubbing the eyes, but you gotta kind of realize that they're gonna rub them anyway. And the real solution is to keep the motherfucking chlorine out of the eyes, right? If you don't want, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to tell somebody how to parent here, but yeah, like I'm a kid that hated fucking opening their eyes in the pool. Okay, there, I said it. Like, if my parents had been cool, they would have gotten me goggles, right? Instead of just being like, you gotta fucking tough it out. Well, your sister doesn't need goggles, so, you know, why, you know, no, it fucking irritates my eye. It's chlorine, come on. If a child does not want chlorine on their eyes, you gotta kind of go with that, right? Rather than trying to punish them later for rubbing, you're hurting them for hurting themselves. Oh my God, yeah, the middle child needs the counter strategies. Where did he fucking hear this? It sounds like it does sound like some kind of weird parenting, you know, advice, bullshit. I have 3 boys. Middle child syndrome is definitely a thing. Well, you're not gonna use that as a rationale to beat your child, luckily. So you're, you know, a step or two ahead of Jiang.
A public school teacher here in Toronto, and he explained to me that this happened because, you know, the staff, they're teenagers, and some of them were Asian, and they saw an Asian father abusing his child, and they became really afraid for the child's safety, and that's why they might have overreacted the way they did.
And wait, what's the rationale? It was like Asian staff that reported to him?
Total sense, okay? I think that's a legitimate point, but at the same time, they did see my son cry for an hour, and they did nothing. They didn't care.
What?
Okay, so...
Oh, he means like after the confrontation. He's not talking about the child crying from being spanked or the child crying from the chlorine. He's talking about crying about, you know, when the...
I'm not completely convinced that was the case, okay? And I think the way that they behaved, they had 2 tall white guys watch over me. They put me in a detention center. even though I had given them all my confirmation that they could have passed on to the police. I think the way they behaved is because of certain racial assumptions.
The other thing too, I gotta say this now that he's, you know, invoking like a racism explanation for what went on the part of the pool staff. Professor Jiang is pretty fucking anti-woke. Right? I feel like I've seen him, you know, be downright dismissive towards, you know, other claims of discrimination. I can't remember exactly, so I'm going to do the Felix Biederman thing where I say I don't know, but yeah, he's pretty dead set against wokeness, and it's just so funny that you see this so much on the right these days. And yeah, one of the last things that he says to Medhi, when he asked him, where do you place yourself politically? And he's like, well, I would have thought, I've always believed in, you know, like I would place, you know, that I care about this, and this, and that would place me on the left. But I guess according to people now, you know, if defending Hitler is going to put you on the far right, I guess I'm far right. Like, I guess the left's just not tolerant enough to accept Hitler apologia, right? It's, you know, they don't understand. Hitler was the if everybody had just left Hitler and Germany alone, you know, including the Jews, if they just could have disappeared themselves out of the country, then, you know, everything would have been fine, right? Or if Poland could evacuate its country and allow Hitler to have that Lebensraum, and France could just be like, all right, here you go, Vichy France, you know, right? Like, you know, if Britain could have just kept the Royal Air Force grounded during the Battle of Britain, so that the Luftwaffe could have destroyed the Royal Air Force, right? If people could have just left him alone, it would have been fine. It would have been totally fine. Jiang is definitely dark woke.
They had implanted in their minds. Okay, and I think there are three.
I don't know if that's dark woke or the woke right that we're dealing with here, because he does place himself on the right, and yeah, you know, like this, like aside from the fact, like as far as like what kind of, I think he identifies as some kind of democratic socialist, right? But it's like an anti-woke democratic socialist. It's like a socially conservative, maybe, democratic socialist. Although don't quote me on that. I'd actually like to find more out about Professor. I don't know how much I've heard him talk about socialist. I think at least one time I've heard him be like decent towards the gays, but definitely not decent towards the Jews. And there's a lot of and yeah, very way too charitable towards Hitler. Way too charitable towards Hitler. Sorry about those damn planes. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, Germany.
Racial assumptions that they had.
If you could just not draw your curtains back, you know, so it makes it harder to see the, you know, like if you could just not draw the blackout curtains down, you know, it make it a little easier for us to do our bombing runs. God damn.
The first
people are just way too hard on Hitler, I guess.
Is that Asian parents are just excessively violent towards their children.
So wait, no, did he say though that this was initiated by the Asian staff? That is he proposing that there is like a negative stereotype threat going on where like the Asian staff is like, ooh, geez, that's a bad look for us. We better come down, like, you know, get the two biggest white guys and send him in there to you know, intimidate him, right? Like, is that what he's? I'm trying to understand this fucking ridiculous story he's telling, and as I'm doing it, I'm realizing I don't trust his account of like what went on, right? I don't know if there's going to be a police report of this, or if he's actually going to sue, or what. I'm guessing not, because his like I said, his community, his viewers, apparently did not react well to this, right? They had the same, you know, reservations about the scenario that he is describing. I think he said, someone initially said, oh, you hit your kids, I guess You're an Asian parent? Wait, what? I mean, there is, there's like a stereotype about parenting styles for sure.
Okay. So they said, well, if he's doing this in public, if he's seeing his child in public, then when he goes home.
Like I said, chat, when somebody's just throwing a fucking he's Chinese, therefore he's CCP thing at him, I will say something. I will say I think that's bullshit, right? That literally the only thing that you got like to accuse this guy, it's so crazy. It'd be one thing if he was like, now chat, Taiwan is actually part of China. This is the previous dynasty. As you can see, Taiwan, part of China. It was actually during this dynasty that it was taken over from the indigenous people of the island who were brutal and savage, and therefore right, there's no I don't know, nothing of what you like. Now the Uyghurs were doing Islamic terrorism, and China had to protect its citizens from the Uyghurs who were evil Islamic, right? Like, this is the kind of shit that you'd expect a China simp to say if somebody's defending things that China has done, like the fucking surveillance of the Uyghurs or something like that. That's how it's gonna, that's how you're gonna hear it, right? I have never heard him say anything like that. And I swear to God, the only thing that people are going on is the fact that he's Chinese. So Jiang, there you go. Are people racist to you? Yeah. Dark Brandon. In fact, I'll say the name, chat. Let's start a fucking drama. Let's start a drama with the fucking AI slop channel. What do you say, chat? Let's pull a Xander Hall. That's the lowest hanging fruit. Let's get in a fight with Dark Brandon.
He'll probably be much worse. Okay, I think.
I'm just kidding, Dark Brandon. If you'd ever like to come on and have a conversation, you've done a lot of content on Jiang. I'm sure we could compare notes.
That was an assumption. Second assumption is that Asian people just aren't really trustworthy. Yeah, I mean,
that's a stereotype. You can see it work in the Star Wars prequels. Yeah. There's absolutely, George Lucas, the fucking king of making every alien race another racial stereotype. Sure, yeah. I mean, that's a thing. Yeah.
He offered an explanation, but Asians lie. Yeah, I mean, he gave us his phone number, but how do we know it's correct? Okay, so I think that's a second assumption that they made, that Asians, especially Asian men, they lie and they cheat. Okay. The third assumption, and this is the most important, is that Asians can be easily bullied and intimidated because they don't know how to stand up for themselves. We were there for over an hour, possibly 2 hours. I was not kidding.
I wonder how much the chat reacted negatively to the story of Jiang and his discipline of his child, and how much of it was like that they were like, you're being kind of woke, Jiang. I thought you were against wokeness, right? How much of it was like a right-wing reaction?
Keeping track of time. At no point did anyone come and explain the situation to us and says, listen, we're sorry you're being inconvenienced right now, but the police are coming and we have a duty to report this to the police, and the police told us to ask you to wait, okay? No one at any point came and offered us an explanation for what was going on.
Look, if you ever are in a situation, where something fucked up is happening, I mean, you gotta document this. You gotta record this. It's gotta be on the phone. If it's not on your phone, it is gonna be near impossible to prove, right? And I don't know, you gotta at the very least turn your audio recorder on. If not, try to like low key have the camera on.
The entire setup.
But again, I don't think that Jiang necessarily wanted this to be documented. I don't think the documentation would have necessarily supported his side of events. There is a Twitter thread that details this guy's past works and writings. Oh no. Yeah, there's so much fucking everything that comes out extra about Jiang is like unbelievably bad. And like I said, some of it is weird, bad faith, like speculation. Literally, yeah, just probably based on racism, but one heck of a defense. There's a Twitter thread that details past. He's a NGO US. See that? I don't know. What is if he was an asset? What would what would make the most sense, right? I mean, he's definitely, but he is pointing out the fact that the United States is not invincible. But he's like, it's like he's not. There's a ton of content creators doing that. Maybe that's the reason that people are like, oh, he's a Chinese psyop.
I think was meant to be intimidating, right? Because we were in a holding cell.
Wait, you'd rather not say who's doing the reaction video? Wait, Vosh? Wait, what? Wait, that's what I heard when he debated someone representing the government of China. If you want to connect somebody, look, if you really think that somebody's like a psyop, right, you got to have something more than like, I think his narrative lends itself to the, or because that's not actually the only way that a psyop can work, right? There's also controlled opposition. Somebody could be, saying the opposite thing that, say, Israel, or the United States, the opposite of the narrative that they're trying to portray. And the idea could be, kind of like a honeypot, kind of attract the, I don't know. There's just a million, like, actually, if somebody's actually, part of a propaganda operation, it's not as clear cut as people seem to think. Right. And there probably are some, content creators out there, Jackson Hinkeldink, that are working for a foreign power.
And like, I'm not.
Although I honestly couldn't tell you which one.
Have you been to a public pool change room in Toronto? But it literally looks like a jail cell. Okay, I literally felt I was in jail.
I mean, I will say that I've been in some weird looking, some changing rooms, right? Especially like an old pool. Like sometimes the changing rooms are just like, yeah, they do look out of a jail or like out of a gulag or something. I don't know. They're weird. They're weird buildings, right? I'm thinking of this pool that my grandmom used to take me to. It's the weirdest, like, you'd feel like you went through some kind of a RPG, just going through the shower and changing room. It was like this winding like cavern.
And they didn't think I had. They didn't.
Uh-oh. Are we okay, chat?
Should have respected me.
Okay, I think that's on his end,
or have
not
been
mine.
decent to me, or have been courteous to me, because they think this guy's an Asian.
So yeah, he's crashing out. I mean, it does sound like a traumatizing situation, but again, it's hard for me to feel sorry for somebody who detailed fucking physically hitting their kid over the child, rubbing their eyes because out of pain for the chlorine, right? I can't do it, chat. Again, like I said, I don't like to judge other people's parenting styles, but what the fuck, Jiang? What the fuck? Also, why did you tell us this, right? But you know why he told us this? Because he is coping right now. He's trying to make this, something about the situation really, fucked with Jiang, like beyond like his kid. It is him, and he's turned his fucking stream into like a therapy session, in which case he's divulging shit that like he doesn't seem to realize.
He's not really, he's not really a person. He's a second-class person, okay? That's how Asians are treated in Canada and throughout the Western world, as second-class citizens. We're invisible. They pretend we don't exist. And yeah, we can treat Asians whatever we want, okay? Now, that was the third assumption. So I believe that what happened to us on Sunday was clear.
Yeah, Jackson Hinkle, that's his name, and some other channels claim that MAGA communism is not a thing. Okay, well, I'm not sure what that other channel meant, but let me posit a guess. You know how the official name of the Nazi party in Germany was the National Social? It's actually the National Socialist Workers Party, right? So like national is right, is signaling right. Socialist is signaling left. Workers signaling left. Wait, what was the other? I feel like I'm missing one of the letters in one of the words in German that made that up. But in other words, so what do you see when you see MAGA communism, right? What do you see there? They're combining like things that don't fit together, and I want people to learn, if they're doing that, if they're playing games like that, if they're hiding behind contradictions, they're probably fascists. And in this case, it's this type of fascism called, influenced by Dugin, by Putin's, so somebody that was an influential philosopher. I'm not sure if he's gotten Putin's ears, these days, right? But yeah, he'll call himself a fourth positionist or something like that, the fourth political theory. But just like the national Bolshevik party, of the earlier post Soviet era, or the Nazi party, it's basically fascism with extra steps, if that makes sense.
Anti-Asian discrimination.
Yeah, Socialist Workers' Party is a different thing entirely, right? But like, yeah, the name of the Nazis, it stood for oh my God. Am I gonna have to look this up, chat? But anyway, you get what's going on with MAGA communists, right? They want to adopt. There are fascists that are trying to adopt some of the coolness of the left, right? They're trying to be like, oh, we care about workers too. Yeah, especially white workers, right? We care about workers too, right? Especially heterosexual cis workers, right? I mean, it's an attempt to
and I plan.
It's an attempt to lead people astray, right?
To file charges with the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal.
National Socialist. Okay, so national right, socialist left, German right, because we're in Germany, so is a another nationalist signal, and then workers left, right? So they literally got equal terms. I mean, party, you can do whatever you want with that, right? But they got equal terms that are signaling to the right and the left. At the time, capitalism had become discredited, had put the nation through this crisis, and the question is capitalism bad because Jewish people are in power, or is it the capitalism maybe and not the unfortunately Germany, Weimar Germany answered that question incorrectly.
Again, this may go nowhere, but Canada is one of the most hypocritical and sanctimonious societies.
Yeah. So in other words, there both is and isn't MAGA communism, right? It is. Well, first of all, it's been rejected by MAGA pretty heartedly. They're actually over there, I think, pretty disappointed in Trump, as a lot of the nationalist right is. But it's something that I've been covering actually since I've been doing content, right? Infrared Haas was the first was a fellow Twitch streamer that would talk weird shit, pretended to be left for a long time, right? And I think I might have been one of the first people to call him out, not because I thought he was a tanky, which he would tell you, I'm a tanky, right? And people are like, oh yeah, you're a tanky, we hate you for that, right? He's a fascist. It's what he fucking is, right? And if you read Dugin, you're gonna understand that there's no fucking it's not there's no leftism in Dugin. It's a very conservative, very far right philosophy.
If you talk to Canadians, they're like, we are a multicultural, tolerant, open society that welcomes all and treats everyone equally and with respect. That is not.
Yeah, the bones of the party that Hitler took over, did have some, worker, support. Did have, a hint of that. But
okay, you talk to any Asian living in Canada, and he or she will tell you
one of the Rosetta Stones for understanding history is if you understand that that the Nazis weren't socialists, right? Which I hope is not a conversation I ever have to have in here. The last time I had to have that conversation was with the like a friend's oh my god, chat. Anyway,
That's not true. That's BS.
it's too late in the stream. It's too late in the stream for this shit.
For someone to actually speak up and highlight the extreme passive aggressive, the extreme sort of hidden invisible racism that
Oh my god, it's so invisible. You got to use your divine spark to suss it out, don't you? You got it's a good thing that you read so much about Zoroastrianism and were inspired by that and Gnostic Christianity. You've been able to rescue the Gnostic Christ, and he has taught you the secret knowledge that allows you to unlock the fact that you were actually a victim of racism at that pool, not that your children were a victim of physical abuse. Chat, that is all I've got for you today. That is all I can take for this guy, from this guy. He's driving me nuts, and I will be back again tomorrow, and I mean it this time. I am purposefully not, we went 7 hours, less than 7 hours and 30 minutes. There's a Caseytron waiting room. We could, let's see if I can find something a little bit more active. Who have we not rated? Ooh, Zoe. Zoe's playing Warcraft, though. I don't know anything about Warcraft. But I miss, Zoe is like one of my favorite Minecraft streamers. I was part of the Yogs cast for a while. Amazing, creative content creator. Let's see what Zoe's up to. Yeah. And chat, happy Trans Day of Visibility. Oh my gosh, no. No, Zoe's offline. Okay, never mind. Let's try another plan. Let's try another plan really quick. All right, stick with me, chat. I promise I'll send you somewhere good if you have faith. You gotta have faith, yeah, because we're running a cult here, just like Professor Jiang. You have to, Yeah, I gotta try to not I gotta try to make sure that we can stream as many days. And so that's gonna mean maybe slightly shorter streams. Who can we find? There's so many people that are just starting and they're just like not on. Okay, we rated Struggle 4 recently. Oh, wow. I am so tempted to raid you into like no chat, because like it's yeah, it's an English and Thai channel. I just think it's I don't know. I know not a lot. We got not a lot of Thai speakers, but cool little channel that I found. We're gonna raid you into Christina. I raided Christina recently, but hey, it's always good to raid in again. Oh no, Christina is napping. Wait, what? Oh, did we knock at the wrong time? Do we come at the wrong time? Oh my god, chat, I swear to god, I'm trying to give you something good here. I'm trying to give you something good. I'm just not being able to figure this out. Okay. It's like a stream that's on, but not, oh, it must be, I don't know if it's a streamathon? I am, like, kind of thinking that we, yeah, it looks like, Grimlow. Can we raid Grimlow? Wait, are we still raiding? We unrated. Okay, so let me try to re-raid. Cancel raid? Ah! Don't you hate it when you press something and it like something went wrong? Oh my god, what the fuck? Everything is fucking broken here. Like I pressed start raid, but like it did something else, and then it like I don't know, the screen went out from I don't know how to explain it. You know what I'm talking about, chat? When you like you click on your mouse or you're pressing on your phone, and the thing that was right there, the screen changes, right? So you were trying to press this, and now something completely different, probably an ad, is in its place, and you're going to click on the, and I think they do that on purpose. I think they want you to click on the ad. All right, we're rating in. We got a good ratio of the viewers joining us in the raid. If you haven't joined us, jump in already. We're going to raid in and see what Grimlow is up to. Looks like Grimlow is monitoring the situation. Oh no, Grimlow's, oh no, chat. I wanted to watch this with you. Fuck. Okay, we'll have to do it some other day, but like you're gonna get some of you, yeah, if you're watching on Twitch, I guess you're gonna get an early preview of the back rooms, right? Anyway, I was gonna watch this. I guess you'll watch it with Grimlow. I'm rating you in now. All right. There we go. There we go. Much love, everybody. Take care of yourself and each other. Oh my God, I'm supposed to read off my Patreons that support me at the $5 level or above. Get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. We're at the ending of the stream now, so let's go ahead and do that. Shouts out to Nero Pergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Daraful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayer. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Crystal Severa. Shouts out to Buffy Geek and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zera Zeris. With that being said, chat, I'm going to end stream now and try to be back tomorrow. I know, chat, you're used to like incredibly long streams, but I'm going to half day Hossie it today. But yeah, make sure to check out the view or the VOD later on. And if you're a gaming frog, all right, just know gaming streams are on till the foreseeable future, chat. Davi has just ensured that you're going to get a full month of gaming streams on Friday, right? So the Friday stream for Americans and European viewers is going to be, you know, like a shorter first topic, then some bonus content, and then we play through Persona 2. And we were just now at the Velvet Room, so yeah, be here on Friday for that. It'll be at the end of the stream. Play Civ 5. Oh my God, Civ games take so long, but yeah, it's really sucks you in, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll be doing gaming streams. Maybe I'll throw some other stuff in there too. I got Fallout New Vegas, and we gotta finish Soul. We started Soul Hackers, right? You know, I play the music every day, and you know, I should play the game for you, just show you. You know, these like there's these, you know, they're weird, like old video games that I found on like, you know, on platforms, on consoles that I never owned, right? So kind of cool stuff. Anyway, much love to everyone. Take care of yourself, each other. Thanks, mods, for taking care of us. We really do appreciate you being here, and much love. Until next time,